Welcome back to Crossroads Day 2. Make some noise! Okay, look, I'm actually really surprised that we have this many people here, because usually on a day 2 of a conference, people going to a Sonic yacht party, people going to a Jito Bonk club, people going to all these side events. So the fact that so many of you are here, bright and early, day 2 of Crossroads 2025 really makes me feel so happy. If you're sitting in the back or you're just kind of standing around, trust me, just come to the front. We want to see your beautiful faces. We do not bite. Just wondering, who went out yesterday? Who went out? You guys went out and are still here? That is absolutely amazing. I know Jesse, one of the speakers, he also went out yesterday. He's going to be here speaking. But the first thing I want to do before we actually start is to distribute some well-deserved applause, right? And I think we got to start with Urveshi. Okay, so Urveshi, could you stand up for a second? She's the one who's been organizing all these Crossroad talks and everything that's going on. Like, come on, stand up, stand up, stand up. Get the adoration. Yeah, that's right. Urveshi in the house, everybody. All right, not only Urveshi, but we also have Mia and Chris Fiore, who have been doing all this. Just give them another round of applause. They've been helping organize the conference quite a bit. And last but not least, our leader, Chris. Yeah, what the fuck? George Harrop, could you stand up real quick? George, stand up. All right, George is the man with the plan. Step Empire, baby, AKA Step Group. Obviously, and you know what? I want to get something, like I've been hearing a lot of chatter. Crossroads, all right, is organized by Solana Floor. Let's be very clear. And why does that matter? Well, Solana Floor is actually the biggest crypto news website / IP, whatever you want to call it, in the world, all right, by a lot of metrics. So you definitely want to be paying attention to Solana Floor, especially for all their media. But that's enough of the intros. I'll be your host for today. My name is Eno. I'll be your chief vibes officer. The music today is great, guys. I really appreciate that. The tech team have been absolutely crushing it. And now, without any further ado, we have our first panel of the day. And what's this panel about, right? Well, we have a lot of users on Solana already, and a lot of that is like meme coins and maybe even some liquidity provision. And you can kind of think of the users that we have as Gen 0 and Gen 1, right? But like, how do we bring Gen 2 or like the next wave of users, right? So this is going to be moderated by our very own Chris Fiore of Solana Floor, and we also have an illustrious cast of characters, including Jesse, Thep, and Omi, very close personal friends. So without further ado, please give a warm round of applause for our first panel of the day, which is about bringing the next users onto Solana. Let's go!
What's up? How are you guys doing today? How are we feeling? Good, good, good. Thank you guys for being here bright and early. We have got an awesome panel. I am super pumped to have you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, guys.
Sure.
All right, so I just want to ask a couple of questions. I start out with a couple of questions anytime I'm moderating. So who here has been in crypto for more than 1 year? Raise your hand. Okay, that's awesome. Who has been in crypto more than 2 years? Okay, wow, that's good. More than 3 years? 4 years? 5 years? 6 years? 7 years? 8 years? 9 years? 10 years? Okay, we actually have some people who have been in here more than 10 years. Now, who is this your first experience with crypto, first time learning about crypto in a real kind of more formal setting like this? Raise your hand. That's awesome. Welcome. Everybody around them, like, come help them, support them, and show them some love for them being here. Cool. Now, we have an awesome group of folks. Would love to get an introduction from, starting with Deptilla over here. Would love to hear a little bit more. Who are you, and what do you do?
My name is Thep. I think most of you know me. I'm the head of Solana All-Stars, and we are the largest blockchain education organization in the world. I believe most of our people that we educated on board to Solana is here today. If you're with Solana All-Stars, can you raise your hand? All-Stars Turkey, raise your hand.
Whoa.
Thank you for being here. And I know this means a lot for you to be here. And I think that says what we do.
That's amazing. Thank you, Thep.
Hi, yeah, my name is Jesse. I'm the CEO and co-founder of... Oh, all right. CEO, co-founder of Uprock, where they're building the world's best rewards program. It's the largest mobile DePIN on Solana. We have almost 3 million installs worldwide. woo-hoo. We have an amazing team here. My background with onboarding is before Uprock, we actually built the first fully encrypted mobile browser that we sold to Avast. It was a much nerdier browser than Brave even, and a VPN protocol that was optimized for mobile. So it was a very technical browser, but it's for consumers, and we did a real job with that. And then we also built and run a successful adult app store, and we also sold that as well. So I'd love to share my experiences today. Yep.
Omi?
Hi guys, I'm Omi, the founder of Kaizen, the ultimate onboarding and discovery platform on Solana, where you can learn about and explore all the different sides of Solana, including staking, lending, NFTs, and more. So check us out.
Amazing. All right, guys. So we're going to talk about onboarding and how do we onboard this next generation of Solana users, crypto users in general. I think probably most of us up here would agree that Solana is one of the easiest blockchains to build applications, to be able to onboard people. And I'd love to just hear a little bit more about why you guys selected Solana and the Solana ecosystem in terms of your ecosystem to go after for onboarding crypto users. Let's throw it to you, Omi.
Why we selected Solana as the place to be?
Yeah.
Right? So I started my crypto journey back in 2020, end of 2020, and back then, obviously you have Ethereum, Bitcoin, but Solana was starting to make its rounds, and actually a friend of mine introduced me to this NFTs. This new project just launched on Solana called Solarians. It's the first on-chain generative collection on Solana, and I joined it. I was very passionate about it. The community was fantastic, and I pretty much became the community manager back in those early days, and joined the team, which I eventually took over back in early 2022. We also launched the first open NFT marketplace back then called Digital Eyes. This was August 2021, and throughout that whole first year, I had such an amazing time. Very early Solana days. It was a very small group of founders, and the way we interacted, the way we supported each other, it just made it feel like home just from the get-go. So never looked back. 4 years building.
Let's go. What about you, Jesse?
Yeah, so when we built the adult app store, we were dealing with a lot of censorship issues, like Operation Choke Point, like debanking for the adult content. And so I was looking at alternative payments really early on. So I was into crypto very, very early. And so a lot of my friends know I'm into crypto, so I do a lot of crypto crash courses for friends. So, using MetaMask, using the Phantom wallet with the F, using the Near wallet, using Sui wallet. Every time I show my friends all the different wallets, just help them onboard or offboard. The Solana one was the easiest and the less painful. Even just transaction fees, like I would help them, bring some money on Coinbase, send into a wallet, and by the time you do it with MetaMask or other wallets, you're like, half your money's gone. And then they're like, what happened? I didn't buy anything yet, right? And then if you do a Solana wallet, then it was a lot easier. So when I looked at that, when we were building Uprock, we were thinking it's not no-brainer. This, the offboarding and the onboarding was it's just a better experience. And I'm thinking about ahead, like once people earn our token, they're going to want to be able to swap it somewhere else, or maybe bring it back to their bank account. I just want to give them as many options as possible. And I just saw the less friction with Solana. So that was really early on.
So basically, just one of the most frictionless platforms.
Yep, exactly.
Amazing. Thep, why Solana?
Well, we serve emerging markets, right? And when you host events at places like Venezuela, Argentina, hi guys, Turkey, Indonesia, you gotta make sure that it is a meaningful thing for them. It has to be fast and it has to be cheap. Our goal is to onboard people to crypto in a way that improves their lives, right? Stablecoin adoption is important. Can you imagine actually onboarding someone to another chain and telling them, hey, you can actually house your USDC here to save yourself from the inflation? I can't. So Solana is a no-brainer answer. And also we do ongoing educational content and teach people about different protocols, how to be onboarded to DeFi, what is NFT, how can you be safe with your hot wallet, what is a cold wallet, why should you have that? If we were to do that with another ecosystem, I think we would have, 2 courses? So this is where the action happens, right? There are so many things going on. There are many brilliant minds, many protocols, many strong teams are actually building. There are so many things to learn, so many things to talk about, and it just makes sense, fast and cheap.
Amazing. And I'm just curious to get a take from the audience. So how many of you have onboarded somebody to the Solana ecosystem outside of obviously just yourself? Who's onboarded one or more people to the Solana ecosystem? Hey, I see a Venezuela flag out there. That's amazing. That's awesome. How many people have onboarded more than 2 people to the Solana ecosystem? More than 3 people? 4? 5? 6? That's crazy. There's at least 20 people who have onboarded more than 4 or 5 people to the Solana ecosystem. That's awesome. Now, okay, speaking of onboarding, there's many different distribution channels in terms of how we can get products out there, how we can get services within the ecosystem out there. So we've got in real life, and we've got, obviously digital online. I'm curious to throw it back to you, Omi, to hear a little bit more about the digital experience of onboarding.
Right. So, as I mentioned earlier, we started our journey 4 years ago, and after we launched the NFT marketplace and I took over the project, I kept thinking like, okay, now that trading in Solana is no longer a problem, what is the biggest problem in the space? And I very quickly realized that it is onboarding, like how difficult it must be for someone who has never come into crypto to try and understand like the basic concepts of blockchain, how to on-ramp, off-ramp, set up a centralized exchange account and a decentralized wallet, and then go into all the different stuff like your meme coins and NFTs and stuff like that. For the last 2.5 years, we basically built out the ultimate NFT hub, right? We doubled down on NFTs. We focused solely on NFTs, aggregating everything from on-chain data like your trading, lending, and raffles and fungible tokens in the space, as well as off-chain information like your news, podcasts, upcoming launches, giveaways, everything related to NFTs. And we created an educational hub, all in the the hopes that people who are interested in NFTs can come check us out and learn what they want to and what they should. In the last 6 months, though, we have taken a very different approach where we, instead of thinking about how we want to onboard people and what we think the ideal onboarding process should be, we dive deeper and just ask a very simple question of why do people want to be onboarded? Like, why do people even care, right? And we arrived at 2 conclusions. Number 1 is that everyone joins the space to make money. Right? And number 2 is that people are willing to learn about and explore something insofar as there's an opportunity here to make money. And so therefore the new Kaizen, which we announced actually a month back, where we expanded way beyond NFTs, focused solely on this basic concept that you are here to learn about the opportunities on Solana. This is how you can explore the space, what you should know to not just maximize your yield or profits, but also how do I do it safely, right? And we've had an amazing past month, actually. Yeah, it sounds like people really are much more motivated to get onboarded if it's not just about taking a 100x leverage bet on a meme coin or something, but it's like, yeah, a very well-rounded way to learn about the space and grow.
And just thinking about making money, and then I want to come back to Thep for in real life events, but thinking about making money, I want to ask you about this, Jesse.
Yeah.
How do you incentivize people to get onboarded, but while simultaneously maintaining those people and keeping them so you don't have those people churn, right? So incentivizing them, but incentivizing the right people.
Yeah, so a couple of things we do is, just from our other mobile startups, we don't ever pay for Google Ads except for trying to figure out which keywords or screenshots or headlines work. So we leverage AI a lot now. So what we do is, like, AI is great, but it can also be overwhelming with how much content it can spit out. So if you have all these headlines for your screenshots, for your website, for your onboarding text, even images, you're like, okay, which one should we choose? Well, now I would just actually make a couple hundred ads in a weekend, and then put those into Google Ads. Google Ads is great about matchmaking ads and finding the right audiences. Just a couple $100, and you can see what actually works, and then those the top 5 most effective ads, then you can use those for your screenshots, for your onboarding messages, for your website. So we leverage AI a lot there. Then we use the same thing for personas. There's a lot of communities on WhatsApp in every single country looking for rewards programs or how to make money. There's a worldwide trend of people want to make passive income on their mobile device. And if you look in the Web 2 space, every single reward program has like 10 to 50 to 100 million installs. These are people just want to do active tasks to passive tasks, earning tokens or earning some kind of reward, whether it's gift cards or cash back. This is what we're playing in, but crypto is far superior because it's global day zero, because you can, you don't have to get Visa or MasterCard approval, and you can swap it for anything, right? It's not locked into that system. So yeah, so we do a lot of just figuring out, with the help of AI, the right messaging with many, many different organic groups out there. There's whole groups in the Philippines that are just talking on WhatsApp and Reddit groups, and it's really hard to do that by yourself. You really need to leverage AI. You can really figure out the right message. Yeah.
Very interesting. And I'm just, one quick follow-up there is, how many countries around the world actually use Uprock? How distributed is the platform?
Yeah, so we're in every single, depending on how you define countries, but 190 plus.
Okay.
Every major country and city on earth. And even that, which is what we do, we have a country ambassador program. And so we're really engaged. We do a live stream every Thursday. I don't know about you guys, but most people are shy. Like, we don't like to do the live stream, but we do it. And actually, I'm so glad we did it. We've been doing episode 50. It was on Thursday. And it's so awesome. We get about 10,000 people watch it. It's so much better than buying Google ads. And it's actually much better than even X Spaces, because you really need to show your face, and it's the way to do. It's founder-led marketing, and you really got to practice it and get good at it. But it's so amazing because people engage, they show up, they love that we're building in public. And it really is the best way to do it. I think the only way you should build a startup now.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And going over to THEP, so in real life events as an onboarding mechanism, talk to me. Why is that one of the best ways, in your opinion, to be able to onboard folks?
It is the best way because I believe that we actually onboard evangelists, right? I don't think about our people that we onboard as, okay, another person is onboarded to Solana. They are the promoter of Solana. I was actually speaking to the Turkish ambassadors. We have 35 in Turkey. Help us organize these events. We organize approximately 30 to 35 events a month in Turkey in 27 different cities. And few of them told me that in my city, they call me Solana X with their name, right? Everybody knows them as the Solana expert, Solana, THEP. That's how they know them as. So what they do is that they go out and talk to as many people as they can, right? These ambassadors multiply. That's how we look at IRL events. IRL events, look, we do online events too. It scales better, right? No doubt about that. But online events sticks, right? You create armies just like this. That's why these people woke up so early. I know you were partying, don't lie. You didn't raise your hand, but I know you were. I saw the pictures. But you still showed up. This means something to you. And that's exactly why IRL events are extremely important.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, we're at a conference here, so obviously these are very important. So I'm curious just to hear about kind of the challenges, right, that we face as an ecosystem with onboarding. And obviously, Solana has set out to solve a lot of those onboarding challenges. But like, Omi, for example, what do you see as the biggest obstacle whenever you're trying to train people, trying to educate them? What are the biggest questions that people have and the tutorials that that are the most popular?
Right. So I think especially in the past half a year when with the crypto coming back and especially Solana doing so well this cycle, I personally actually had a lot of questions from family and friends, a lot of relatives, in fact, cousins, who asked me like, hey, looks like crypto is doing well again. Solana is like one of the top performing stuff. How do I get in? And it's been the same struggle for me as it was 4 years ago, where there isn't one place where I can direct them to just get fully onboarded, one place where it teaches everything. I mean, aside from academy, but one place that also not just guides them on the whole onboarding process as well as how they can explore everything on Solana. What I actually usually default to is here's a list of links that you need to know. Here's your Phantom wallet, for example, or your StepFinance for portfolio tracking, your Solana Floor to stay updated on the news, literally a list of links. And it's incredibly inefficient because what happens right after that is every single day for maybe a week, they'll be calling me up, like, hey, it'll be like, I just need your question. This thing on Phantom, like, it's very painful, to be honest, and that's one of the big reasons why we created Kaizen, because then I no longer have to do this manual onboarding person by person. I'll just be like, look, just go to Kaizen, and everything is there, end to end. Whatever you're looking for, whatever you could possibly want, is there. We're using AI as well to leverage on over 50 courses that we wrote about everything Solana related. So hopefully, hopefully it makes a dent in the onboarding struggles. Yeah.
Amazing. Makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
And we've seen the same problem in terms of, what do you send to somebody? Your family member says, hey, I'm really interested in crypto. I'm really interested in Solana. Where can I go to learn? It's like,
Kaizen.
Kaizen's a great option. Obviously, SolanaFloor. If you want to earn some, you can go over to Uprock. No, I'm curious though. With Uprock, obviously, DePIN kind of background. Why are you bullish on DePIN for onboarding?
DePIN is such a great for onboarding because it brings the physical to the digital. It's such a tangible thing. Everyone has a phone in their pocket. They know it's so powerful. It's on while you sleep. The message like, make passive income while you sleep, or make your phone work for you. Everyone understands that data is new gold or new oil. They just get it, so you don't have to explain that story. We've all seen the headline somewhere. So it's just like the idea of like, okay, cool, but how do I take advantage of that? Well, we made an app under 2 minutes, just install it, and you can start earning. So if you make it that simple, people try it. We are very mobile first minded, so we always think of every design decision is, can you get there in 2 taps? If it's more than 2 taps, then we're going to lose people because it's so hyper competitive. Think about all the Web 2 apps. You literally, when you install Snapchat or YouTube, you open it up, the first button is the core feature is take a picture, watch the video, edit something. You're already there in 2 taps. So we try to make the on-chain stuff invisible. I think like the Connect wallet can be for advanced users, but for the most part, it really is like it's as worse as saying connect your bank account to try our app for free. Why would you ever? Even though you can create wallets anytime, it just feels like asking for a bank account. So we say just passwordless, magic link log. Just use a email and that's it, and then you're in. So that's 1 tap, and then second tap should be your core feature. And we have over 200,000 reviews and 15,000 customer support emails. And the majority of the number one thing that people always ask for is, how do I increase my earn rate or earn more? And so we think about that a lot, how to optimize. We're teaching people about staking. We have a bunch of different programs like Play to Earn, Shop to Earn, surveys. We also do Contribute to Earn. So not just if you're a developer like bug bounties or dev bounties, but also good content. So we had, with the super team group, we broke the record for number of submissions. So we had 600 people. And the whole contest was talk about DePIN, talk about the use case of DePIN, of course, focus on Uprock, but just DePIN. And so what happened is hundreds of people worldwide educate themselves on DePIN, and then so they can educate other people. And that was great content for us. And then we use that in our library for people to help onboard each other. So that was really great. And people who did that also earned our UPT. So we just give multiple ways to earn. People feel very engaged. It's also very inspiring for us as a team to wake up every day and see a new video. So that's cool too. Yeah.
Totally agree with the login experience and trying to make that as simple as possible.
Yeah.
That is a huge pain point, I feel like, for a lot of folks who are new to crypto, right?
Yeah.
Or, oh man, like I've created my wallet. Now how do I use this wallet in various ways to do things? I'm curious, Step. So with in real life events, right? You're able to reach a very different audience than crypto Twitter.
Yes.
Who are these people? What are the questions they're asking? How are you able to reach these people?
My answer is going to be a bit controversial, so founders might need to close their ears.
We like
for this one.
controversy.
So I think we are able to talk their language. We're able to go to where they are. So I'll give a few examples of why we're different and how come our events actually are full like this. The people that we actually hire, country managers, regional managers, they're all degens. Their background is degen. They have been in these seats before getting on stage, so people can relate, right? And then people can say, oh, I can be that person, I can learn this. But sometimes when they hear that from a founder who's a technical person, they get lost. They're alienated, the language doesn't translate, they get intimidated. Even if that person is so good with explaining things, the way that a normie would understand, it just doesn't stick, right? So that connection of people knowing, okay, I can be that person, I can learn as much as that person that's on stage, speaks volumes, and it actually brings people to the events. Second is that, when we go to a country, everybody thinks, okay, we come to Turkey, where do you go? Where do you host an event? 18 million people in one city, that's where you do it, right? That's what the logic says. But we don't do it that way. We actually go to the remote places where nobody actually thinks about going, nobody actually has been. So the community actually cherishes you more, and community building there in those remote areas are easier. They appreciate that you're there, and then they come to your events more frequently. We also, the next thing that we do best is frequency. We don't just host an event and say, okay, see you next year. Our sequence is every 3 weeks we host an event. So we have educational series. You can start from, Crypto 101. You open your first wallet with us. Who opened their first wallet with us from All Stars here? I want to see hands. Your first wallet.
That's cool.
Who opened their first wallet with us?
That's awesome.
Yeah. When, and just so you know, not everybody here is from Istanbul. We have, I believe, 12 different cities here representing from all over Turkey. We also have Venezuela. Not only my team, but people from Venezuela, actually, community members, bought tickets, flew here, arranged accommodations just to be here, and they've been onboarded by our team, Solana All-Stars. So
Nice.
in real life events is nothing that we can match online. Let's be frank, you can go on YouTube and find anything you want to learn about. How many of these people that we onboarded did that?
Speaking of which, I just want to do a little poll to figure out who traveled the furthest. So how many people here did it take 1 hour or less to get here? Okay, a couple people. Less than 2 hours. Okay. What about more than 2 hours? More than 5 hours? 6 hours? 10 hours? More than 10 hours to get here? Okay. More than 20 hours? Some people traveled more than 20 hours to get here. That's awesome. Let's give them a round of applause. That's amazing. Thank you for coming all that way. All right, so we've got a little bit of time left. I want to hear some spicy hot takes, because that's what we're here for, the good stuff. I'm going to throw it to you, Omi.
Man.
What hot takes do you have? What controversial or not maybe mainstream crypto opinions do you hold, contrarian views, if any, that you might like to share, if you're willing to share anything?
Okay, keep this between us. But,
Yeah.
my hot take, personally, I don't think meme coins are good for onboarding.
Talk to me about that. Why not?
Well, we're getting juicy here. I think the overall experience of a normie who has no experience in crypto, being driven by greed or FOMO because of the earnings of others that, by people that decide to share and probably exaggerate on social media, to come into this specific segment of crypto, and where it's a very PvP kind of arena, with super high odds that they'll probably lose everything they put into it, and leave the space with the most bitter taste in their mouth. I think the numbers look great for bringing people into Solana and crypto, with meme coins, but I don't think there's any long-term benefit for the space. These people, I mean, there's so many different ways to earn on Solana and crypto that any other way would probably been a lot more palatable for these people than to come in here and really gamble on some meme coins. Yeah.
Interesting. That's definitely a hot take. And I see both sides, so I'm maybe somewhere in the middle. I am curious, though, how many people here have ever owned a meme coin or ever had a meme coin? Please raise your hand. Okay, I know there's more than that.
I just want to be clear though. Like, I'm not saying I'm against meme coins. I'm just saying that like I love community and community coins and all the like the amount of creation, content and stuff created by meme coins. To be very clear, I do admire the meme coin community and all the creators. I'm just saying specifically for onboarding. You don't want it to be the first experience for normies here.
Somebody gets rugged and then they're like, oh, crypto's a scam.
Yeah. Exactly. And it makes like the regulation debate much more difficult with this as well.
Yeah.
Until Trump came to power.
Hey, this is why we have to educate people. Then they know, what to do. If they're going to buy something, how to do due diligence. Okay, so Jesse, hot take. What do you got?
Okay, so Trump coin all the way. No. No, of course, Uprock token. Not financial advice, but it looks good. I'd say maybe like hot take is, I'm so surprised at how many people don't embrace the AI yet. And I feel like if the Web3 community does not embrace AI tools or marry our principles of Web3 to AI is going to eat all our lunch. Because it has a heavy tendency to centralize everything because it's so convenient. And the reason why Facebook and Google own everything, and we give up the privacy policies and sign TOS so fast, because it's super, super awesome and convenient. And AI is even more awesome and convenient. And it's just going to basically replace the search engine. So if we don't think about that and use it in our daily lives, and you understand how the AI works, and marry the tools, which is why DeepIn's amazing, because DeepIn's a decentralized data engine. AI can unlock the value by making sense of that data, and that's one good way of doing it. That's what we're doing. But I just think about just generally, you have to compete with all these Web2 well-funded AI startups, and if you don't make your app simple as that, and as convenient, they're going to eat our lunch. So that's my hot take.
Amazing. Really appreciate that, Jesse. So we're basically at time right now, but I'm going to give each of these people, literally, it can't be more than this.
Hold on, where's my hot take?
You've got so many hot takes. Okay, 30 seconds, hot take that.
Okay.
What do we got?
Yeah, all right. Founder-led marketing is overrated.
Okay.
One more.
Okay, one more hot take.
CT sucks at onboarding people.
Okay. So
That's
get
it.
out of CT. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, guys, so we're at time right now.
Okay.
I just want everybody to get a very big round of applause to all three of these folks. They've come a very long way, and you guys have come a very long way. So this is for them, and it's for you. Thank you guys for being here so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks. Cool. Have fun. Yeah.
Thank you very much to that panel for onboarding users onto Solana. Inexplicably, somehow, this hall got fuller, which is like crazy to me. Like, look, guys, I go to literally dozens of conferences, and it's always empty on day 2. It's like so weird to me that we have a full hall. Wait, so are all of you Solana All-Stars Turkey? Like, seriously? Okay, make some noise for yourself. All right, All-Stars Turkey. That is crazy. That is great. This is really weird to me, but I'm happy. I'm happy that we have a full audience. And this next talk, I mean, like, okay, I know that Thep said that, Twitter sucks for onboarding. I hear you. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I am wondering how many of you are on Twitter? Are you guys on Twitter? It's not, come on, Thep, relax. All right, it's like maybe like 20, 30% of the audience. Well, if you're on Twitter, what you do know is that it's just too much information all the time. You have thousands, tens of thousands of projects that are all competing against each other with the Twitter algorithm to try to get your attention. And why do they want your attention? Well, because they want to sell you something, right? They want to sell you a token. They want to sell you a service. They want to sell you a subscription. They want to sell you something, right? So that's why this next panel is so important, right? It's like, how has this attention economy shaped media, right? Because in traditional media, you just don't have, I mean, sure, you have people competing for your attention, but it's nothing like Twitter. Can we agree? It's completely different. So This next panel has some real journalists, some OGs in the space who have been writing about crypto for a very, very long time. They are the frontline soldiers that have been experiencing, and I'm sure a lot of them have worked in media before, and I'd love to hear more about their experiences. But of course, we have Blockworks, we have SolanaFloor, we have FOMO, sometimes referred to as FOMO magazines. These are some of the biggest brands in crypto right now with regards to media, and these people have real experience and can tell you how the attention economy has changed their jobs and their lives. So, without further ado, moderated by Mia of SolanaFloor, Head of Communications, please give a big warm round of applause!
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here early. It's so great to see everyone for day 2 of Crossroads. Well, I'm just going to jump right into things. So we have some amazing panelists today. We have Finn, who's a journalist for Solana Floor. We have Jack, who's a journalist for Blockworks. And then we have George, all the way to my left, who's one of the co-founders of FOMO magazine. Yes. So I want to start really broadly. Obviously, all of you are crypto journalists working in media. What you have in common is that you're all working specifically in covering Solana. So first question that I want to talk about is it possible in this day and age when there's so many chains, so many ecosystems, so many L2s, can a journalist cover everything? Or is this trend of being really niche and specific and only covering one chain really the way that media and journalism is going to evolve over the next 5 to 10 years? So Finn, maybe we'll start with you and then kind of go down.
So I think the short answer is no. You can't be everything everywhere at once. You can't cover everything in the detail that it needs to be covered at across every single chain. So I think audiences like to know that they can trust who they're reading or trust who they're watching on YouTube and things like that. And if you're trying to follow MEV on Solana and you're trying to follow Ethereum's L2 scaling issues and you want to also keep in touch with Sui's emerging NFT ecosystem, you can't be everywhere. And if you spread yourself too thin, you're not going to write impactful content that's going to help people. So short answer is no for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say over a long time horizon, maybe. Like if you open up the jobs page on like the Financial Times or Bloomberg or something like that, they have these like super niche roles that they hire for, where you're like the distressed debt reporter or something. And like if crypto continues to grow and more assets come on chain, like maybe that happens. I think in the current world, you definitely have an edge if you can specialize. Like I think covering Solana specifically is when my online platform took off and I like started to become more known, I guess. But I do think, to be completely honest, like at this current moment, I try to follow everything at least, and I get bored sometimes. There's only so many stories to tell in Solana, so sometimes I'll go and be like, hey, what's up over at like Movement Labs? Like, what are they doing? And try to dig into like that kind of thing. Some like new project that seems pretty crazy. So I think you definitely have an edge if you specialize, and I think that trend will continue as crypto grows. But to be completely honest, right now I try to have visibility into other ecosystems too.
Yeah, I think for FOMO specifically, for us, we started off on Solana because we saw it as a niche, and that really helped us accelerate. But then over time, we did start to cover other chains. So let's say we would have like 80% Solana in our magazine, 10% some other chains. We would try to replicate that on Twitter. We thought maybe that was where we would get more attention by covering other news, like what's going on in Bitcoin, Ethereum. But I think over time, we've realized that for us, we just double down on Solana, and that's where like you were saying earlier, that's what our readers want to read and learn about. But maybe, the best thing you can do is try and find projects that cross over. So if there is, like Zeiss Network, for example, they're bringing Bitcoin to Solana, so that is a good story to cover because you're looking at another chain and it's coming to Solana. So that's where we found like some good work to look into those kind of things.
So yeah, in the media space, we're all competing for attention. We're all trying to get mass attention, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's selling copies of print magazines, getting clicks on a website. So George, I want to go back in time a little bit. You guys launched FOMO magazine about 2 years ago. You met your co-founders at a Solana hacker house in London.
Yes.
What was it like covering Solana then versus now? How has it changed? Does it feel, because Jack, you mentioned a couple minutes ago, like not necessarily news every single day on Solana. Do you feel the same way, George? Or do you feel like back then there was almost more news because it was younger and more exciting? How does it compare 2 years in?
Yeah, well, I remember when I signed up for London Hacker House, it was only meant for developers. You had to put in your GitHub, and obviously I'm not a developer, so I just put in my Twitter profile, and I got in and went there. And yeah, I think those early days, it was very hard maybe to find the news or what was going on. So there would only be a few stories that you could cover, the latest NFT project, etc. But now I think as Solana has grown, like you see like BDs, marketers, content creators, everyone in the ecosystem is now at these conferences. So I think there's a lot more things to cover, and it's got easier over time.
Okay. So Jack, you're a journalist by trade. You used to be a DeFi beat reporter for Blockworks. How many pitches are you getting a day from people asking you to write about their project?
Way too many. I don't know, like dozens, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the general advice I give on pitches is that I don't accept many of them. Like, especially lately, I think a lot of the PRs I work with kind of have noticed that. And if you're someone who either you want to be covered in Blockworks or CoinDesk or Solana Floor or FOMO or any of these things, like one piece of advice I do have is like approach it like dating, right? Like you wouldn't try to kiss someone the moment you meet them. You have to, go on a couple dates, get to know them, get familiar. So like I'm happy to take an intro call with anybody, like at all. And so a lot of times it'll just be, throw 15 minutes on my calendar, tell me about your project. I'll be like, but what about this, this, and this? And then down the line, maybe I'm working on a broader story, and I'll hit you up and be like, hey, can you give a comment? And then, boom, you have some earned media. So I think pitches tend to not do as well because it's just not valuable for the journalist in the age of Twitter to be rewriting your press release and then putting it on a website that no one goes to relative to Twitter. So that tends to be how I think about pitches these days.
Yeah, I can imagine your inbox is quite flooded most days.
Yeah.
Which is maybe a good problem to have as a journalist, but challenging. So I think that's, a core of what I want to get to in our chat today is choosing what you're going to cover. Because there's probably stuff that's intellectually interesting. You'd love going down the rabbit hole, but it might not get clicks. There's probably stuff that your editors are assigning you to write about, and it might not be, again, the thing you really want to cover, but you kind of have to. So when you're thinking about, writing a story or writing a magazine, what are kind of the green flags you look for in the story? Are you looking at Twitter followers of a project because you know that they'll retweet you and that'll get better engagement? Are you looking at projects that have massive TVL and that's an indication that there's a lot of interest there? What are some of the green flags when vetting a story versus the red flags? What is something you see and you're just like, no, I'm not touching that? So Finn, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's not an exact science. I think you can't say we'll only cover something if they have 5,000 followers, because in today's world you can just buy 5,000 followers on Twitter, and you're not going to check which ones are bots and which ones are actively engaging. So it has an impact, but it's not kind of the be-all and end-all. I think if we follow the kind of perpendicular axes of the term that was popularized by Fafo guy, if you fuck around and find out, we kind of follow the same thing with Twitter followers and the value of a story. If the value of a story is super high and the follower count is low, it's probably still worth doing. But at the same time, that also goes the other way. And if the story is small, but the project is really big, it's also probably still worth doing, because that still does have a great audience, and they'll still be interested to hear what your kind of niche media and expert take is on that particular announcement.
Yeah, I think for me, that's very true what you just said. For FOMO, we're quite nomadic. So, for example, a few weeks ago, I was in Sri Lanka at Former City. Then I was in Bali, and our team seems to separate and go to different countries. So what I'm trying to say is that we normally try and find teams or projects from that area that we're going to. So doesn't matter about the follower count or what they're doing. It's who is the best team or who is providing the most value, who should be put in our articles, in our magazine, in that area. So for example, in Sri Lanka, I interviewed both Faraj and Bobby that started Former City. They did something in Argentina before. I sadly couldn't go, so I really wanted to know what they were building and what their future plans were. And I think recently they went to Kazakhstan to look at a place to do their next pop-up. So yeah, for me, it's normally about the area that I go to. I want to see what's going on in that country.
Yeah, I would retweet what these guys said. And one, speaking of like Twitter followers and so forth, one thing I would emphasize is like if you want to go play, this is just practical advice, this is not really related to journalism, but I find that like if you really want to go places in crypto, you need to be on crypto Twitter and building a brand on there. I saw a lot of follower increase when I started covering Solana, and people started just like hitting me up trying to hire me for other jobs. And I love Blockworks, and I said no, but I think like it's really funny how much just having a lot of organic Twitter followers, like it's pretty obvious if you're botting your account and it's like 120K followers and like 1 like on the most recent post. But if you have like a real organic Twitter following, I can't stress enough, that like opens a lot of doors in the crypto world.
And I want to jump on that quickly and just add something. For crypto native people, if you want to learn something and if you want to dive deeper into something, you're not going to go to Google and type it into a search engine. You're going to go to Twitter and you're going to put in the search box and you're going to search keywords for the story. And that's kind of where the audience is. So that's also where you need to be optimizing for in many ways.
Yeah, I tell everyone like the best way to understand crypto culture is just getting on Twitter, and then people are like, who should you follow? And then you give them a short list, and it's fun looking at how that short list has also changed through the years, some of the influencers. But one thing that kind of your comments, Jack, made me think of, and I want to kind of put a scenario out there, because you have your own brand. You have Jack, yourself, as a journalist, and as you mentioned, covering Solana more, you're kind of getting more traction. But you also work for Blockworks, and that's a huge media organization. I'm sure most people in this room have heard of Blockworks, read Blockworks, maybe gone to one of their events. Scenario, let's pretend you get alpha on a really, really juicy scoop. This is something big, like you heard about Trump before it was launched. How do you decide whether to announce it on your own account, which could get insane traction, versus announcing it through Blockworks and then maybe retweeting your article, et cetera? Like, what is that dynamic like? Balancing building your own brand, competing for attention for yourself, which will extend outside of your tenure at Blockworks, versus, you know, releasing the scoop through the company?
Yeah, I think that question comes down to the way that the way that we intake information. You know, a lot of people have said Twitter is the media now, like media is dead, or like TikTok influencers are now the news. But like, if you look at those TikTok influencers, they're citing AP articles and like scrolling through them in the background. So like the print article matters to give context and information, and like it's much easier to tell a full story in a print article than in a tweet. But I think the two things can feed into each other, obviously. So I will, you know, I'll tweet like a thread of like an interesting scoop that I get or something like that. The thing that sucks is the alt accounts on Twitter that are like somehow get all the scoops before I do. And if you're running one of them, please stop. But yeah, I think the two things can feed into each other. But I would say that your Twitter post also needs the full article, because the full article does matter to give the context.
Yeah. I think what's interesting, like looking at the three of you on stage, so Finn, obviously you're part of the Solana Floor team, you're a journalist there. However, we do run a Twitter page that is really popular, and we do a lot of breaking news on Twitter. So that's one of our main mechanisms for getting attention for Solana Floor, is just being early on Twitter. Jack, you're with Blockworks. That's more editorial focused in my mind. Yes, you guys are big on Twitter, but you're also publishing, I don't know, dozens of articles a day. I mean, you must have massive traction on the website. Then we have George. You're a very unique one on this stage, because FOMO is a print magazine.
Yes.
You started building a Twitter following, but you shifted much more of a focus into print, like you mentioned, going to conferences, traveling, distributing the magazine in person.
Yep.
So is print dead? Is print not dead? Has print shifted into online editorial coverage? Like, George, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, when we first started out, I think, like everyone, it was like, okay, we're going to do a newsletter. We're going to create some content. That's the route we're going to go down. We wanted to stand out. We wanted to be different. We thought, let's try a magazine. It started out as just a hobby. We went to NFT Paris a couple of years ago, handed it out for free. And then as it grew over time, we started to get some traction. Like I said, we went to some hacker houses, we had a booth. We were fortunate that Bonk sponsored it very early on. And then we moved into video content and articles and Twitter, and that's where we really started to grow. But then over time, the magazine was still there, and it still got a lot of attention. And that was a surprise to me, if I'm being honest. But the more we've put more and more effort now into the magazine, we're seeing great traction. Everyone loves it. It's like a collector's item. So yeah, in answer to your question, no, I don't think print is dead. I think it's still very much alive. I'm sure anyone out here would love to be on the front cover of a magazine if you ask them. So that's always going to be there. You're never going to lose that kind of pull to that. And then yeah, having an interview inside, etc. Yeah, I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon.
Yeah. I think print breeds a really loyal follower base. So you'll have people who are coming to Crossroads and they can't wait to get their hands on the FOMO magazine in a way that online first outlets kind of don't have that loyalty base because there's so much attention, there's so much flow of news. And I think that's something FOMO has done really well, is that you guys have really solidified like a really passionate base of people who just love FOMO for what it is. Yeah. So yeah, commend you guys for that.
And both FOMO and SolanaFloor have magazines here.
Yes.
If you still have ones around. So
Thank
pick them
you,
up.
Jack.
They're beautiful. Big fan.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 magazines in 1 conference. It's good to see.
Yeah. I think this is the first Solana conference with 2 print magazines. So more to come. Jack, you mentioned something a couple minutes ago. You joked about the alt accounts on X. This is kind of a question for Jack and Finn as more of the daily news editorial coverage guys. How does the algorithm of X affect what you're writing? So for example, maybe you have a press release under an embargo, you're working on a story, but then news happens on X or something goes super viral. Are you going to immediately jump ship and try to cover that thing that DGen news just broke and you want to get on top of that story? Like, how do you balance what you're seeing on Twitter versus the pitches versus your own research? Because from my perspective, there's so much information out there. Like, we are just flooded constantly. It must be hard to choose what to cover every day, as well as if you're already working on something and then you're seeing something go viral on Twitter, how do you handle those situations?
Yeah, I think I would say that like don't optimize for the algorithm, honestly, because the algorithm doesn't love you back. And we like journalists have made this mistake in the past. Like BuzzFeed got super reliant on the Facebook algorithm, raised it like this huge valuation, and now it's like AI slop basically. And so like Twitter is a great tool. I don't like that Elon throttled links. That's a bummer, but I still enjoy, like, I actually just have a lot of fun on crypto Twitter. The recent discourse about base and coining and all this was like just super fun to follow. Tokenized babies, that really got me laughing. But I would say like just make stuff that's good. And obviously it should be relevant and speak to your audience, but over a longer time horizon, if you're making really good stuff, like that gets noticed and that will carve you out a spot. I think that if you're always chasing the like viral tweet, yeah, maybe you'll get a little more of like a content creator payout or whatever. But like, as soon as it's not beneficial to X is going to stop promoting your stuff, and you've not created any type of meaningful or interesting brand. So just focus on making the good stuff, and like the algorithm will probably reward that if you're getting good stories, having unique data, whatever it is.
Yeah, I would echo that almost precisely. I think context is more important than we give it credit for, and in a world where headline is everything, headlines can be misleading. So I think you don't want to optimize for X, you just want to ensure you're consistently putting out integrity-based, accurate reporting that is free of catering to what the masses wants.
Yeah, I mean, so in relation to this, my background is mostly PR and comms. And there's a couple of principles that you're taught when you're a young PR person and you're trying to get stories across the line. And one thing that you're taught is that negativity makes the news. Names make the news and numbers make the news. So those are kind of the 3 N's. What role does negativity play in your writing? Are you getting more traction when your story is negative? Are you getting people that are really angry in your DMs? Are you internally thinking about the negativity? What role does that play in your writing?
I have a similar theory to your 3 N's. I have a story, a headline should make someone have an emotional response, and it should make them go either heck yes, heck no, or what the heck. And The heck no is a very emotional reaction. You do want to, I don't say you want to play into negativity, but it generally does spark an emotional reaction from people. I don't think we should focus too heavily on negative stuff all the time just to boost engagement and get clicks. But I think it does trigger a response for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I have trouble caring. Like, when people are complaining that their airdrop allocation wasn't big enough, it's like, it's free money, dude. I don't, like, the negativity stuff doesn't appeal to me as much. I do acknowledge that it drives engagement, though, so I will say that.
Yeah, for me, FOMO, we try and stay away from negativity, but there was one instance that I always look back to was when Retardio's launched. Like, through our magazine, our front covers, we try and tell the story of Solana, and Retardio was everywhere at the time when those NFTs launched, and they don't necessarily represent maybe the best things in this space, but we still made the decision to put them as a front cover and to cover what they were doing. And at that time, we did have a few readers and a few people reach out like, this is not what you should be doing, this is not very well, not a good thing to push forward and put on your front cover. So, but to be honest, I think freedom of speech is important. What they were doing, that was the best thing maybe that was being pushed in Solana at the time. It was grabbing a lot of attention. So I'm happy that we made that decision and we pushed it. But yeah, going back to your point, we did have a few people reaching out. Is that the kind of community that you want to be backing? But personally, yeah, I don't really care on that front. It's just, it's news, it needs to go out there.
So I have a question for Finn and Jack, because George, you just kind of shared. Who have you made the angriest?
I think personally, I'm public enemy number one for grass. When their airdrop went out, we released an article. The headline was, Solana airdrop farmers disappointed with free money again. And we received a slew of comments saying, like, you don't understand, I've been running my laptop on full power for weeks for this, and I'd be disappointed. So yeah, probably pissed off the grass the most.
Airdrop for doing literally nothing and pissed off. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I can say without getting in trouble. I'll give a hypothetical. So one time recently I wrote an article about a story, and after the article had come out, I realized that I missed kind of a crucial detail about the founder's past and some not so great stuff that he was caught up in. And I felt like if I look at journalism as a kind of historical record, it was the right thing to do to go update the story. And I also needed to go tell this founder that I was going to do that. Honestly, the founder was pretty chill, but the founder's PR was very not chill. And there was a whole blow up, many Telegram messages that I had to wade through. This was my mistake, but I also just think that as a journalist, having integrity matters, and pissing people off sometimes matters. And I think something I find encouraging is just thinking about FTX, honestly, because it's I was reporting when FTX was the really cool big thing, and nobody could ever write anything negative about FTX. They were the smart guys in the room. And if I had done so back then, it probably would have pissed people off. But the fact that those journalists at CoinDesk were willing to piss off FTX is why that fraud got exposed sooner and more people didn't get hurt. So ultimately, I think that integrity matters. It's super not fun having people mad at you. I don't like it, but if you're doing your job well, I think you have a larger duty to your readers than just to kind of serve the projects that you write about.
And I think on that as well, crypto holders are typically very unobjective, right? And in a way that journalists have to be objective, that's kind of the purpose of integrity in this business. Holders, whether they hold $5 something or $5 million or something, they lack objectivity. So you shouldn't take things kind of personally. You shouldn't see any attack as an attack on your integrity because you're just telling the truth for what it is, right?
And trying to be unbiased is good. I think people sometimes, especially when you cover Solana, people want you to be militantly pro Solana. And those people can exist. I wouldn't call them journalists so much as creators, and I think that's fine. People can consume the entertainment they want to consume, but I think both sides play their role, I would add.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one thing that I mean, it's a challenge for me. I'm sure it's a challenge for everyone in this space, is just how quickly everything moves. I think that's why FOMO is so interesting. It's like doing a print magazine is so hard because news is old after 12 hours. So finding verticals and things to cover that will still be relevant by the time it gets to print is a really monumental task. I don't know if readers, anyone who's picked up a FOMO or Solana Floor magazine at the conference, you know, those stories weren't written yesterday. So I think that's a challenge. But what I'm curious about is, have you ever felt regret over being late to covering something? Like, can you think of any recent examples where you're like, oh man, like maybe Trump happened and you were a little bit late to covering it, but you still kind of had to cover it? I guess the question is like, yeah, do you ever have that kind of regret over not being as early as you want to, but then you still have to cover it?
Obviously, yes, right? Obviously, we want to be everywhere as much as we can. We want to be the first to tell the story. That's, unless you have a newsroom that has 100 reporters in it, that's just not the reality. So you do your best, and kind of the later you are, the more context you have to add. So I think it's a trade-off, that if you are really, really early and you are right on time, you have to sacrifice wider context. And then the later you are, the more context you have time to add. So you just find the balance, find the trade-off.
Yeah, I think I get scooped by Twitter a lot, as I mentioned. So that always, I think another one I missed was Athena. When Athena came out, I was talking to a guy, and I was like, this sets off alarm bells. This is weird. Like, how are you having this delta neutral trade with like 40% yield or whatever it was when it came out? But Athena's doing great, and I like just missed the boat on that one and was too late. So it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for FOMO, we do try and catch the latest news as soon as we can, and we normally do that on our Twitter. But in terms of the magazine, we're quite lucky because it runs monthly. If we do normally leave it quite late to print the magazine, it's normally a week before. So we've got those 3 weeks to capture all of that news. If we don't capture it in that period that we're printing, it will just go into the next edition. So we're quite lucky on that front. But yeah, there's obviously been a few projects in the past on our Twitter. We've tried to get there first because you know you're more likely to get engagement. Maybe you want that first Twitter space, etc. Yeah, I think Trump was probably, you mentioned it, probably the main one for me. Personally as well, like I would have liked to have jumped in on that, but I was very, very late to the point where I just thought there's no point in even covering it now. Everyone had already done it, so.
Yeah.
Oh, I also, the week before the Millet meme coin came out, I started hearing rumors that a new country coin was dropping. And I was like, it probably won't be that interesting. And I was like, shoot, man, that would have been, I could have, yeah, hopefully, like, you know.
Oh, actually, yeah, on that, so from the Trump coin, I then started to realize that more presidents were potentially going to do that. So I started following other accounts, presidents' accounts, turning their notifications on, thinking, now I'll be the first one to get there. Sadly, that didn't really work because a few of the other coins that launched
I don't know if it's
were
sad
rogues.
that there weren't more.
Well, no, yeah, maybe that's true.
Yeah.
But
that's a good strategy, though. That's
sad in terms of breaking the news first, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, that didn't really work in the end because that died out quickly.
It's a strange timeline that we're on right now where you're following presidents on Twitter with notifications on in case they launch a meme coin.
Yeah,
like even
definitely.
2 years ago, like, yeah, it would have been a weird thing to know about. All right, we just have a couple minutes left now, so I want to ask you one of my favorite questions that I always ask journalists, which is, what is your relationship to crypto? How often are you using Solana? Are you angel investing in projects? How do you balance working in the space, maintaining integrity, unbiased, as well as actually going deep enough and using the tech so that you're able to cover it?
I think you kind of have to be using the tech every day because that's the only way that you're going to stay really, really up to date with what's going on. I think me and Jack spoke about this yesterday. Following the SIMD228 story was absolutely fantastic. I think it's one of the most interesting things that's happened in our ecosystem for a long time. And if you're not engaging with Solana every single day, you wouldn't really understand the intricacies of that. So I think to accurately do the job, you need to be involved pretty much every day. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Journalists should play around on chain. I do. But the Blockworks editorial disclosures are all live on the internet. You can check them out. And basically, none of us own like a significant amount of crypto. I own some, but not enough to meet the disclosure threshold. And we've caught some flack for this, and I would just advocate for the fact that it is important for journalists to be unbiased. I don't angel invest. I'll disclose that right now. I have no angel investments. There's no hidden bags or anything like this. And I think that stuff is great until it's not, if that makes sense. It's like, again, with the FTX example. If I had equity in FTX and I didn't disclose it and I was writing all these great things about it, and then FTX collapses, that really doesn't serve readers well. So I absolutely agree. Journalists should play around on chain and use small amounts of money to just see how these protocols work. But I also personally don't invest a ton of my net worth in crypto, and that's a choice a lot of journalists make, and I think it's probably the right one.
Yeah, for me, it's actually different. I didn't really have a journalist background, so I was actually using Solana a lot. I came from buying NFTs, trading, trying out all the protocols very early, and then I kind of became a journalist, I suppose, and a content creator. So my journey has been different there, and I feel as though I think it's very important to kind of give back to the community and use Solana. So when I joined Super Team UK, I started going to a lot of their meetups around the UK and meeting students, etc., and trying to get those stories also, but maybe help them as well. And I've angel invested once so far in a team called Bulk, which I'm looking forward to their launch in a couple of months. So yeah, I do both. I play around with Solana, but I also do the journalism side as well.
Yeah, even as a PR comms person, for me, I play around on chain as much as I can. I think it's so integral. I've said this joke in our team Discord before, but to me, a journalist that isn't on chain is kind of like a personal trainer that's never worked out. It's like, why would you take, having to take advice from someone that really has never lifted weights before? It's a challenge. A lot of mainstream publications also have a lot of rules around holding crypto. That's why I think this shift into niche media, having people that are active in the space, that are the ones writing about it, that's why there's so much content online, because there's so much good content.
One other piece I'd add is just that something I think about a lot is that curiosity is my mode. Curiosity is the only mode as a journalist, and for a creator of any kind, if your only interest is your own bags, you're not going to be a very interesting creator at the end of the day. You really need to lean into your curiosity and what actually interests you about Solana, about the tech, about the kind of crypto economy. Curiosity is the mode. It's key.
Curiosity is the moat. I think that's the perfect endpoint. Thank you all so much for being here. Great conversation, and looking forward to reading all of your future stories.
Thanks, Mia.
Thanks, Mia.
Yeah, thanks
Thank you.
everyone.
All right, we're going to keep this party going. This next speaker is completely overqualified to give this talk. Not only was he a physicist in a past life, he was a literal quantum computing engineer. He also wrote this paper called Optical Production of Stable Ultra-Cold Molecules. I have no idea what that means. Now what he's doing is he is the founder and CEO of Dialect. Dialect is actually alumni of Y Combinator, so obviously there's something there. And what exactly does Dialect do? Well, I'm going to let him give you all the details, but broad strokes, what Dialect does is allows us to interact with on-chain activity in a completely different way and direct. No funnel, right? So without further ado, please give the warmest round of applause to the founder and CEO of Dialect, Chris Osborne!
That was a very flattering intro. Did not expect that. This is my first time at Crossroads. This is amazing. I've been to like 4 breakpoints. This is fantastic. It's great to be here. All right. I'm Chris Osborne. I'm the founder and CEO at Dialect. Let's get started. Blockchains promise to transform how we interact with the internet, breaking down the barriers between products and letting us take action from anywhere. The problem, however, is that crypto UX is still broken. I think we all know this, and we've experienced things like this before. For such an insanely fast-paced industry, the basic pieces of crypto consumer are missing, whether that's timely, relevant notifications, or even the ability to take streamlined actions quickly. For notifications, like, we literally have no excuse. I don't know how many of you, like, have been liquidated before. This is an obvious technology that the industry needs, and we actually have an amazing product for it, which I'll tell you about in a little bit. But it's actually the streamlined actions that are the harder problem. And part of this is because crypto UX is very complex. There are aspects of how we interact with the blockchain that pose challenges. I know you all know this. Some of the things I'm talking about are that web apps in crypto don't work on mobile phones. You can't connect your wallet from the Safari browser. And as a result, mobile wallets have built embedded browsers, but browsers are complicated products to get right, and so they're not easy to use. And then even if you are a web app, connecting a wallet is not the right interface. Chrome extensions are not how we should be managing, connecting, and switching between wallets. The good news, however, is that the things that make crypto UX terrible today can actually bring incredible new experiences if we throw out our assumptions of how we're supposed to interact with the internet and build something new from the ground up. So today, I'm going to tell you about the Dialect UX stack. This is 2 products. It's blinks and alerts. The alerts let you take action and execute from, at the right time, which is super critical and missing in crypto. And blockchain links let you take action at the right place. And I'm going to challenge your assumption on what that means. So let's start with blockchain links, or blinks. We launched these last year in collaboration with Solana Foundation. At launch, blinks brought crypto into crypto Twitter and let you do all kinds of crazy things with your favorite apps right from tweets on the timeline, whether that's buying meme coins, betting on prediction markets, minting NFTs. It went crazy viral. Pretty magical. It was a pretty remarkable experience. I can kind of see the audience, like show of hands, how many people know what blockchain links are? All right, decent. I think it's like 10% participation rate with audience hands. But anyway, great, cool stuff. Forget everything that you know about blockchain links. Twitter was an amazing launch tactic. It is not the vision that we have at Dialect for building new internet UX. So blinks are capable of so much more than this, and I'm here today to tell you about those experiences. Blockchain links are the fastest way to integrate experiences and actions from across the blockchain into your product. They're so fast that they're like copy-paste for the blockchain. You literally, it's blockchain link. It is a URL, and you can take that URL for one of these actions, and you can drop it right into your product. So imagine maybe depositing on a lending protocol. Stablecoins are a big thing today, and lots of people are looking for ways to earn yield off of their stablecoins. You can take a blockchain link for a project like Lulo, a lending protocol on Solana, and you can drop that into mobile wallets. You can drop it into centralized exchanges. You can put it even in crypto institutional custodian platforms, and even some sort of Web 2, Web 3 curious projects or platforms like Telegram. And that link will automatically unfurl interfaces that you have a ton of control over and give your users the ability to take the action right in that context. So let me explain a little more about what I mean by this. Huge backpack fan, lads on top. Mobile wallets today, they basically let you do maybe swap and stake at most. But there's this influx of users coming from the exchanges who are trying to do and want to do more with their crypto. Backpack brought dozens of experiences natively into their mobile wallet using Blinks across DeFi, lending, staking, borrowing, all kinds of things like on-chain identity and SocialFi, prediction markets and betting, all kinds of experiences right into their product. Using blockchain links, those experiences live literally and natively inside of Backpack. So users can browse, discover, and then take a single action on the spot and just never have to leave the app. There's no redirects, no app hops. Last month, Monad launched their testnet, and we collaborated with them. On day one for the testnet launch, on their testnet site, you could mint your first testnet Mon, scroll like half a page down, and right there, without leaving the site, in a single click, you could buy your first meme coins. This was in collaboration with Uniswap, and it was a huge success. I think we were like north of 5% of all testnet transactions on day one. Last one, just because like people love to talk about this stuff, AI agents are grinding to bring experiences and integrate SDKs into their agent kits, because AI agents are only as good as the experiences that you can bring in and that your users can take advantage of. Instead of integrating protocols one at a time, some of the teams, like the Send AI team and the Crossmint Goat team, are using Blinks to bring those experiences in and let their users be able to do things and take action on a variety of protocols infinitely faster. In the last 6 months, we launched Blinks about 10 months ago, but in the last 6 months, when we started measuring, we've seen some incredible results. Over 160 million Blinks have been viewed, over 22 million of them have been interacted with, and over 7 million transactions have been created through the interaction with Blinks. That's pretty cool, but honestly, like, it's just not rocket science to me. This is like a basic consumer premise. The more actions you let your users take and the faster and easier you let them take it, the more they're going to take it. So I think this is just like a really obvious premise of Blinks. These are a variety of different experiences. What's the foundation under the hood? The foundation is that Blinks are just APIs that return transactions. So on the left-hand side here, you have a traditional protocol integration. Not all of them are this bad, but it's still code that you need to figure out and write. That was on the left-hand side, I think I said that. On the right-hand side is the good one. If you put that code inside of a Blink and you put it up at this URL, developers who want to integrate your transaction and your experiences, all they need to do is fetch the transaction from that URL, and you get a transaction ready to sign right out of the box. This is super simple. It's kind of like AWS for transactions, and I think this is going to transform composability and how teams develop and integrate against the blockchain. There's another point, too, which is not all SDKs are terrible. There's actually some great ones out there. We've been building with a ton of them since launch. But what blockchain links do is they create a standard interface. So even for the shorter integrations that need to be done, with blockchain links, you're dealing with a repeatable and predictable way to interact with the blockchain. It's a single, huge database in the sky, and it makes sense that we would have one interface for it. All right, so that's blockchain links. If you're building with them, I hope this is not news to you, and you've already heard this. We've been hammering on this drum for like 6 months. But now I'm going to talk about our other product, which is how you reach your users at the right time, and that's the alert stack. Crypto or otherwise, alerts are among the most precious tools that you have in your consumer toolbox. If you do them right, they can be in your critical path to finding product market fit, and they can support and sustain long-term retention and growth. But you have to do them right. If you don't do them right, it is noise, and it's one of the rare aspects of UX that can actually actively hurt your product. And I think you all know this, but users can literally turn off notifications for you at the operating system level, and then you've lost the line of communication to your users forever. It's an incredibly delicate thing. We've built our alert stack for crypto projects from the ground up, and with it, we can save you a huge amount of time for building and integrating and getting alerts done. We have a single component you can drop into your web app that gets you an out-of-the-box, in-app notification feed of any alerts that you want to send Full self-service user configuration, like what do your users want to hear about so they can choose and customize their topics, as well as seamless automagical delivery to email, Telegram, text message, and some other platforms. What the alert stack lets you do is get started quickly so you can spend more of your time on building great alerts. You can send programmatic notifications like liquidation warnings, trending tokens, portfolio value changes, stuff like that. But you can also use our dashboard, which comes with this alert stack, to craft product and company announcements. This is one of the highest fidelity channels of communication you have with your users, and it's the one that's going to build engagement and long-term trust. Our alert stack is used by 150 apps across the Solana blockchain, and since we launched it 3 years ago, this is actually our oldest product, predates Blinks, 1.6 million wallets have been subscribed, and we've sent nearly 100 million notifications. And this is like a pretty deep underestimate of these numbers here. So it's been amazing to see. I know I said we're early. We are actually early, but these numbers are pretty cool. That all said, I have a gripe, and this is that I think email is not enough. It's a noisy channel, and it's boring, and we want to see teams do better. So I've got 2 big announcements today. First one that I'd love to share, and this is coming for the first time, you're the first audience to hear it here at Crossroads, is the mobile alert stack. Thank you. It shouldn't actually be like big news, but I don't think there's just a lot of great mobile apps in crypto, and that's like changing right now, and that's what we're so excited about. So in the last few months, we've been redesigning our alert stack from the ground up to support all the same features that you saw before, but now as a set of APIs that can be used cross-platform across React, Swift, Kotlin, to deliver the same experience right inside of your mobile app. And with that is also the delivery bundled right alongside with that of native mobile push notifications. Same interfaces, same stack, and you can use this thing to get running, basically up and running in minutes with a mobile native experience. We've been grinding for the last few months with a really big team that's integrating this. This is coming out in the next couple of weeks, but we have the green light to share this here at Crossroads. This is the alpha that you all are hearing first. I'm thrilled to introduce alerts in Jupyter Mobile. How many of you have heard of Jupyter Mobile? Any downloads? Yeah, huge, amazing new mobile product. I think Cash is over there actually is speaking after me. This is one of the most ambitious new apps in crypto. I use it, and it is insanely fast and snappy, and this team is going nuts. And they know more than so many other projects we've ever worked with that alerts are a huge part of that. So you're going to be getting push notifications directly to your lock screen from Jupyter Mobile, and you're going to have that same amazing in-app feed of alerts. We're starting with the simple basics. We're talking about push notifications for any transactions you want to hear about, swaps, sends, receives, even some other alpha that I don't want Cash to kill me, so I'm not going to talk about it, but like cooler and cooler actual transactions and experiences you can use inside of Jupyter, as well as, and like I said, community, product, and company announcements. The Jupyter team has the most vibrant community in all of Web3, and they're going to be using this as an insanely high-fidelity channel to get in touch with their users. I see I have about a minute left, and this is also not a dev stage. I'm a dev, so I wanted to talk through all this. I'm just going to skim it real quick. No joke, in our documentation, there is a quick start guide. You can get from nothing to your first alert integrated into your app in like 15 minutes. This is a massive speed up on development time. We handle all the routing under the hood, including push notifications, email, Telegram, what users have subscribed for and what they haven't. And this is critical to make sure you have the basics and can spend all your time building an amazing experience. And the same thing goes for Blinks. Blinks are just URLs that return transactions, but they also have these UI superpowers where you can automatically build up from the transaction with buttons, input fields, entire forms, and even P2P style social media sharing cards. It's a flexible component kit. That's time. Point is 95% less engineering time And that means instead of just grinding to build products, you can spend all your time building amazing products. So that's the Dialect UX stack, right time, right place, let your users engage with alerts and blinks. And if you're building something cool, get in touch with us. Thank you.
Wow, that was absolutely amazing. Chris, you should really come out to these events more, man. I learned a lot about Dialect on that presentation. And next is we have a man who needs no introduction at all. He is the former Sherpa of Super Team. Anyone here fans of Super Team? Exactly. Let's make some noise for Super Team. Right, okay. Well, you know, he said something recently that really stuck with me, and it was that if you have this community, right, and you leave this community, and then it falls apart, you didn't have a community, you had an audience, right? And he believes in creating many leaders, right? You can't have proper decentralization without many leaders. So he's taken a lot of those core principles from Super Team, and obviously Super Team is live and well, expanding, doing very well. But not only is Super Team doing well, but now he's taking all those skills, all that talent to Jupiter. You know him, you love him. He is the cat herder extraordinaire. Cash Donda, everybody!
Aggregator. And what I want to do now for the next 14 minutes and 45 seconds is tell you about what the future of Jupiter is going to be, right? Because the future of Jupiter is not going to look like the past. Really, what our aim is going to be going forward is building the DeFi super app. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Crypto is growing up, right? This is, I get roasted when I say this, but like we are no longer early, right? There's like 650 million crypto holders around the world. Equities have like 800 million, right? So we're pretty close over there. It's a multi-trillion-dollar asset class, which means the type of businesses and projects that are successful are also going to change. And thankfully, we have a roadmap for this from other industries already. In every major industry, what market leaders tend to do is horizontal expansion, right? This is just a pattern that you see in healthcare. People start as kind of small hospitals and they integrate large hospitals, primary care, pharmaceuticals, et cetera, insurance and so on. You saw this in tech, right? Google started with search, but they also now do email and video and so many other things. And you see this in finance traditionally as well, right? You start with kind of basic customer accounts and all of a sudden then you're doing lending and derivatives and all that other kind of good stuff. This is a classic pattern that you see happen time and time again in more mature industries. And the reason is this kind of expansion creates more value for all of you, for the users, right? For one thing, it's just way easier. It is a massive pain to try to find new apps and things like that across crypto right now, right? So this discovery problem already exists and can be solved if one company that you already know and trust is doing multiple things. It adds more simplicity. So it's a one-stop shop for all your crypto needs rather than having to go all around the world. And of course, it builds up more trust over time. So Jupiter is building the DeFi super app. We want you to be able to do anything that you'd want to do in DeFi in one place on Jupiter, as you know and love. And we're doing this for kind of three core audiences. The first one is for new users. I'm about to show a slide that has a bunch of things that we do for new users. I'm not sure how obvious this is to folks. This maybe is alpha for you, if you don't already know. Jupiter is the best entry point to Solana. Full stop, period. Anything that you would want to do to come on-chain to Solana, you can do with Jupiter. So we have an inbuilt on-ramp powered by some of our partners here. We can go directly from Turkish lira to Sol or ideally Jupe or whatever else you might want, right? If you are on another ecosystem, you can come over using our bridging tech, which is, again, powered by dBridge and some other partners. If you don't really know what a wallet is, and you're like, oh, this private key stuff is kind of nonsensical to me, don't worry. You can create an account with just an email or with your Twitter or with your Discord and start trading within Jupiter. And then, of course, we have the best invite flow anywhere where you can send funds and bring people on chain, right? These are all the things that we do to make it easier to access Solana. And you can do this, again, all through Jupiter. Has anyone here used quick accounts yet, by the way?
Keep the cameras on me. Every single person raised their hand. Wow, that's very exciting, good to know. For anyone who hasn't tried it yet, quick accounts are fantastic. They turn Jupiter into this kind of really natural and easy to use experience, particularly if you're new to crypto. So definitely encourage people to check that out. Those are all the things we're doing on the new user side, right? After that, we of course have our core users, which is a lot of people in this audience who have been in crypto for a little while, understand some of the value, and like to trade. Here we do some things that are, I think, pretty well understood. Liquidity aggregation, all liquidity, not just on-chain, not just in all the, 50 AMMs that we have integrated, but also off-chain, right? Because we aggregate more than 18, I believe it is, market makers right now, and get that off-chain liquidity as well so that you can get the best price and the best execution. On top of that, we have, of course, spot trading, which is, I think, what everyone here uses, whether that's regular spot trading or limit orders, recurring orders, et cetera, all in one place. And then Jupiter Mobile. How many of you actually have Jupiter Mobile? Can I see? All right, good. That's nice. It's a little bit more than half. I'd like to see that. Jupiter Mobile is awesome. It is the only wallet where you can see not just your token holdings, but also all of your other DeFi portfolio in one place. And mobile, quite honestly, is the future. Where we're trying to get to for actual core crypto users is this idea of you just using Jupiter. You want to do something, just use Jupiter. It's going to be the easiest and best way to do it. And then finally, we have this whole service of offerings for power users, right, that I think is, again, underappreciated sometimes. We just launched Jupiter Pro, which is absolutely killer. All due respect to my friends who have Telegram trading bots and whatever else, but Jupiter Pro is all you need, and it's 10x cheaper, which is pretty great. Leverage trading with Jupiter Perps, and then portfolio monitoring. I think Jupiter Portfolio is great. I know I'm here. The Step logo is right there. Step is also great. Jupiter Portfolio, also great. The basic idea with all of this, though, is we want to be able to support you as you grow within Solana. So you get onboarded, you on-ramp, you get invited, whatever else it might is, you start to trade a few tokens, then you want to get deeper into the trenches, then you might want to trade with leverage, then you might want to explore DeFi. All of that can happen within one single interface. And one of the beautiful things about this as a business model is it allows us to be so much cheaper because we have multiple areas where we can kind of add value and capture some of that value as well. So pro trading, for example, we take 10 bips, that's 0.1%. Everyone else takes 1%. So we are 10 times cheaper because we don't only need to rely on this single vertical to power the whole business. So you get better rates and a better experience, and we get to serve you across many different dimensions. In a nutshell, what we're trying to do with this kind of super app thesis is identify as many daily habits as we can. There's a guy named, what's his name, Larry Page, who's the co-founder of Google, who has this idea called the toothbrush test. And he says all the best businesses in the world pass the toothbrush test. How many people here brush their teeth every day? Not enough hands went up on that one, let me just say. That's a little bit surprising, but most people tend to brush their teeth every day, right? You want to have good businesses and good projects are in that same category, where you want to use them every day 1 or 2 times, maybe even 3 times, ideally, right? Obviously, token swaps is one key part of that. Many people who are in crypto swap every day. I know I do. But maybe you don't. You don't trade as often. But you probably check your DeFi portfolio every day. You probably check in on like DCA if you want to make that a daily habit. You probably want to look on your phone and see what kind of notifications you have with smart alerts powered by Dialect, right? So the more daily habits that we can build into the super app, the more likely you are to use it. And the more likely you are to use it, the more value it creates, the more users we have, which then generates more revenue, and then that allows us to make more investments in making the user experience better. This is how we've been able to acquire teams like Ultimate Wallet and Drip and Moonshot and Sonar Watch and many, many others, right? All in all, when you have more investments, you get more services, which gives us more chances to become part of your daily routine. Jupiter is really the only app in crypto that allows you to do this, right? There are not many other apps where you can realistically say, every day I have a reason to use XYZ. But Jupiter does, because we're building the super app, right? This is like the kind of super app in a nutshell, and this is what's going to power Jupiter to the next level. I will say this, I think, is broadly misunderstood and deeply underappreciated by the market, but I think over time these kind of things become clearer to people. That, oh, yeah, I'm checking Jupiter every single day, and so are all my friends. That probably means that this is a good business to get involved in. It is anchored by 3 critical things, though, right? Because building super apps, it's nice to say, but not everybody can do it. The only reason that Jupiter can actually do it is we have a few competitive advantages, let's say. The first one is we do have the best products. I am obviously biased. I work at Jupiter, but you don't have to take it from me. You can take it from the market as well. You can see some of our metrics here. They're just ridiculous, let's be honest, right? More than $2 trillion in total volume through Jupiter products, right? $2.3 billion locked in Jupiter. We don't even have a borrow lend market, and that's how much we have locked, right? Through JLP and JupSol. And then we have more than $500 million have been earned by our partners using our APIs and integrations, right? For the record, we have made far less than $500 million. So we are a true platform in that sense, where the partners building on top of us are actually earning even more than we are. And that is good and right. That is what we talk about when we talk about growing the pie. Why do so many people integrate Jupyter? Why do they earn so much money when they integrate Jupyter? Because Jupyter makes the best products, right? The market has kind of seen this time and time again. If you don't have great products, it doesn't matter how many new services and features you have. You have to have that quality bar where you're adding value first. But that's not enough, right? The best products is an important piece of it. It is not the only piece. The second piece is the community. Do we have any Jupe stakers in this room right now? Yes. What a smart crowd. All right, this is good. I also noticed it's mostly the front half of this crowd that is on my side. Back half, I don't know if you can see me or maybe I can't see you. In either case, the best community, no doubt. We have people like Muse and Alberto and Will and so many others, Ezgi's here and so on. We have not only is it a giant community, we have 450,000 staking wallets to the Jupyter DAO, but it is also an incredibly energetic community. We did this thing called Istanbul a few months ago. I think some people were here. Yeah, I see some thumbs up. People enjoyed that. Burned a giant cat. It was 25 feet tall. It was like something out of Willy Wonka's nightmares. It was a lot of fun. 1,600 people showed up in person from as far as like literally from Chile to China, Canada to Australia. All four kind of corners of the globe converged here in Istanbul because that's what a real community looks like. This is not just like, we have a lot of followers on Twitter or we have a lot of bots or whatever else that a lot of people have. There's not many teams that could bring 1,600 people a day to an IRL conference, right? Shout out to the Solana Floor and the Step team. We're obviously doing something very similar. There's a small class of people who have this kind of ability to have this community so strong. And we have a bunch of regional communities as well. We have more than a dozen of them all around the world, in India and in the US and in places all over, in Poland and in Turkey as well. So the community is what gives us the energy to kind of push this forward, right? If you're making great things and no one knows about it, one option is to do paid marketing. We don't do any of that. The other option is instead to actually have people who really care about your products and believe in the vision of where you're going and are able to evangelize it on your behalf. And that Jupyter has in spades, and we're very grateful and lucky to have that. So, best products, best community, and then the last one is the most biased of all, but I do think we have the best team, right? What is underappreciated about the Jupyter team, 80% of the team, actually it's like 85% if I'm being honest, are engineers, right? So it's a very heavy engineering culture. There are no marketing people at Jupyter. I'm the closest thing to a marketing person, and I don't know if I can swear from here. I know very little about marketing, but it's all about building the best products, right? It goes back to that. There are more than 15 former founders and CEOs at Jupyter, right? This is big founder energy that drives the company. The company only has like 85 to 90 people in it. So you have a pretty substantial percentage of them are founders. Like that's the engineering kind of percentage at a lot of companies. That's our founder percentage at Jupyter. And the hustle is infinite, right? We are shipping every single day, every single week. The number one complaint I get, funny enough, from some of our larger holders of Jupe, is that we make too many announcements, and they can't keep up with it all, and it's like hard for them to digest. And I will tell you, that is a very good problem to have, because it is the opposite problem that 99% of teams have. So the hustle is unmatched. We keep pushing forward at all times. And together, this kind of trifecta of the best products with the best community and the best team is how you actually build a super app that can onboard the next billion people. That is, I think, a cliche that a lot of people have been saying for a while, like, oh, we can't wait to get the next billion people on chain. We genuinely believe it, and we genuinely believe that we can be a critical part of that infrastructure to make that happen, if we're able to drive so much value through simplicity and through trust using the Jupyter super app. That is where we are going. So DEX aggregator, yes, always important, but the super app is the present and future of the company, and quite honestly, the present and future of crypto as a whole. You're going to see more people trying to embark on this strategy. It's harder for them if they don't have the best products, the best community, and the best team, is what I would say. So I would also say this is only the beginning. A lot of our products right now are around token trading. The alpha is we're going to have a lot of other new products coming in. I can't say too much or Meow will literally strangle me. But we have some things that are going to blow your mind. We'll be announcing some things that accelerate and beyond. The one thing that I can tell you right now that I think is public, even if it's not, I'll tell you anyway. We are going to be integrating NFTs into everything that we do as well, from Jupyter Routing, Jupyter Mobile, and other places, not just for art and for culture's sake, but also from an RWA perspective, right? I think Baxis is here somewhere, right? Wine, whiskey, watches, shoes, real estate, all of these are coming on chain in the form of NFTs, and all of those are also going to be integrated into Jupyter, furthering that super app vision. The last thing I have to say to you all, and I have to do this, otherwise Vibhu and Aaron would kill me, is that you really should just use Jupyter. particularly on mobile. I really cannot stress how good Jupyter Mobile is. If you see Jupyter Mobile here, you can see all of your token values and your position values versus some other wallets where you cannot. So if you haven't already, please download Jupyter Mobile, iOS and Android supported right now. It is fully free, 10x cheaper than everything else, and it is just the best. You'll get smart alerts over from Dialect coming in very soon as well. I'll let people scan this, and then I will say, thank you very much for having me, Crossroads. I'll see you all very soon. Cheers. Oh my God.
All right. Give it up one more time for Jupyter, everybody. Cadets in the house. Oh, man. I was here, this is only my second time in Istanbul. The first time I was at Istanbul, I was emceeing Catstanbul. Anybody here went to Catstanbul? Oh, yeah. Okay, so you guys are used to me yelling into the microphone. Sorry about that, guys. This next fireside is an absolute treat. We have a person who has been building and also contributing to the ecosystem for many, many years, right? And currently, he is the lead executive over at MonkeyDAO. Is anyone here Monkey? Woo! Reject humanity. Return to monkey. All right, so reject humanity, return to monkey. I myself am also a monkey holder. I got my first monkey over at Vietnam Hacker House in 2023. I was bullied into getting it, so thank you very much for that, Jemmy. So please, without any further ado, welcome my friend to the stage, Jemmy, everybody. Woo!
All right, finally, it's NFT time at a Solana conference. Can't believe it took us so long, but here we are. I'm absolutely delighted to be sharing the stage with Jimmy today. Jimmy is one of the cultural four founders of Solana culture, so absolutely stoked that you're able to come out. Jimmy, just to get things kicked off, can I just ask you to introduce yourself and give us a bit of a MonkeyDAO origin story?
Yeah, I think, just to highlight one point, I was looking through the agenda actually, for the Crossroads, and this is arguably the only agenda around NFTs, and, good and bad, but we're still very excited to be part of this. So shout out to the entire Step team. My name is Jeremy. I'm one of the co-founder of MonkeyDAO. Right now, the lead executive of MonkeyDAO as well. And MonkeyDAO is the premier Web3 country club. We run many different communities in a localized manner through this initiative called the local chapters, and we have over 25 different local chapters today all around the world. We love to say that no matter where you are based, we will always have a local chapter around you waiting for you to be a part of it.
Fantastic, thank you, Jimmy. So before we dive into how we make NFTs cool again, I think it's important first to specify what NFTs being cool again looks like. Because if we go back to 2021 and we see Paris Hilton shilling Bored Apes, we see Justin Bieber and Steph Curry ripping Bored Apes, and pure mainstream mania, prices going to six figures on random JPEGs, is that really what we think NFTs being cool would look like? Is that what we should be aiming for, first of all, or what's your take here?
Yeah, I think NFTs definitely had a very great, journey altogether. We saw like the transition of how NFTs have been defined, throughout the last 3 to 4 years. I think one thing that we have always looked at it very differently is the origin, largely comes from the origin story of MonkeyDAO. MonkeyDAO was started not because we wanted it to be a DAO, neither did we want to start a business, neither did we want to run like a company. Literally, MonkeyDAO started in 2021 just because we wanted to create a community for people to belong. And that's what MonkeyDAO is all about. So for us, although we've been part of the NFTs craze here and there, of course, like numbers go out, numbers go down, it's all part of the fun of it. But I think for us, one thing that we sort of try to do a little bit differently, and we sort of define NFTs in our own sort of lane, is that we believe community is the core product for us at MonkeyDAO. And I think that's kind of like the key thing. And to kind of the topic around like being cool and whatnot. I think the 2021 wave was really where we saw NFTs being the key instrument in onboarding the huge mass of potentially like what we call them as retail users. And that's great, right? People just want to have fun, and it's all good when numbers are going up. But you started to see, the sort of implications when numbers also go down. All right. But I think, over the last couple of years, what is also interesting, you see how a lot of teams who have came on with the intention of sort of designing NFTs as a speculative instrument started to fade away just because people are waking up to the idea or to the harsh reality that, purely relying on speculation alone is not enough and it is not sustainable.
So you're touching on that about speculation is not enough and it's not sustainable in itself. Do you think that in the past we saw a lot of things about infra-based NFTs, we talked about gaming NFTs a lot, there was a lot of ideas that NFTs would become this titanic technology that would reinvigorize absolutely everything about business that we know. Do you think there's still room for that? Like, we saw Meta was going to do something with Starbucks, that kind of fell through. Do you think that comes back in any way?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things to really consider is how we can, do our part by looking at blockchain, NFTs, etc., more so from a technology enabler as opposed to like a speculative instrument, right? And that's the same case for us at MonkeyDAO. What we have started to realize, very, differently over the last couple of years is that, of course, coming from the Web3 space from a native fashion is great, right? It gives us that unique angle to what we are as a community about. But I think, for example, you need to really be relevant to the masses, right? And if we truly believe that we are going to onboard the next billion users, and all we are talking about is just like technical jargons that 5,000 people know about, how do you expect people to buy into your story and to understand what you're actually talking about? So just, using MonkeyDAO as a core example, we had the main definition of what we would call as the tagline, as MonkeyDAO is basically the first community-owned and operated NFT DAO. That is still 100% true. That is still the case. But I think last year or so, we decided to redo everything and say that, hey, let's revamp to make sure that we can future-proof ourselves and make sure that we can be relevant and something that can be understood for the real world. And eventually, we settled on this tagline that says, MonkeyDAO is the premier Web3 country club. And that's what we believe, because it's really about, you're not exactly reinventing the wheel. Our core belief at MonkeyDAO, has always been the fact that blockchain is a key technology enabler for us to organize communities at scale. The origin of MonkeyDAO is also such that, we just wanted to create a place for people to belong in 2021. And there wasn't exactly, that many communities to begin with. There wasn't a place for people to belong. So we wanted to be that place. And eventually, the way it grew very organically clearly shows that there is a need. And, it's just natural human behavior, natural human desire to belong to something, right? And that's what, in our perspective, it should all be about. And I think the topic around like infra NFTs is a slightly different category because it's about owning something. It's almost like using it as a token gating mechanism, which I think is still relevant. And the way that we're doing it is not exactly too different. Think about it, we are a country club. Most of the country clubs, you get either like a physical certificate of ownership and whatnot, but instead of that, you get an NFT for MonkeyDAO, right? And that's either your Gen 2 or your Gen 3 monkey.
So you talk a lot about the MonkeyDAO Country Club and what that represents. Earlier this month, MonkeyDAO kind of celebrated its independence, so congratulations for Monkey Independence Day. How does securing those IP rights play into the growth of the Country Club, and how does it push that further?
Yeah, so I think that the Monkey Independence Day is something that most members, really take it very, very well. I think it's something that people treat it with a huge respect and a huge deal, largely because, of the origin story of how MonkeyDAO came about. Because like we shared earlier, the the whole thesis around Monkey DAO is not so much of like creating a business, creating a company, creating a DAO. It's just a community that organically came through, right? Monkey DAO did not own the SMB IP when we first started. We were just a bunch of community members who truly believe in creating, a community for people to belong. There were like maybe 5 to 10 of us, and then eventually grew to like 40. And it didn't take us too long to realize that, hey, it was the monkey that brought us together, right? And so eventually, what exactly happened was that, we noticed that bringing people together through the NFTs concept is what Monkey DAO is all about, right? And that's kind of like the primary thesis of us. To that question specifically, I think we are definitely trying to push a lot of boundaries around, making sure that NFTs continue to be redefined and trying to push towards like RL applications, trying to be more relevant for people, most importantly.
Okay, so what does that look like specifically? How is Monkey DAO kind of trailblazing that? How are you being pioneers of perpetuating NFT culture?
Yeah, and apologies, I kind of dropped that on Monkey Independence Day. Yeah, I think, the fact that we kind of acquired the IP sort of gives like the community full right, because we always knew that Monkey DAO was first community owned and operated, but, the fact that the IP was owned by somebody else was always a little bit of like an awkward structure. And so now that, the IP is like fully owned, we can sort of do a lot of things around like, licensing. And that's why some of the initiatives that we have experimented over the last year is like, okay, we have this great IP, how do we make it like even more accessible and relevant to people? So some of the merch example that we've been experimenting now, we think that crypto merch, they are simply just overrated, right? And especially, when you are wearing a merch that screams crypto, blockchain, NFT, how do you expect people to think that you're not a weirdo? Especially when you're trying to market it to the masses, right? Who just, they may have little to no knowledge about NFT. And here you are wearing like, oh, this is like NFT thing, this is like blockchain thingy. And naturally, even as a crypto native yourself, you get hold of this merch, you go to every conferences. I'm sure many of you in this room, over 50% of you probably have more than 5 pieces of crypto merch that is just sitting in the wardrobe and it's not doing anything. It's just collecting dust, right? And so that's the one thing we realized. How do we make it more relevant, right? Instead of trying to just create merch for the sake of creating merch, let's try to build a brand. Let's work towards building a brand that is relevant for the masses, which is why nowadays, for all the merch, the directive for us as a team is that we do not want anything that spells crypto, anything that spells blockchain, anything that spells DAO on the merch. We want to create a brand, a lifestyle brand, and this is an example of the merch that we've started to experiment. Like this is a decent shirt. Well, most of us have different tastes and preferences, but this is a shirt you can wear out with your friends and family. You won't feel like you are awkward. People won't think that you are a weirdo. It's just a nice little shirt there that has like monkey, right? And sometimes we are trying to develop this brand into like a swoosh logo. So owning the IP gives us the ability to do things like that with the SMB collection exactly.
Yeah, I think that's very true that Monkey DAO has consistently got some of the best merch that we see, very, very consistently. And it's true, like, personally, I don't want to be walking down the streets of the city I live in with, blockchain, Bitcoin logos everywhere, but something that's clean, something that's very abstract, like the Monkey DAO logo, I think is a lot more accessible to a wider audience. So really, really cool there. But the IP is not the only perk of being part of Monkey DAO. Monkey Ventures has performed pretty well. Do you want to kind of give me a bit of a background about how that ties into the overall Monkey thing? Because arguably, if you can get seed access to some emerging Solana projects or other blockchains that perform really well, that's a pretty cool perk to have. And if we're trying to make NFTs cool again, Monkey DAO is doing cool stuff there.
100%, yeah. Thanks for pointing out. So I think what we were really trying to do with Monkey DAO is that we want to transform Monkey DAO into a self-sustaining ecosystem within, right? And we want your monkey to be the passport to this self-sustaining ecosystem. And we sort of jokingly made the comment of like a sovereign nation that redistributes opportunities to its members. And basically, this is your passport through your monkey, right? And so what we're doing with this is through a couple of steps. I think Build with MonkeyDAO is one of the grant initiatives that we have teamed up with Solana Foundation to roll out the first version, and recently we announced the second version of it as well. So Build with MonkeyDAO is essentially a grant program from MonkeyDAO's perspective where we want to continue to do our part to help push out more relevant support for people who are building across the Web3 ecosystem. We also announced recently that we acquired a bunch of Gen3s, which we will use to issue to builders as well, from a lockup program. If they are a successful grantee, they get access to a lock monkey. And the whole idea is this, right? We want to onboard builders across the Web3 ecosystem, and we do this through the Build with MonkeyDAO program and of course other support. Now, Monkey Ventures is a really unique aspect that we have. We kind of experimented with Monkey Ventures, toying around it with the idea around like late 2021, and early 2022, we pushed out the first version of it. The whole idea is to be able to democratize access to high-quality deal flow for retail investors. And it's not even a Web2 or a Web3 issue. Think about it, touch your heart. Why is it that most of the investment opportunities, VC funding, has traditionally only been available to people who are either influential or people who are rich and wealthy? And we believe that that shouldn't be the case, and that is our shot at switching things up with MonkeyDAO especially. So we said, hey, money from VC is overrated. What about social capital? Regardless of how much money you have raised from any VC, and most of the great teams would have no problem raising funds, these VCs may not be able to give you access to the end users. And that's what we do differently in MonkeyDAO. MonkeyDAO has a group of native Web3 users. We essentially bring the high quality deal flow access to our users, but most importantly to the different projects. To date, we have funded slightly over 35 projects, I believe, including the likes of like Miston Labs, Sui. Hope I'm allowed to mention this name here. Yes. Tensor, Nine Heroes, some of the most amazing teams across Web3. And consistently, despite the huge rounds that they raise, they continue to make a small allocation for us, actually because they understand the value of human capital and social capital. And sort of giving these end users a front row access to what you're building from the early stage is extremely valuable because you can get access to feedback, you can get access to users, early adopters from the get-go, and that's one thing that we do differently.
Fantastic. And I think it is so important because what a lot of VC firms don't have is that they don't have 2,000, 3,000 people who are on-chain every day interacting with the ecosystem, have a really, really close eye on what's going on. So that's one of the great benefits, I think, that people can have from Monkey Ventures. Changing direction a bit, recently, I say recently, the last few years, we've seen Gen 3 monkeys join the family. How has that affected exclusivity in the Country Club? Is it great to onboard thousands more monkeys? Tell me about how the kind of value differentiates between Gen 2 and Gen 3.
This is a great question. I was not exactly expecting this, but this is a conversation that we talked about. Now, first and foremost, I'm sure we have a lot of monkeys in this room, and the Gen 3 monkeys, especially people who are proud to be part of the Gen 3 monkeys, please, make some noise and raise your hands so we can see you. Thank you. So the reason why I decided to do something, just very quick like this is that this is what the Gen 3 power is about. Gen 2 is great because that is linked to the origin story of MonkeyDAO. MonkeyDAO started purely out of the intention to create a community for people to belong. We truly believe that people is our product. We have decided over the years to not do anything related to token, chasing after things that we're not good at, and do all this staking, Ponzi schemes and whatnot. No hate to that. I think it's great. That's just how the industry works. Different metas over different phases of time. But for us, it's laser focused. Our product is our people. Now, with the Gen 2 collection, limited to 5,000 or so, and of course, at that point, it was also a situation whereby people are literally getting priced out, right? Even if you really like a community, how do you convince your family members, especially for people who are married? Imagine going home, telling your wife, hey, honey, can I just spend $50K on this digital thingy? It's like a digital token. I just want to be part of something that is online. Most people, friends and family would call you crazy, right? And even for yourself, sometimes it's really hard to justify that. So literally the Gen 2 collection was really pricing out a lot of people. And I think, the topic around Gen 2, Gen 3 has always been a relatively sort of like sensitive topic altogether. But at the end of the day, the beauty of it is that, you can't really, Gen 3 has brought a lot of great benefits in terms of expanding the community. Now, the beauty of it all is that there's always an intricate balance to have when you talk about expansion versus dilution. And that's exactly what we went through. And over the last year, when we first dropped it or so, you know how CT works, right? Any FUD narrative spreads like wildfire, but when you're doing something good, usually it takes a while to incubate and put it out all together. So I think over the last year or so, we've really spent a lot of time and effort in terms of helping to correct the narrative and helping people understand the true value of Gen 3, right? Gen 3 is really the instrument for us to be able to go out and onboard a huge mass audience there through another 10,000 pieces. Well, of course, it's not massive per se, but it's another 10,000 pieces, of token access that we can actually use to onboard people. And there are many, many active contributors today who are part of the Monkey DAO network who came from the Gen 3 collection, right? And so we still believe that the Gen 3 collection is a great way to onboard. And the way that we're looking at it, Monkey DAO is the premier Web3 country club. You have two different types of access passes. One is the equity pass, which is the more OG Gen 2 monkey. Then there's a Gen 3 sort of more like a social pass, right? And for us, going out and tell people, hey, we have a great community. We have 25 different local chapters around the world. Web3 is scammy, but if you want to go around and get started in Web3, Monkey DAO is the place to be now. And if you want to get started, it's literally 2 or 3 SOL for a token, for a sort of like a token pass to get into this community and you're part of this family versus asking people to spend 40, 50 SOL, 20, 30, 40 SOL. I think it's just a lot more convincing that way. So that's the beauty of it. I am a huge believer on the value of Gen 3, and I'll continue advocating it and making sure that the narrative is as strong as it can be, so that everybody too can see the value of it.
And I think all Gen 3 holders love being Gen 3 holders. It's a expanding community. It's such a great thing to be a part of. And I do want to kind of bring back to the localized events that you're talking about with localized chapters. What would your advice be to someone who has just bought a monkey and they're on the fence about going to one of these events? Because it can be quite intimidating to go from hanging out on Discord to actually meeting all these people in real life. How do you break that step, and kind of what can you expect when you go to your first localized chapter event?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the whole thesis about building local chapters is such that for any communities, if you do want to build a scalable community, purely depending on a leadership team that is distributed all around the world, especially with a limited reach, you will only be able to target a very small group, right? And it doesn't help. Monkey DAO, for example, using us as a reference, we have always hosted community-driven events, a very exclusive one for our membership. Last year, Breakpoint, for example, we have over 400 members attending, our Monkey DAO events in Singapore, Breakpoint 2024. And this 400 may not be huge, but for a community size that is, potentially around 3,000 on-chain members, and to be able to bring 400 members, verified members, because we don't run and build Telegram groups, in a non-gated manner. Every single experiences, every single sort of Telegram group that is part of the Monkey DAO network, they are all Meteora verified. So that means when you join into something, it is actually a safe space. So that is the whole, sort of way that we're sort of trying to build a safe space so that people can actually be more comfortable in wanting to participate in all these local chapters. Now, another initiatives that we have sort of ensured that we do a little bit more is exactly, finding local ambassadors to spearhead these local chapters initiatives, right? Because, when you are not exactly part of the community natively, you are organizing something, you may not be so sensitive to things like culture, preferences, food and whatnot. And the beauty of working with local chapters is that they know exactly, the profile of people that they will be attracting. So to anyone who is a new monkey and you're contemplating on whether to join, a monkey, event, a monkey local chapter event, I say go for it. Why? First and foremost, any monkey event is 100% a safe space because everyone is Meteora verified. So you need to be a verified member to be part of that. The second is that our local ambassadors, shout out to a bunch of them here, some of them are here, BBs as well, and a few other amazing contributors there. We have these 25 different local chapters that continue to do great work. And they are the one who basically grow this community from the ground up. And they are very friendly guys that we work with them very closely to make sure that they are a great fit to the community, that are aligned with what MonkeyDAO represents. So 100%, you don't have to worry. MonkeyDAO is meant to be the safe space for you to be a part of. It's like a home away from home.
Fantastic. I'm going to turn to the governance side of the DAO. What role does the average monkey holder play in DAO governance? Is it voting based? Do you want to come me through kind of how proposals operate?
Now, the harsh truth and a little bit of a hot take that, it's a little bit weird for this to be coming from us, but MonkeyDAO in 2021, we were literally the first, committee on Solana that went out and said that, let's call ourselves MonkeyDAO. And truth to be told, we may not even truly knew what a DAO was about. And so we just went out and sort of experimented with a bunch. So the way in which we have been defining governance in 2021 till today, 4 years later, has changed dramatically. Now, one key takeaway, that I could probably share is that, decentralization is sometimes, to some degree, if not done right, a little bit not as beneficial. And I think if we could turn back time a little bit more, what we would have chosen to do is progressive decentralization. Now, and that's exactly what we've been shifting towards over the last couple of years. In 2021, we went out, we're like, a few of us are just like happy, excited, euphoric. Let's go out and call ourselves a DAO. We went out with full-scale decentralization. All right, proposals, this is such, this is the quorum. Okay, this doesn't work, let's, revise it and whatnot. And very quickly, we realized that there are some nuances around it. Especially when markets are a little bit quieter, you see a relatively slower degree of participation, right? And so we sort of adjusted the way governance is supposed to help us work. And, I think a couple of committees sometimes what they end up finding themselves is they end up getting bottlenecked by not being able to do anything because governance is just not doing anything. There's either you can't hit quorum, there's not enough participation, or people are just always fighting with one another. Imagine if today Crossroads did not cater lunch for everybody. Crossroads decide to say we're going to make Crossroads a DAO, right? And everyone is going to vote on lunch. Everyone is going to vote on dinner, and everyone is going to vote on your favorite closing party. Now, that's exactly the situation that we went through, and why today, we sort of arrive at a stage whereby we are 100% not going to remove governance. We see that governance is a very unique part of what made MonkeyDAO in the first place. But at the same time, we are also sort of working through a series of, revisions and different sort of iterations such that people can still participate. So now today, there's a workshop process. Anyone can basically put up a proposal via the workshop stage. If you are a Gen 2 monkey, of course, that is like the equity structure in which the different holders can get access to. Gen 2 get access to the governance. Of course, as a member of MonkeyDAO, regardless if you're a Gen 2 or Gen 3, your role is to contribute in the governance process through active discussion. So you can actually feedback through, okay, whether this proposal that is being raised is sound. There's a process and there's a time frame in place where, okay, across the 7 days that the proposal is raised, everyone can participate and provide feedback. Assuming there's a certain, sort of level of participation and engagement that is achieved, then it moves on to the vote proposal stage. So workshop, vote proposal, and the vote proposal, of course, requires a certain level of quorum and participation as well. Then it moves on to the actual on-chain vote. So we've moved everything on-chain now for actually the main sort of like vote structure. We call it the MonkeyDAO vote site. And it's also an open source voting platform. If anybody needs access, you can easily get a hold of it. So that's how the MonkeyDAO governance is structured today. Regardless if you're a Gen 2 or Gen 3 monkey, you will get access to it.
Okay, fantastic. So I kind of want to bring things full circle. It is my personal belief that NFTs have come full circle in this sense, and that it began as building online communities using PFPs. You get like-minded people all kind of collecting things. They go, I like this NFT because it represents me, or because I like this trait, and things like that. And when it started, it was mostly collection focused, and there wasn't this kind of number go up, get the FP, like ramp up the price. And I think as we've seen attention leave the NFT market, we've almost come back to that. And people are now shopping for NFTs not because they see it as a quick flip or a good investment, but because they want to be a part of MonkeyDAO. So throughout a languishing NFT market, we've seen the best performing collections of things like Boogles, they're things like DKS, they're things like Lucid Drakes, these really tight-knit communities of really collection-based pieces. Would you consider MonkeyDAO a part of that kind of group?
Yeah, I think, I think those names that you've mentioned in terms of the different, communities out there, I think they are all, pathing out their own way of in which they believe communities should be built. And I definitely agree that there's a lot of value in building tight-knitted communities like that. And I think the slightly different angle that we also try to undertake is how do we build a community that is global, right? And also retain some element of that curated, structure such that people still have that close-knitted family. And, DKS, Lucid Drakes, Boogles, they're all, friends of us across the ecosystem. And there's a lot of cross-pollination because, in the early days of Solana, everybody who were bullish about NFTs, they would, naturally get hold of different pieces of NFTs, etc. But to that point, whether if we see MonkeyDAO fall into that sort of category, I think 100% because there's always, that desire to be part of, part of a collective, right? And that's what we briefly discussed about. People have been, collecting cards, collecting stamps, and there has been interest groups all around because they identify with a certain activity or something that they like. And that's exactly what NFTs are about, right? The beauty about NFTs, different from, generic tokens is that there's actually a collective, sort of love for something. People actually recognize themselves as part of the collection, part of the family, and you know that you are part of something special because you're part of a collection, right? The whole NFTs itself, you have your own unique identity, but you are also part of something bigger. So I think that's really the unique part about it altogether, and we think that the beautiful part, you go to a monkey event or you go to any event and any conferences around the world, there will always be a monkey. That's the beauty of it. But you will never truly know everybody in the MonkeyDAO community. So there's always a certain level of excitement when you go to a MonkeyDAO event. You will always meet somebody new, there's always something exciting, but still there's the sense of familiarity every time you walk through the door.
Fantastic. Well, I was going to ask, what does a successful 2025 look like for MonkeyDAO, but it sounds like you've just summarized it perfectly. Jimmy, thank you so much for coming. It's been a real pleasure having you. Everyone, one last round of applause for Jimmy, and we'll probably head off to lunch, I think, maybe. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Well,
thanks, man.
Thanks, Jimmy. That
Thank
was
you
great.
so much.
Fantastic.
Great job. Yes, great job. Yes, of course. Yeah, if you haven't gotten your monkey, you definitely should. The reason why I got into MonkeyDAO in 2023 was because I was really lost in the ecosystem, and I didn't have any friends, and I didn't think that, I could ever get connected with anybody in the space. It's really weird now to see 2 years later that things have changed. But yeah, MonkeyDAO has been kind of my entry point into the larger Solana universe. So highly recommend joining Solana's finest country club. Of course, we have this beautiful QR code. So if you scan this QR code, and if you were here yesterday, you would know that we're doing an airdrop, actually. So the more of these QR codes that you scan throughout the day, the higher you increase your chances of getting an airdrop. And of course, we will be distributing those rewards after lunch. To everyone on the stream, thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to be taking a 1-hour lunch break. So we will be back at 1 p.m. Actually, it's 50 minutes, but we'll be back at 1 p.m. And thank you so much for being here, guys. Crossroads 2025. Welcome back to Crossroads 2025. Good time to be alive. Okay, so hope you had a really wonderful lunch break. We have thousands of people on the Crossroads stream right now. Thank you everyone for tuning in from home. This next speaker is actually a very close personal friend of mine, someone who I worked with and talked with a lot, and actually literally worked with back when I was working on my own stablecoin project. His company, Etherfuse, is world first in a lot of different categories. First for Mexican bonds, first for Brazilian bonds, first for UK bonds, and all on chain, right? So it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Etherfuse, Dave Taylor, everybody. Woo!
You got it. Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me? All right. I think this clicker works. Always has a little bit of problem. But yeah, I'm Dave, CEO of Etherfuse. This is my second time in Istanbul, so happy to be here. And today I want to talk about how we anticipate that we're going to bring the Forex market on chain. I'll tell you a little bit more about us and how we're going to do that with our product called Stable Bonds, and how we believe that the efficiencies of DeFi can be utilized by onboarding a lot of these countries through stable bonds on chain. So we view the final boss of all markets to be the Forex market. Why? Because it's about $7.5 trillion in volume traded every day. And if you look at like the efficiencies that crypto can bring compared to how things interact today, it can bring quite a bit of opportunities and quite a bit of value to the users to be improved. So our attempt or our vision for stable bonds is to bring Forex on chain and to bring a lot of value to users and customers. This market dwarfs all others. It dwarfs crypto, it dwarfs equities and treasuries, and it's a real unlock for the world. Now, before everyone gets mad, these are daily volumes. I know everyone probably has the crypto market memorized, but just to give you a perspective in daily volumes, FX is way bigger than anything we're dealing with. We're dealing with peanuts. Crypto today is small numbers. Global equities, securities, very, very small. But FX, money needs to move across the world every single day. So first, I want to introduce you to our current global currency map. We are a relatively small company for such a big vision, but we do have assets on chain denominated in currencies from Brazil, the US, EU, from Britain, and Mexico. And we have the goal to add all sovereign debt for all nations in the next 2 years. And so this is one of the first steps that we can do to bring currencies on chain. And the second step is to make sure we trade them in DeFi. So what are stable bonds? Stable bonds are our product. We made up that name. The idea that we wanted to convey was that we have the interface of a stable coin, but the underlying asset is purely bond. So we're a stable coin where you give someone $1, they invest that dollar into cash or cash-like equivalents, and they maintain that yield for themselves. We do the same thing. We invest almost all of it in bonds, or pretty much all of it in short-term bonds, and we return 99% of that yield back to you. So our stable bonds are interest-bearing stable coins denominated in those currencies that they earn yield at a continuously compounding rate for you in a self-custody wallet. So our bonds are tokenized government bonds. They're one-to-one backed, they're liquid and tradable, and they have the same yields as the underlying bonds on faster rails and have faster finalities. What is Etherfuse? For those of you who don't know, we've been around for about 3 years. We have spent a lot of time learning about what's the best approach to issue these assets. We issue our assets out of Mexico, and we register them and tokenize them in Switzerland. So this gives us the ability to use our regulatory process to issue assets quickly. We've been given a letter of no action from the CNBV or the SEC from Mexico to continue to add assets and guidance on how to do that. And then we can use the strength of the Swiss court system to help build trust in our products. I'm Dave, co-founder AJ. We've been doing software for a long time. My focus has been in security. Right now, we're laser focused on building Web3, Solana, as well as a few other chains, but we're really focused on real world assets. So our assets are programmable savings accounts. They are pegged by currencies, and they can be used in treasuries as stable returns. What's unique to our assets, unlike other RWAs or other yield-bearing assets, is secondary markets are available, and we have an SDK for you to use to build products on top of. So one of the more interesting things that we've seen are what people can do with our products. If you look at the history of the world and how nations have grown, the bond interface has been huge to building up nations. And we believe the same thing will happen with our APIs. We can give them to developers like you, and you can build products. You can build wallets with savings accounts. You can build stable coins, which we'll talk about here a little bit further. I want to talk to you about something that we call the sovereign coin. So because we are able to give you our collateralized assets or cash-like equivalents on chain, you are able to lean on our regulatory work and all the infrastructure that we've done to create collateral for you. So MXNE is a partnership with a US issuer called Brel in the United States. So because Brel is able to use stable bonds as collateral, they are able to issue a Mexican peso stablecoin from the US, and we did that together. And what's interesting, because we were able to do that together, work with another, we have issued the top performing Mexican peso from the US in the world. So right now there are about three prominent Mexican stablecoins. One's from Tether, one's from a company called Bitso, and one is from us, a partnership between Brel and us. Ours is outperforming any of those by about 20,000% in volume. So we've seen a lot of opportunity. And so this is to kind of give you some insight. Anyone in this room could take our stable bonds and build a stable coin or build a yield-bearing product or something like that. And so the success of MXNE is a way that we can demonstrate to you what you can do. You can build a stable coin with our products. So what do these unlock? What do currencies enable? Payments, fundamentally, as we start to see stablecoins move forward, right now we've seen about 99% of those are denominated in US products. We anticipate a second iteration of countries like Europe with MiCA to create, I would say, tariffs on stablecoins. MiCA to me feels like a tariff. It's a limitation on non-European denominated stablecoins. And it's a way to incentivize people to use their own. And this makes sense. As we start to see other countries grow and respond, we will see these things. So to have local denominated currencies replace fiat-pegged stablecoins or fiat even is something that we anticipate. So giving people products in these local communities like stable bonds is something that we intend to do. And we intend to give them treasury management and real-time payment processing in their local community. So looking at the crypto market for comparison, we can see we have about 75 billion in daily volume. We have a lot of products that are mostly speculation, which is not a bad thing. We don't have real tangible yields. We have speculative yields, which is not a bad thing, but we don't have currency depth. And so far up until this point, it is our perspective that crypto has missed or not really participated in the bond or Forex markets until now. The bond market, well, at least the sovereign bond market, it's supported and backed by government debt. It's very stable, it's very deep, it's very liquid. When we look at what liquidity looks like in crypto today, the numbers that we're looking at are nothing compared to sovereign debt. So even just in Mexico alone, it's 600 billion a year. It dwarfs anything we're seeing on any of the applications we use today. So what we're trying to demonstrate is by bridging these two assets, we can bring quite a bit of value onto the blockchain and vice versa. It's the backbone of finance. Making them programmable is doing a benefit both for real world assets and the traditional market and also for the crypto economy. The Forex market, 2.75 quadrillion per year. I didn't even know that was a number till we calculated it up. But 7.5 daily turnover. It facilitates cross-border commerce, remittances, global portfolios, Forex. When you really look at how payments work cross-border, there's so much value to be created here, so many things for us to do to improve. So side-by-side comparison, we can see that bonds bring stability, crypto has a speculative trading value that we use to kind of make some money, and Forex, that is scale, a scale we haven't seen. We view that Web3 hasn't touched two out of these three. So we have not seen the stability and scale that we could bring to the blockchain, and we think that we can change that. That is our approach. Stable bonds will bring Forex to the blockchain by on-ramping countries in their local currency. So every currency will be tied to a bond or a cash equivalent, and every transaction will earn yield. There'll be no friction, limited friction, and in native money markets. On-chain FX has a lot to do, can improve things quite a bit. A lot of time in this space, we say, well, why is it better? You know, why are we building this? There's a lot of inefficiencies with Forex today. You have a lot of dead money just being waited to be traded, and so you have a lot of accounts holding these assets, really doing nothing. We can eliminate that completely, and if you think about this, any of our assets, they are synthetic access to an asset in that local country. So if you are in the States or if you're in Turkey and you want to send money to someone in Mexico and you use CETES, no actual liquid reserves or real reserves are taking place. You're essentially burning an asset that represents something in that local economy. So there's no fee involved in order to settle that token or settle that asset. So no more fiat to USD to fiat. Right now, if I want to send money from Turkey to Mexico using stable bonds, I have to buy with Lyra USDC, which is an FX hit, and then I have to go from FX to pesos, which is another FX hit. So the more stable bonds that we bring on chain, we reduce by half the amount of FX hits you have to take as a user. And so final settlement can be very quickly and very cheap. No more idle capital. There's no funds that need to be, no balances that need to be maintained. These are synthetic access that we can mint or burn. Today, on the blockchain, we cannot participate in currency forwarding or currency options. That is until we bring stable bonds to things like Camino, which we're working on, and Loop Scale, which we're working on. So we'll see those happen. You can speculate. Right now, everyone's looking for yield options. It is possible to buy our Mexican product, to short it, and with that buy our US product. So you can get US denominated investments with a little bit of extra juice in the yield from a performance in a different currency. And finally, I think one of our biggest benefits is each one of our stable bonds comes with a utility, which is free on and off ramps. We are pioneering this with Mexico, coming out in 2 weeks. We will enable you to on-ramp or mint and burn our Mexican products for free. Oh, the video didn't go through. This is a demonstration. You have to check it out. But we're demonstrating that we are able to use the yield and the volume to reduce the fee to on and off ramp funds to a local economy for free. This is a huge change into how much things cost. Today, if you want to move money cross-border in TradFi, it can get you anywhere from 300 to 700 bips. If you want to take the current standard in crypto, it's about 100 bips. We are going to change that to 0. And that is us. So go ahead and take a look. Go to app.ethers.com if you want to take a look at some of our options. We do believe that stable bonds are going to be critical in bringing the Forex market on chain. These are freely transferable assets. We're not building a platform. We're not locking you into any space. These are things that you can invest in, you can trade in, you can hedge against, and we truly believe that we will be onboarding nations in other currencies besides just the US, and through these we will bring the Forex on chain and add a lot of value to the crypto economy. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Etherfuse Dave. Oh man, I love seeing bond markets on chain. That's very sexy. FX on chain, also very sexy. Okay, so this next panel is for especially, well, the audience is definitely filled out. Thank you very much for tuning in to Crossroads 2025. This next panel is going to be all about the VC landscape. Where are we in this cycle? Look, if you guys have not been living under a rock, 3 weeks ago, things were down very bad, right? Then it seems like the trade wars are off, at least for now, quick pause, and now the markets are back, you know? There's a lot of whiplash. My neck hurts a little bit. And so this next talk, this next panel is gonna illuminate for us, where the hell are we in this cycle? What do the VCs think about it? If you're at home and you're trying to raise money, this is a panel that you probably wanna pay attention to. So, without further ado, please give a big, warm Istanbul welcome to our VC panel! Woo!
Awesome. All right, let's get started. Hey, everyone. Glad to see everyone's kind of coming back from lunch. My name is Matthew Ney. I work at Masari, write the State of Solana report, and a couple others, Helium and the Solana ecosystem. And so I think we should just start. Quick intros. I know everybody can see their names, but let's introduce each other.
I'll start. My name is Carl. I'm a general partner at Six Man Ventures. We're an early stage venture fund that leads pre-seed through Series A rounds with checks usually $500K to $5 million. In general, we focus at the application layer, and that's been our bread and butter for the past 4 years. Many of those investments being in the Solana ecosystem, probably totaling over 30 at this point.
Beautiful. Hi, everyone. My name's Brandon Potts. I'm a partner with Framework Ventures. We're an early stage crypto fund as well, focusing predominantly in seed and Series A rounds. We typically like to be leads or co-leads. And we've done a lot of work over the years in all sorts of categories, also mostly in the application layer, but thematically, you know, DeFi, gaming, infrastructure, DePIN, AI. So at this point, we're going into our 4th fund. I joke that we're pretty much a generalist.
Hi, everyone. I'm Peter from 1KX. We're a lead at pre-seed to Series A. We invest across the whole stack from applications to middleware to infrastructure. But I'm the partner that leads application investments, and I'd say we're one of the most active at the application layer today.
Great, yeah, I'm glad we're going to consumer crypto here in a second, so a lot of application talk, excited about that. But let's take a step back. We're in your guys' office, November, December 2023. What did you expect out of 2024? And then we'll also take a second to look back and it's like, what were the winners of 2024? What overperformed and what sectors underperformed? Peter, if you want to take that one first.
I don't think anyone would have known, right? You can sort of like look at, you know, what fundamentals have improved, you know, and there was definitely some surprises, right? Like I think, you know, there was some like, there was some signs like you were going to see meme coins, you know, like enter the zeitgeist. Personally for me, I saw a lot of fundamental adoption and then sort of progress in games, you know, especially play to earn games that effectively survived the cycle. But I think, you know, DeFi was like, I think an obvious one, but yeah, there was a lot of surprises in general.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to sort of emphasize this enough, but going back to late 2023, in the US, you know, it was obviously a big question as to what would be the outcome of the election. And just to step back for a moment, for those who maybe weren't familiar, frankly, we were operating in a hostile environment where, you know, the Biden administration, let's just say, was not being helpful to our industry, to put it succinctly. And so, you know, a large part of the course of 2024 was frankly watching sort of the sea change that was underway as it relates to Donald Trump and this new administration coming in. And I don't probably have to highlight too much there, but let's just say it's like night and day. It was a 180-degree turn. And I think that as a result of that, we saw a whole kind of resurgence in DeFi and all sort of the talk around institutions, not just doing proof of concept stuff or dipping their toes in anymore, but frankly being able to do all sorts of things. And I think one of the main things that started right away was folks generally holding crypto assets in their treasury reserves almost immediately. And Solana's been a large beneficiary of that, at least at the onset of this year, with a number of folks looking to run kind of, the MicroStrategy playbook, if you will, for Solana. But yeah, I think that was, really the biggest change as it relates to going back to late 2023 and then watching the evolution of the space over the entirety of last year.
Yeah, maybe just a quick show of hands. It's bright, hopefully I can see. How many people held Solana at $20? Okay, so it's like probably like 50% of the room. So as I was thinking about this, like Solana in September of 23 was trading at like $20. And so from September to December, we went from $20 to $100. So we had this massive 5x increase. In January, early 2024, we had the Bitcoin ETF. So there was this, Brent's exactly right. There was this sort of cloud of regulatory constraint, but like the trenches and the community were emerging. And so it was this weird sense of optimism with also this like realistic malaise over the top of it. But, a lot of times VCs, like we like to sound smart, but like as a community, most of venture was wrong about what we thought would be big in 2024 and 2025 versus what actually was. And like at that time, Bitcoin L2s was probably like the hottest segment possible to invest in. We didn't do any for strategic reasons, but these deals were, just brand new founders raising at $100 million, and there was, 10 to 20 of these that got funded. And here we are, April, May almost, 2025, and none of them are live yet. And so it just goes to show like how much attention like people like focus and then how quickly it shifts and the narrative changes. But like people thought Bitcoin L2s are going to be huge and ordinals are going to be huge. People thought restaking was like the sort of the ultimate use case of crypto and that everything led to this point. And to this day, I think restaking has been a pretty huge disappointment. So I think all these big infrastructure projects were the target of VCs, but actually the applications like the pumps and the hyperliquids are the ones that actually produced a ton of revenue and outcomes in 2024 and into 2025. So that's where we were, and I think, now we just have an incredible amount of optimism and growth at the application layer we didn't have back in 2020, late 2023, early 2024.
Generally for venture, it's pretty safe to bet against the crowd. Like venture is, is a strategy that takes anywhere from, if you're lucky, early 3 to 4 years, but upwards to 7 to 8 years to really realize returns. And you're not investing in, I would say, a shitcoin that goes up and down. You're invested, I think, at teams in the early stage, and I think that as a result, like, the greatest, I think, you can generally, I think, like safely bet against a crowd in most of these cases.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, especially the crypto Twitter crowd, whose attention span is on the border of, days, if not hours, maybe months at best. And, frankly, as a venture investor, looking at 5 to 10 year time horizons, that's just really not in our wheelhouse. So these, narratives and excitement, it comes in and goes. But the thing I would highlight from an optimistic standpoint is that's what crypto's superpower is generally just like aggregating attention, capital, resources around any sort of given story or narrative or part of the stack or application, for example, and basically getting it off the ground from zero, getting some momentum going. And then from there, it's anyone's guess as to kind of what application or front end or implementation it is that folks really wind up using. And that's generally what we're all looking at is like, okay, cool, I like the idea, I get sort of the concept, but what does it mean in terms of brass tacks, implementation, adoption, and then most importantly for us is like, what's the business model behind it?
Yeah, why is it? How do you justify its existence?
Yeah.
5 years from now.
Yeah, let's say we're not longing Fartcoin, We'll leave that to retail and have fun.
And the liquid funds. The liquid funds love the meme coins. They absolutely love it.
No, that's awesome. I really appreciate that looking back. And what we did see in 2024, you mentioned it with Pump Fund and Hyperliquid really taking off. And in every one of your guys' introductions, you really focused on the applications. And Carl, you had your talk yesterday on consumer crypto, and was Pump Fund and Hyperliquid, these applications breaking out in 2024? Is that why we're hearing all about applications? Was that the beginning of like the investing in the consumer crypto? Were you guys looking at this before? And also, what is consumer crypto? What does that look like? Is that Pump Fund? Is that chains like Abstract, or is it like Friendtech, Zora, some of those like social-fi platforms? And I know that's a loaded question, but.
What is consumer crypto? My definition of it is simply, producing net new experiences or services that would never be possible with the traditional web. And I think there's a lot of talk about applications, but very few applications building in crypto are really executing on products that are net new. I think a lot of it is just skeuomorphic, copy and paste businesses from Web 2 that could easily use Stripe itself, right? So I think consumer crypto, the purest idea of it is like, it revolves around like what can we do that would otherwise never be possible without a blockchain.
Yeah, I kind of maintain a very broad definition of consumer. Frankly, it's anything that a consumer or an end user would use. And I think I hear many people chatting about like infrastructure versus applications, and I would also add that those are kind of blurred lines, especially as the crypto stack matures. And inevitably, in order to enable net new applications, you're generally going to need a new foundation of infrastructure. And so, holistically, we look at the entire stack, make no mistake about that. But, consumer, I think, is just wide open at this point. And it's frankly a function of talent and founders coming in with a distinct read on what use case they want to enable. And maybe they have a beachhead in a particular market, a particular vertical, or a particular asset, for example. I mean, really, it's wide open. And so I think, one of the bottlenecks in crypto is just frankly new folks coming in and wanting to take shots on goal and building businesses around these things that, again, are sustainable and long-term and aren't just like, let's launch a token on top of, kind of hype and narrative, if you will.
Yeah. So applications have been around for a while. So I think the application investment area was not new in 2023. I do think many prior funds subscribed to the FAT protocol thesis, which basically was, unlike in Web 2, where most of the value is captured at the application layer, the FAT protocol thesis that was widely popular and successful for many years was like actually the protocols themselves make all the money, not the apps, and that's through MEV and other types of transactions. And we've always been investing in apps. We were in the first round of Magic Eden back in 2021, StepFinance, I think also 2021, 2022, something like that. So we've been very active at the application layer, and there's been opportunities, but nonetheless, I think most investors were not very active at the application layer. I think the growth of, to your point, Pump and Hyperliquid producing hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue a year really validated that category as actually apps can generate substantial revenues, and it doesn't all just get eaten and consumed by the underlying protocol. So now I think every single venture investor is figuring out, how do I do consumer crypto, and what does that look like? And we've all been doing it for a while, but a lot of funds haven't. They've kind of focused on infrastructure. And I think a lot of people are figuring out consumer is really hard. It's really hard. You have a very low chance of succeeding, just statistically. And so as part of that, it just requires the right type of mindset and the ability to take many shots on goal from an investor's point of view. I think in terms of consumer crypto, yeah, super broad view. Like if I had to summarize it in one way, it's blockchains are unique in that they enable what I call the internet of value, and that's really all about composability of assets. So on this single ledger, you can have, if you think about a triangle, content, money, and identity all on one ledger, which means you can get financial attribution for any sort of content, for any sort of individual, all on the same ledger taking place, versus in any sort of Web 2 product, money is on a separate ledger than content, which is on a separate ledger usually than identity. So crypto bring these together to create hyper-financialization, and I think every sort of successful crypto consumer product has a high degree of monetization of content and financialization involved.
And so you guys were all saying about the focusing on the applications, and we're going to take the other side. Now this was like a little little hot debate on crypto Twitter about a month ago. Is the infrastructure trade dead? Is the infrastructure investing, like, is that over? Is it all about applications? I know that's a loaded question, and I know you don't have to take 0 or 1, and there's a lot of stuff in between, but will we see these all L1s, major L2s raise these mega rounds that we have seen over the last couple of years? Is that over, or do you think there's still going to be some of that in the future, as you said, with new applications might need some new infrastructure?
Yeah, look, I maintain the view that we're going to continue to need more and more infrastructure, but that's not to say that you're going to just raise a new L1 on a white paper and raise hundreds of millions of dollars. I think, for one, the market structure has changed. So the days of simply, having that white paper and promising the value outcome of, a Solana or an Ethereum or a SWI, for example, in 2 to 3 years, getting centralized exchange listings, that game has been played, and, Godspeed to anyone looking to take that on nowadays, I would say. But yeah, I still maintain the view that, look, like, it kind of depends on how you, in particular, define infrastructure. For example, we're early lead investors in Jito, right, who built on Solana. Is that an application? Is that infrastructure? You could argue a little bit of both. Perhaps it's a middleware. But nonetheless, like, that unlocked an entire new design space for folks to come in and build on top of Solana while scaling the L1 performance itself. And so, yeah, look, I think that, not to sound like a broken horse here, or a broken record, rather, it frankly depends on what you're defining this as. And I like to keep the definitions wide open, because the nomenclature in crypto changes almost every day. We're coming up with new acronyms, jargon, you name it, and it's fun. Like, I enjoy it, make no mistake about that. But yeah, look, I think it's just frankly looking for people, enabling use cases, and just making, large step functions upwards in terms of what new things people can actually come in and build. And in addition to that, as you look at these new L1s or L2s or just infrastructure coming to market, a lot of what they're doing in their USP or their value prop is, look, we're trying to abstract away more and more of the bare metal, the low-level implementation details, and make it easier for app devs to frankly just focus on, to Carl's point, what's already a really tough task at hand, which is building applications for end users and getting into kind of the battlefield of acquiring customers, monetizing them, retention, rolling out new features and products. That's tough enough. And so, yeah, I think the infrastructure stuff will continue, but perhaps not at the same pace as cycles pass.
So this is something I changed my mind on. So for some context, I spent my entire time in crypto since 2017 focused on applications. I built the original application layer builder community in Ethereum. I wrote about every application released on every blockchain for about a year. I've been pushing this story, and that's why I became an investor. It was to write checks directly to fund apps, because no one cared about apps in Ethereum. So, I've always had the same view of, like, we don't need another chain. And I think, to be specific, let's talk about, like, chains, L1s, L2s, whatever, right? The market is block space. And I think, in reality, this market has been poorly served. It's mostly been served by foundations and networks that aren't used, that don't have product market fit, that are mostly propped up tokens, that are basically leveraging retail for exit liquidity. So I think if you look at supply and demand, I think, supply is poor. It's been, but if you look at demand, we've barely uncovered half a percentage of the total white space, if you will, right, of applications that will exist, that will find mass adoption, that will, generate potentially, billions at scale, as we've already seen by a few examples to date so far. And when you look at it from that perspective, you have to think about, like, the directional view of, like, okay, will the demand for block space increase dramatically, or will it be incremental? Will this demand scale incrementally? I think it's ridiculous to assume that we've saturated the demand for block space so far, and I think if you look at the supply side, it's been poorly met. It's rife with incompetency, crime, and I think products that are honestly awful, right? And so I actually think that this is sort of I guess one perspective I changed my mind on recently was simply, yeah, actually we do need more networks that solve for this demand for block space, and in different types of block space too, that enables, let's say, net new areas of applications, right? But I think that's very much the reason Solana's done so well, is simply because it served the demand for block space so well, so competently, when everyone else was mostly, I think, fiddling with technical differentiation that no one needed and white papers that no one cared about, right? So
maybe I'll try to thread this needle. So I think I think we need differentiated block space. And what I mean is the generalizable block space of, hey, it's a general purpose, global computer. I think we have plenty of that. Like if you look at global block space usage, we're probably at like less than 1% of all block spaces used. So saying we're going to produce more generalized L1s and L2s, to me, is not a good investment and not even a requirement for our industry, because we haven't proven that we even need the existing block space that's already being used. To your point, differentiated block space that adds particular value for particular applications. For example, Peak building for like a blockchain for DPIN. We're both investors in Plasma, which is building block space for stablecoin payments. And so I think if you have a blockchain for a particular use case that it can better serve than generalizable blockchain by orders of magnitude. It can't just be like 50% better. Like it needs to be radically better than existing general purpose block space. Then I do think there's an opportunity. But also, like, infrastructure is not just block space, and we would all agree, like, there's all sorts of supporting infrastructure that goes with it, from dev tools to oracles, all the way down the stack. And so I do think there's more opportunities there to keep investing against it. But yeah, the general, hey, white paper raised $200 million to build a generalized L1, I think that trade is over.
Yeah. I also think the block space market is going to be served in different ways, not necessarily through monolithic, like attempts to, raid the public markets for exit liquidity, right? I think I expect a lot of verticalization. All this tech is open source. You can really take the best infrastructure, and any application of critical mass that owns the end user relationship can just verticalize down the stack and take the users away and monetize at the block space, at the block space layer, right? Assuming that commands the same market comps that it does in 5 years, there's just like this massive economic, incentive for applications to do so, right? I think there are nuances, obviously, of which apps are able and are in a position to execute on that. But I expect it to be served in many other ways too.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, application-specific block space is 100% what I refer to in kind of new infrastructure coming to market. And that's not, I mean, look, like, I think it all comes down, at least from a VC's purview, as to like, what is the rate of change from some of the general infrastructure relative to some of the application-specific infrastructure. And it's anyone's ballgame, but really when you underwrite it, you have to look at how quickly are these folks shipping. And we've seen, across the L1 stack, stagnation in, a number of chains. Others may be shipping very quickly, but perhaps they go off in the wrong direction for a year. They make the wrong bet. And so all that to say, it's tough to bet against the need for more infrastructure, because you have folks generally building, I would say, similar things, but in a different sequence and targeting different markets at different times. And so it's wide open. It really is.
And going right off of that, I know we have like a lot of builders here and a lot of builders in the crowd. And so I guess the question I think everyone here is for is like, where are we in the cycle? But at first, before we pretend to be macro investors, let's focus on from the VC side of things. What are you guys seeing in pitch decks? How are rounds changing? Have they changed over the last couple of years? And what are you guys seeing on the ground floor in your day-to-day?
Who wants to start? I guess I'll jump in. So generally, I think venture has gotten a little bit slower over the past 4 months. I think part of that is there was a big rush of founders looking for capital, let's say, as Bitcoin was kind of resurging back after the Trump bump. And so with that, I think now people aren't really looking for as much capital. So I noticed our deal flow has slowed down. I also think many investors now have just another cycle under their belt. So a lot of us are much more selective. Versus, I might be more optimistic 3 years ago that, if they do this and this and this, and then the sun happens to set over here, like they might be able to achieve success. Like I think it's worth it. Now I think everyone's much wiser after another cycle. And so we're quite selective at this point in what we invest in. But our thesis has changed. Where now when we do find a team that we're high conviction, we go much deeper with much bigger checks. So across the landscape, look, valuations are still pretty reasonable. Like we just led a consumer deal, and I think it was 12.5 or 15 million post for a team that is in beta and going live soon. So I think if you go to a venture capital firm and demanding a high premium, unless you bring some sort of differentiated skill set or network that's like truly outstanding, I think the rates are kind of back to standard to where they're, I'd say, supposed to be and quite healthy. The one exception to that is I do think there's like mega rounds getting done for these very, very high value builders or builders working in conjunction with specific enterprises to bring together a blockchain solution. Those are, $100+ million rounds that are getting done. But generally, yeah, it's like pretty healthy, and many investors are still writing checks.
Yeah, I think the main thing that I would highlight is everyone's a bit more pragmatic and practical now, and as I mentioned earlier, the market structure for crypto has changed. So I think in cycles previous or in years past, people wanted to get that headline PR announcement of we have, X round size at Y valuation, and your hope was to bring in the community, get a bunch of followers, a bunch of users, and then go to Binance and say, hey, look, Binance, we have 250,000 followers, list our token, okay, we're liquid, cool, mission accomplished. And look, like that game, it's up, it's been up. And so now folks coming to the table, at least, the folks that we speak with, are taking a longer time view. They're looking to get into partnerships with quality investors who are on the cap table for a long time and aren't just selling that first unlock or that first cliff. They're looking to build something sustainable and something that frankly wins undeniably a category. And I think as a result of that, the founders are coming to the table with a much more compelling pitch, and they're not coming with just the idea and the concept, but they've done user interviews, or maybe they have a pipeline of initial customers, or maybe they even have folks already live in some form of a test net or on an MVP. And so across the board, I would say the VC side is more sophisticated. The LPs funding us, the VCs are more sophisticated. And the founders, as a result, need to be more sophisticated and, frankly, more in tune with this market structure. And as a result of that, valuations, I don't know, they fluctuate all over the place. But I would just stress I would not index to the value being the highest valuation you can get, because more often than not, the folks who are willing to underwrite that are a bit more short-term in their thinking. I would index more so to the folks that have a good reputation and are actually going to roll up their sleeves and help you in any way that they can. And of course, we pride ourselves on doing that and hope to do that with everyone we work with.
Can I just build on one point you said? I thought it was really good. It was around now teams generally have more ready when they raise. Like last cycle, it was I have a pitch deck and I want $3 million to go build this idea. I think AI has radically changed the game where now it's never been easier to prototype an idea and get like, let's say 100 users on a test net just building. And so now if somebody approaches us with an idea and nothing else, we're like, well, what have you done? Like you actually haven't proven your ability to de-risk this business whatsoever except for put 10 slides together. And so I think that's the expectation we see, and AI just really makes it easier for builders to prototype. And I think it makes for better round structures in the long term than where we were last cycle.
Easy money is over.
Yeah.
Nice, pulley short. I like it. So we're only have 4.5 minutes left, and I wish we could go longer. This has been a great panel so far. But what sectors are you really excited that we're looking at 2025, 2026? What sectors are you think going to break the chasm, really show out, and what do you think are going to be the big winners of this year and going forward?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of work in and around energy. It's frankly a market that hasn't really been tackled from crypto, and I think crypto's existence. But if you go back to kind of the origin of Bitcoin, they built up arguably the largest compute provider in the world that obviously consumes a lot of energy. And as a result of that, with new categories like DePIN coming in, we have all sorts of new ideas and founders just working generally in that space. We've done a few investments like Glow and Daylight. Feel free to check those out, and happy to chat afterwards. But that's certainly an area we're digging in deep. AI, of course, everyone's looking at it. But again, you can kind of vibe code on Cursor over the weekend and have something that looks sexy and snappy and is fun, and maybe 1,000 people have used it. But very quickly the conversation becomes, what's the business model? What makes this defensible? Where are you monetizing? And frankly, what's to prevent someone else from vibe coding something else up the following weekend that's 10x better, maybe using a model that was just distilled from the big boys in big tech. I think that's certainly something to be cognizant of. But look, I think as I've alluded to previously, we're looking across the entire stack, and there are all sorts of folks that are coming in with not just incremental changes, but step functions up. And I think that is very optimistic. There's obviously a lag time, between when we invest and when these products reach to, get to market. But based on what we're underwriting and the things that we're investing in, I'm very optimistic for next year. I really am.
So I think most funds look at everything, and we definitely do at 1KX. Maybe what might be better, more helpful is sort of highlight what are we looking at that everyone else thinks is done, is over, that no one else is looking at. And I'd say actually play to earn games. This is the only category of applications in Web3 on the app layer where teams are actively thinking about how do I grow return on token spend? How do I get to profitability? How do I grow my revenue and 10x this? And how do I 10x my user growth? How do I build a better funnel? I think this is an area that we're still paying incredible attention to. We pay a lot of attention to any consumer apps still building with NFTs. I think everyone was right in 21, just wrong on the time frame, and the right form factor is yet to emerge. We generally like looking at things that I think everyone else has given up on, and that's generally where we've made our best bets historically.
Yeah, I guess starting with what I'm not optimistic for, I think DePIN, I expect just steady growth, but I don't expect any radical breakouts. There's a number of reasons for that. One, it's really hard to get demand. Many builders are struggling actually getting demand for their networks. Two, the token models are broken. A lot of these networks, 50% or more of the revenue doesn't even go to the token. It goes to an equity team. And so I think with that, DePIN's fairly broken right now. I don't expect it to radically change. I love DePIN, so I hope I'm wrong, but that's kind of where my default is. I also think AI crypto is not going to be a major thing this year. I think we might have breakout tokens that run, but actually in terms of crypto primitives being used to solve core AI challenges, I think we're a little bit early for that still. So those are areas I'm not optimistic for. Sorry, I don't think are going to do well. Areas I'm optimistic. I think gaming as well. We did StepIn. We know that company probably better than anyone. That thesis is not dead. It is going to come back, and it's going to come back with a vengeance. We have one or two teams building on that now, and I expect to see more over time. Also very optimistic for DeFi. We just keep seeing incredible new DeFi projects coming out that are, I think, really pushing forward the bounds. And that's very different. A year ago, it was basically, I'm going to take this AMM and launch it on Aptos. I'm going to take this AMM and launch it on Sui. It's pretty boring. I think now the bar has gone up a lot, so quite optimistic on gaming and DeFi. And things that are definitely working, stablecoin payments for sure. Stablecoins are by far one of the biggest trends this year. Many companies are getting funded and getting real revenues around stablecoin adoption. And consumer crypto, I'll say social experiences. I think the likes of Pump and especially is just going to bring in a new generation of builders that hopefully some of those continue to succeed. So that's kind of where I'm at across the spectrum.
I was right at the shot clock there, and so I want to appreciate you guys being on this panel. This has been really exciting, and I appreciate everyone listening and being here. This has been awesome.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh man, that was a great panel. I actually wish that could have gone for another 15 minutes, but alas, we're cut for time, so you have to keep going. Thank you everyone who's tuning in on the stream. We have thousands of people tuning in for Crossroads 2025. Come on guys, make some noise! Oh yeah, that's right, that's a good feeling, But here's the thing, man, we got a series of talks. It's all about staking on Solana, right? So, I actually like the title of this next talk. It's going to be done by a core contributor of Marinade. Marinade is obviously one of the bigger staking providers on Solana. It goes Marinade, Jito, as well as Sanctum. And it's interesting because I work at Sanctum, Michael works over at Marinade, and then the next talk after that, Brian Smith, executive director over at Jito. So you're going to get a series of staking talks, and of course, we are going to move on to this next talk. I wish this was more of a debate than a talk, my friend. But the question is, here are 3 reasons why you should not do liquid staking. And so, without further ado, let's give a big, warm Istanbul welcome to Michael.
Hello everyone. Istanbul, çok güzel bir şehir. And merhaba, herkese nasılsınız? Thank you very much for having me here in your beautiful city of Istanbul. It's a privilege to be here at Solana Crossroads 2025. My name is Michael. I'm from Marinade. And Marinade has been around since 21 when it started as a hackathon project. And up until this point, it's been completely bootstrapped with no VCs, with no investors. Marinade's made it to a point where it currently serves around 150,000 users on Solana and helps them stake across hundreds of plus validators on Solana, roughly 10 million Solanas. So that's where we are today. And I'm curious, how many of you are staking Solana, if I can see you? How many of you staking? Okay, let's call it like 20, 25%. How many of you are liquid staking? Okay, so let's call it like half of that. I hope by the end of this talk, I inspire some of you to stake your Solana or own and stake your Solana, and maybe some of you to reconsider how you are staking Solana today. So, as some of you may know, Marinade back in 21 pioneered the concept of liquid staking. So Marinade was the first liquid staking token on Solana, and MSOL allowed you to both stake your Solana and then use it in DeFi. So it combined these two things. So I was like, let's make it a bit fun. Let's try to do this talk on a few reasons why not to liquid stake your Solana, because at the end of the day, we want to be honest with each other. So let's get into it. And also, a lot of it is just like personal opinions, so no financial advice, do your own research. And I have nothing against liquid staking. I love the concept, but I'll show you a few reasons where you might reconsider if this is the right way. All right, so we'll be talking about 3 reasons. One is the automation. There's this notion that liquid staking is the easiest way to stake across many validators on Solana. Number 2 is yield. So there is this idea that liquid staking pools give you the best rewards on your Solana to be staked. And then number 3, liquidity. So that there is this notion, idea that liquid staking is the only way how to instantly access your staked Solana. So I'm going to debunk those myths one by one, and then hope you all learn something together. So starting with automated myth, as that liquid staking is the easiest way to stake across many, many validators within one click, which is true. You can literally do it. You can stake too many validators to avoid the downtimes, the commission changes. So I applaud liquid staking. I applaud any one of you staking too many validators instead of one, because you're doing something great for the network. You make it more robust, decentralized, which is great. But it is not the only way how to do this. If you want to automate your Solana, roughly 2 years ago, Marinade released a second product called Marinade Native, which allows you to automate your Solana staking without this additional smart contract risk. So unlike liquid staking pools, with Marinade Native, you get to keep your withdrawal authority, so you are still in charge of your Solana tokens, while Marinade gets to stake authority. So it can diversify your stake, but at no point can touch the underlying Solana tokens. So that's there. By doing this, you have a one-click way, without the smart contract risk, how to stake too many validators without a liquid staking token. Number 2, yield. So there is, again, this notion that the stake pools, LSDs, give you the best rewards on your Solana. If you think about it, actually, almost every stake pool introduces a fee on top of the validator's fee. So you double the fee, making sure that then actually the rewards are lower. So you guys would be actually better off, theoretically, if you were to go directly to those validators and stake your Solana there, because you would not be charged this additional fee from the liquid staking token, liquid staking pools. So we thought about it again at Marinade, and about a year ago, we introduced a concept called Stake Auction Marketplace. And you could say that it's like institutional grade staking, accessible to anyone, and I'll explain in a bit. So for years, the big Solana holders, if you are a big Solana whale, you can go to a validator and tell them, okay, I'm only going to stake with you, but I want better rate. I want higher rewards. I'm not fine with the publicly available rate. I want you to decrease the commission. I want to get the best deal ever. And if you don't want to do it, look, there is some other validator that is happy to do it. So we were like, why is this concept just running, off-chain between the biggest whales and between the privileged VIP validators? And what we did with Marinate a year ago is that we put this on-chain. And to democratize to anyone, any validator and any staker of any size can now participate in this marketplace so that you get to enjoy the highest staking rewards on the market. No matter if you're a whale or not whale, you get the same access. And also any validator can participate. Meaning, as a result, right now, the Marinate staking reward not only beats the baseline, the exchange staking on the validator with the exchange, but also even the 0% fee commission validators, due to this auction system where validators compete and bid against each other. Today, to take it even further, let me drop some alpha. So this was the moment to get your phones out, because I'm going to share a few QR codes, which are the early access to some of the new features we are dropping and products at Marinate. So we are rolling out, slowly but surely, a product called Marinate Select, which is going to be this institutional-grade, compliant, and KYC validator set, making sure that the protocol knows who's on the other side to avoid Sibyls, to avoid some negative externalities of MEV, and to make sure that we have a way how to support the Solana validators that have been there for years, to support them with stake. Because if we don't do it, we end up in a situation where everything is staked on the exchange validators or on the biggest, and we want to avoid that to make the network, again, safe and secure. So we believe that this product, again, is going to be the best yield on the market with this reputable, known, and trusted validators, at the end of the day, providing 0% commission. And then finally, the final piece, liquidity. So that liquid staking is the only way to instantly access your staked Solana. Because traditionally, if you stake Sol, it gets up to 2 days to withdraw it back. So I totally get it. And actually, to me, that's probably the #1 reason why people use liquid staking today. And data supports that, is that the users are not even using DeFi with it. They just hold it on their wallets. And why they hold it on the wallet? Well, I would argue it's for the sake of getting instant access back to Sol the moment you need it. Because when things go wrong, you don't want to wait 2 days, you don't want to wait 1 day, you want to get out instantly. So I get it. So this even would be right. Liquid staking would be the way how to instantly get out of your staked Solana, again, until today. So at Marinate, we are introducing instant unstake for native staking, which is going to allow anyone staking their Solana natively get out immediately without waiting this 2-day period. So think about it, the minimized risk, you're not exposed to any smart contract risk in between, and the moment you need to get out, you get out. So again, sharing the Telegram code in here to get the early access to the beta of this product. Happy to have you guys there. And then finally, why switch now, right? Why should you even care? So for that, we are introducing the final thing, which we call migrate. So there is going to be a timeline, a time-limited campaign, allowing anyone that's already staking to a validator of their choice. If you are about to migrate and convert to one of the Marinate products, there are going to be additional incentives to make sure it's worth it, it's worth the time, worth the hassle. With that, let me wrap it up. So today we discussed and hopefully debunked some of the myths of liquid staking and the value props that's out there. We talked about the yield, we talked about liquidity, we talked about automation. Once again, there are good ways or good reasons of using liquid staking. Again, if you're using DeFi, if you borrow against it, if you do some like leverage stuff in DeFi, I mean, up to you all. But if you are only holding the liquid staking tokens on your wallet for the 3 reasons we discussed, at least hopefully today you've been a bit educated and you can make better decisions if native staking or liquid staking is the way to go. At the end of the day, I'm glad that the Solana holders stake their Sol to make the network more robust, secure, decentralized. I invite all of you now to take your chance and stop staking to one and start staking to many. Thank you very much.
Great talk by Michael. Differences of opinion, but we love a rich, diverse ecosystem. This next speaker, oh man, who was here yesterday? Anybody here yesterday? Okay, if you're here yesterday, there was a talk, and he interviewed in a fireside chat Austin Federa, talking about all the work that he's doing over at 00. But today, he is here to talk about kind of the evolution of staking opportunities in Solana. Or maybe not just Solana, but probably just the entire ecosystem. And so it is my great pleasure to introduce the executive director of the Jito Foundation, Brian Smith. Give him a big round of applause, everybody.
Hey guys, thanks for being here. And the title of this is the evolution of staking opportunities on Solana, but it's really more a story about how the underlying economy has evolved in the chain's history, and this ultimately has an impact on stakers. And so this is like a chart from Blockworks. It shows staker income over time. And what you can see for almost all of Solana's history is the big green stuff, and that's network inflation. I think you guys are probably familiar with this, that Solana is a proof-of-stake network. It gets its economic security. It only functions if SOL is actually staked to the economy. And so when they were creating the chain, they just looked at Cosmos and said, yeah, Cosmos does 8% inflation. That's like, and it goes down by roughly 15% a year. And it worked for all the Cosmos chains. That's how it should work on Solana. And they used that. It wasn't the most important decision at the time, and it's worked fine. Like, it's worked well. Obviously, Solana is in a good place. And so as a staker, your life has been very, very easy over that time because there's something called a commission that validators charge. They set a commission. They normally keep it pretty consistent, and that's all you had to pay attention to. Your inflation was quite steady. It's just whatever, right? It changes 15% a year. So life was easy and straightforward, but it wasn't that healthy because inflation is bad. Like, it's just diluting the value of your Solana. So you get that money if you're staking to validators, but there's no other really utility of it. And you can kind of see a little evolution with the purplish back in before, and that is REV. So REV stands for real economic value. And what this means is it's not inflation. It's not just diluting the value of the SOL you hold. It's actually organic transactions fees on Solana. So this is people paying to do stuff on Solana. It is probably the most important metric for any blockchain. It is what economic happening. And so, look at the chart, right? Up until late 2023, this was virtually non-existent, at least relative to the scale that it's happening today. And that's because people didn't really use priority fees. They weren't reliable. Jito tips weren't more broadly used. And so it was, again, as a staker, you were just getting inflation, and it was fine. But what's awesome is that now inflation is only one piece of the puzzle, and we see lots of economic value on Solana. And so, what this means in practice is, economic value is mostly Jito tips at this point. It's like roughly 60, 70% of that. And you're probably familiar with this, like a lot of front ends add it, and you pay a couple bucks when you're doing a trade on Solana, and it just lands much faster, it lands much more reliably. Like, we were all there in the old days when you'd submit a transaction on Solana and it would just spin and spin and spin, and like maybe you'd have to resubmit. And that doesn't really happen today because the network's a lot more efficient, and there are these mechanisms where if you want your transaction to land quickly, then you can pay a fee, and it costs you a little more money. It's not the fractions of a penny that a regular transaction on Solana costs, but it's probably worth it depending on what you're trying to do. Priority fees are roughly similar. It's the in-protocol way to do this. And again, you add a little fee, validator prioritizes it, it probably lands faster. And I think there's some of a misperception on Solana that this is like a lot of arbitrage or other activities that are like MEV, complicated, yada, yada. In practice, like that's not actually what we see. And I mean, when we were thinking about how to design Jito, we like thought that would be the vast majority of REV. In practice, what we see is like, this is mostly just transaction inclusion. So obviously, like meme coins are very popular on Solana, and meme coins like are volatile. And so if there's a new coin on pump.fun, you think it's going to go up, it's about to graduate, then people are very willing to pay significant amounts of money to get that coin sooner rather than later, because there's a real cost to waiting if you think the price is about to 3x, 10x, 100x. So they'll pay a lot. And so that's what we actually see is like the vast majority of these fees are all for inclusion and not other forms of MEV. But what's really exciting and cool is how big they are, right? I mean, so this all kind of started to take off in the fall of 2023, right? Solana was pretty dead post FTX for a while, and it was around the time of like Breakpoint in Amsterdam when you really started to see like there's momentum, there's network activity happening, bonk started to just rip, and that's when you see these tiny little bars relatively, but it was like October, November of 23, and then it continued to gain steam throughout 2024 and was just like pretty bonkers in the fall of 24, and in January and February of this year, right, over $500 million was paid to the network for trading in February, right? Meme coins were insane. There was, the leader of the free world launching one and like generating tons and tons of fees for Solana. And so like whatever you think of meme coins, whatever you think of this other activity, like this is extremely cool for Solana. It is the #1 network in all of crypto for priority fees for the last 6 months, and all signs point to it continuing to lead that. And that just shows how strong the economy is, that we're no longer dependent on staking, and we are really earning revenue for the chain. So this is just like a rough flows, kind of zooming out and like, okay, RAV is cool, but like this is supposed to be a staking talk. Why am I here? Why am I talking about it? And there's all of these impact you as a staker, because again, this is the source of what you're getting at the end. So this shows the distribution of kind of how REV was distributed in 2024. And look, it's really complicated chart. Like there's all these different flows and buckets and all of that. The numbers are really big. That's really fun. But like, again, does this matter to you? Like, yes, it does. It matters to Solana, and it matters to you when you're deciding how to stake your Solana. So there's 3 sources of actual yield, or like 3 sources of revenue to the network, and ultimately all 3 matter to you as a staker. So again, inflation, we covered this, like most people know it. Today, what we see is that inflation commission is like typically 0% for validators. It was just like the first one to go down. It mattered a lot to stakers, so it has evolved, but like it's shown on all the staking dashboards. It's pretty relevant, and people I think have a good grip on what's happening there. And then the second bucket of fees is Jito tips. That is roughly similar. Like they used to be tiny, so no one really cared about them. And so like validators would just pick whatever commission, but it didn't actually impact the end yield. We've obviously seen that change where Jito yield for a lot of stakers was over 1% annualized for, certainly during the fall and Q1 of this year, because it's such an important source of economic value. And so that's easy for validators. They set a discrete commission. It's shown on all the staking sites, and you can kind of see where it is. And then the third one is like where life gets very complicated, which is priority fees. So again, you submit a trade, you include priority fees, so you think it'll land faster. That is structured, like that was, I assume, an afterthought, and like how they were designing the Solana like validator fee distribution. So it just goes to like a random account that the validator controls. And it was never envisioned to be like a significant source of revenue or something that like validators needed to think about distributing to their stakers. And so today there is no in-protocol mechanism for how to share those fees with stakers. And there was actually a change with those fees in, I think, February of this year is when it took effect. It was voted on before that, but it's called SIMD 96. Before, half of priority fees were burned, and so it was also just like a less relevant thing for people to worry about. That went away, so now none of the priority fees are burned, and we've seen the numbers are huge. And so it's become an interesting topic of like, how should stakers have access to this? And if so, how do they actually get access to it? And so we see a few things done today for how it's shared. I would say, traditionally, there's like some single validator LSTs and other mechanisms, and a lot of times the validators want to like promote their own LST, and so they just manually transfer this like fee revenue into that single validator LST. It like juices the yield. They get like kind of stake that is more sticky to their validator, and it's like generally a fine system. It works for LSTs, but like some people don't want to use LSTs, and it's also like, should you be favoring LSTs at the cost of other stake? Maybe, maybe not. Marinade also has this like auction mechanism. They talked about it before, so assume you guys are familiar there. And then the like way that Jito was actually introduced something, which is pretty cool, I think, for how to distribute these priority fees, is Jito restaking, launched about 2 months ago. It was intended, and like the initial launch is that it helps Jito tips be distributed, so it doesn't actually change anything in practice for people here receiving those, but it's like a much more reliable and steady process. So it's like a win for everyone that it's now a way to get those in a more decentralized and reliable way. But that same technology actually applies to priority fees. And so there is a comparable tool on top of Jito restaking that enables those priority fees to be shared, not just to single validator LSTs or other like, kind of weird auction mechanisms and everything else. Like it just shared to every stake account pro rata based on whatever commission you set. And so it's a really new piece of infrastructure for Solana. It gives validators a lot of flexibility to distribute those as they want, and it's pretty much the only way for a vanilla stake account to get access to that third fee stream. So it's cool, and I think what's important in all of this is validators are important. So like even though I'm talking about yield and fees and all that, like definitely the message is there's a symbiotic relationship between stakers and validators, and so like optimize, the intention of none of this is to be, like validators shouldn't charge any fees, they should all be zero, and like this is how you maximize your yield as a staker. Like that's not the case. Like validators do awesome things for Solana, and so it's really striking a balance of what is the right mix of yield for the end staker, as well as what is the right, kind of revenue to fund the validators that are actually running Solana and doing cool innovations for the chain. And so that's how all three of these pick out. Like in practice, like from a fee perspective, inflation, again, it's like typically 0%. Jito tips were smaller, and so it was just like, it was the next thing. You just kind of see like this gradual fee compression, which is having some interesting impacts on the network and on the validator economy. It's like Jito tips are probably 0 to 10%-ish. And then priority fees today are 100%, just because it was mechanically hard to distribute, where validators keep it all, and it was like you just kind of go down the list, and like that one is still protected. We'll see. There's also SIMD 123, which is introducing a mechanism in protocol to do the priority fee sharing. It was approved by Solana governance a couple months ago, but it's probably 6 to 12 months out from being launched. It's just like a technical thing. It has to go through all of the release cycle, but that is also going to have like a very drastic impact. I think we'll see a lot of changes once that takes place. So there's a few other things to be aware of on, as a staker, like what matters to you and why. And SIMD 228, you guys may have seen some of this on Twitter. It was a fairly controversial proposal to reshape the inflation structure of Solana. So, mentioned like we just used the Cosmos schedule, 8%. It doesn't really make sense anymore. And so there was a proposal to make it like dynamic. I'm not going to get into the weeds on it. I personally thought it was a somewhat elegant proposal. It lost the contested vote, but I think there's general consensus that there will be a similar proposal, like Galaxy just put one up. That one may probably not go anywhere, but like inflation is probably going down. So what this means to you as a staker, between that and REV is like very, very volatile. It just depends on what fees are being sent on the network any given day. And so, inflation is going down as a denominator, and the other factor is highly volatile. And so just in general, like your staking yield is going to be a lot more volatile. Back in the day of 2022, it's like, yeah, steady 7-9% income, and you get it every day, and like nothing matters. This is no longer the case. So that's something to be aware of. And then I already mentioned, like in protocol, block reward sharing. who knows how that changes things. Like, a lot of this is also hard because now, like, as I mentioned, like, validators need to earn healthy income, and stakers also care about yield, and there's this balance. But now that, like, a lot of the revenue available is so volatile that, like, the consistency with which any fee is charged is, like, no longer really applicable. Like, it doesn't make sense from an intellectual perspective, but, like, there's also, like, inertia in all of this, and it also doesn't make sense necessarily from a staking perspective to, like, you know, have to accommodate all of these fee changes. So anyways, like, the general message here is that Solana is kicking ass. Like, REV is really high. The actual, that's, like, creating a lot of complexity in how the value is flowing across the network. And it's, like, changing in real time. And this is all amplified by other core protocol changes, like, you know, inflation changes, these new SIMDs that I've talked about that are changing other ways about how it's all distributed, elimination of the burn. So it's definitely complicated. Like, as a staker and as a Solana holder, like, you should know about all of this. Like, it's really important information. You, like, probably don't need to, like, be in the weeds on it. I mean, that's why something like JitoSol exists, is, like, you know, it automates all of this and strikes a reasonable balance between everything so that you don't need to, like, be checking your validator, be checking REV and, like, all of this stuff on a day-to-day basis. It's just, like, set it and forget it so you can do more fun things with your time. But either way, like, it's in good shape. And then the last thing is, like, you know, Jito restaking launched in February. This is a way to stake JitoSol as well as other assets for incremental yield. So, like, today, there's over 200 million JitoSol in the restaking platform. It's earning incremental yield by helping do the Jito tip distribution, by helping do the priority fee distribution soon, as well as, like, helping do stuff with, like, Switchboard, secure their Oracle network. And so, especially if we see, like, inflation decline, REV decline, then we could see people go further out, like, on the risk curve and, like, want this additional yield on their SOL. And that's something that, you know, we're certainly excited about. We think it's a cool primitive. Obviously, like, you should only do it if you're interested in taking that additional risk for the additional yield. But it's, again, a new opportunity for stakers to get this capital, and we'll probably see it transfer to other assets too. Like, you know, Fragmetric announced Bitcoin yesterday. It could be, like, USDC staking, a lot of native token staking, but that's probably, like, outside the scope of this. But anyways, yeah, I mean, what's happening on Solana is amazing. Like, no one thought that it would be dominating REV and network activity like it did. And so I'm super excited to see how all of this evolves, and just something to keep aware of, like, understanding how all of these flows happen. So thanks for the time.
That was a great talk by Brian. Come on, let's give Jito Foundation one more round of applause, everybody. Okay, so again, thank you to the thousands of people watching on the Crossroads 2025 stream. Really appreciate you guys tuning in from home. And of course, for everybody in the audience, thank you so much for making it. I know after lunch you get a little sleepy, but here's something that's gonna wake you up. Why banks are effed. So this talk is being given by the founder of Cast Card. Who uses Cast? Come on, hands up, Cast. Cast is the talk of the town. They've done a lot of things in Solana that's, like, first of. So it is my great pleasure to introduce someone who everybody in the stablecoin space knows him as the stablecoin guy. He was the lead of Circle's operations over in APAC for a period of time. So it is my great pleasure to introduce the founder and CEO of Cast Card, Raglan Pothi.
Hey guys, how's everyone? I know it's a tough one after lunch to stay awake. I've done many of these conferences and these talks after, so I'm going to keep it very simple. It's going to be the least technical presentation you're going to get all day, and I'm going to just tell you a lot about the personal story of why we're building Cast and why it's so important for the whole world. So, the opening statement, I guess, which most people in crypto will agree with, is that banking is fucked. And everyone in crypto knows this to be true because everyone has challenges interacting with banks. They get their money frozen. It's hard to move money around. But I want to talk through the different sides of how we see banking as fucked, because it really depends on which country you come from and a little bit about the experiences that I've seen through my life, including being back here in Turkey as well. To do this, I'm going to embarrass myself a little bit, and I'm going to show you a photo of me as a kid, as a baby. And I'm showing you this for a very important reason. I was born in the north of Sri Lanka, in a place called Jaffna. And what happened was that 3 years after I was born, there was a civil war in Sri Lanka. It went on for 26 years. And the area is, the civil war finished maybe 15 years ago, but the area is still undergoing a path towards recovery, right? Now, I personally was very lucky because 3 years after the civil war started, my parents migrated to Australia, right? And so personally, I went from a country that was going in deep strife to one of the greatest, most blessed countries in the world, frankly. A great economy, extremely fair democracy. So I got very lucky, right? Subsequently, I've traveled to 100+ countries. I've lived in approximately 10 different countries, in developing countries and developed countries. For the last 12 years, I've lived in Singapore. So the experience that I had personally recently has that banking is kind of okay. It's not totally fucked. It is still sometimes a little bit fucked. You still have the issues with customer service. You still get the issues when you move money to your crypto account, it gets frozen. But it's not totally fucked. But I think about what my life would have been like if I wasn't lucky to move. If I got stuck like the majority of people in the population in a war zone for an extended period of time. The guy who you see here is me, and I've been very lucky to live in countries where I've been afforded opportunities. But my life could have been very different if I stayed in Sri Lanka. And I think, when I'm building Cast, how could the person, if they stayed in Sri Lanka, have the greatest opportunities possible, right? How could that person be afforded opportunities to come up in life and have economic certainty? Now, there was a beautiful thing created about 30 years ago, and that was the internet. And that's what essentially has leveled, over the course of the last 30 years, through different changes, has leveled the world. So now it still matters a little bit where you're born, but it matters a little bit less because you can become a developer, you can provide services through a platform to people on other sides of the world, you can create things, you can learn things. I don't have to tell you how great the internet is. But the problem is that when you move from the internet to financial services, it's not global. It's very much country by country. And I know I'm speaking to people from different parts of the world here today who will have different experiences. For me, being back in Turkey, I actually came here 18 years ago and spent New Year's Eve here. And I'll tell you a story that people in Turkey will know this. When I came here, the lira was 1 million to 1 to the US dollar. And then subsequently, they reset it from 1 million to 1 to 1 to 1, right? That was 18 years ago. And today, it's roughly 38 to 1. So imagine the currency depreciation they felt. I was in Argentina a few weeks ago. When I was on holiday, when I was 21, Argentina had 1 to 1 to the US dollar. It just defaulted and gone to 3 to 1. And now it's 1,200 to 1, right? I lived in Nigeria for a couple of years when I was younger. They also have faced very, very similar problems. So the problem of banking is universal, and the problem that people face is that you don't get born, you get born and you can be on the internet, but your access to financial services varies greatly. And our mission at Cast is to level this. So everyone has access to a stablecoin-powered platform in as many countries as possible. Now, we haven't been perfect. We've got to about 150 countries. We're still working our way through. We've had some people who've come and asked us, how come you don't have our country? The thing is that we're working against everything that financial services and countries have put up over hundreds of years to make it really, really difficult to do banking. And so it's with that backdrop and that real core mission that I and the team have is to make financial services available evenly to everyone in the world. Now, let me explain what Cast is. Most people know us for the card. Because the simplest thing that you have is that a lot of people have stable coins, USDC and USDT. I previously ran Circle's business for Asia for 2.5 years, which makes USDC. But what we're trying to achieve is something, actually our whole platform, compared to everything else you'll hear, is extremely simple to the user, but as I say, ridiculously complex for us, right? And so what we're trying to achieve is that you can sign up and KYC in 3 minutes, and you will have the very, very simple things, which is you have a cash account, which you can deposit stable coins. You will have a card, a Visa card that you can use, and it works almost seamlessly and perfectly. And by the way, achieving that is extremely difficult for a whole bunch of reasons I won't get into, but you'll have a lot of card options out there for crypto. I guarantee you ours will be one of the most smoothest to work with. And also a savings account where you can save and earn interest as well. But this is what most people, if you've used Cast today, would have used so far. Where we're going is something that we call better than a bank. It's not enough for me to go and build a bank on-chain that's available to people in 170 or 180 countries. I and the team have to build something that's better than a bank. So how do you build something that's better than a bank? And I'm going to tell you what version 2 of Cast looks like now. So at the very simple part of it is that you'd have what some people call cash or a check account, a savings, and a card, which already is a huge unlock for hundreds of millions or billions of people in the world who just want a stable US dollar account where they can just do these 3 extremely simple functions. And so we spend a lot of time and money, tens of millions of dollars, literally putting together all the work so that this will work in as many countries as possible. But then we have this very simple concept of deposit and spend. And what we're going to have is the ability for you to have virtual accounts. We have it available now, so you can have an account in US dollars where you can send cash. And you just see that you're sending cash, or you can send cash the other way. Now, it gets changed and held as stable coins with us, but you don't know. You just see US dollars. So now you have the access to a US dollar cash account as well. You also have stablecoins. We accept multiple stablecoins across multiple chains. We don't give you any of that complexity. When it lands, you just see US dollars. We do all the hard work, so you can swap from USDC on Sol to USDT on Tron. I hope personally you keep it on Sol, but we understand that people have to swap and they have to move it. We're also introducing things like QR Pay, so that in a lot of countries you have local QR code payment methods as well. And so you'll be able to use it. I think we're introducing in Brazil, and then hopefully more countries as well. You won't get this in your bank. You won't get in your bank the ability to go to a foreign country and be able to QR code pay, let alone in lots of countries around the world. And then we're also introducing payment links. Now, payment links for people who are remote workers is magical. You can send a link. Today already, you can do it to about 40 countries. Our aim is to get it to above 100 countries pretty soon. You can send a link to someone, and they can transfer money locally by bank account, or they can pay with their card, and the money lands in your account, just like magic, right? And then also, because a lot of people hold BTC, ETH, and Sol, the ability to deposit BTC, ETH, and Sol, and spend it or hold it and borrow against it, because a lot of people in crypto want to hold. So this proposition is not complex. It's not intentionally meant to be extremely simple for the user, but for us to perfect this and say we're not going to do anything else. We're not going to do meme coins. We're not going to do trading. We're not going to do all this other stuff. Is very, very hard, especially to make it available to as many countries in the world. No one has achieved this vision of being better than a bank, where you're fully connected with all of the virtual accounts where you can interact with banks all over the world. No one has achieved that, and this is what we're investing a lot of time into doing. Now, the slides are in slightly wrong order, so I'm going to go through it. Now, if you look at the thesis around stablecoins, they're around $250 billion today. People think in about 3 years there'll be $1 trillion. So stablecoins are about 1% of US dollars today. In 3 to 5 years, they will be about 5%. And by the year 2030. And by the year 2040, if they keep going the way that we think it will, they'll be around 25%. What I showed you earlier was essentially a hybrid world where you have to exist between crypto and the real world in terms of cash. And that's true for almost anyone. I barely know no one who is completely unlinked from the banking world. But that is a hybrid world that will exist for the next 5 years, and over time, it's going to change. It's going to change so that you can actually live mostly on-chain, right? Now, my worldview of this is I always love, I'm a big space fan. I always love looking at photos from space as to what the Earth looks like, right? And so can you tell me what you notice when you look at the Earth from space? It's the most obvious thing. When you go and look at the Earth from space, you couldn't tell me where a border is, or what country that is, or where it lies, or what currency they use, or what economy they're in. It doesn't fucking matter. It's one world. And that's the beauty of crypto, is that it levels the playing field for the entire world so that anyone can join. Now, all this plumbing that we're doing today so that we can offer credit cards to people in certain countries, and we can provide on and off ramps to people in other countries, and I've got to ask you about your passport and where you're from and all these other questions. We have to do it for our apps so that we can achieve something that's very simple and usable for you guys. But in the future, and that future is coming, you won't have to do that. And the way that we're thinking about it is that we want to build the first proper on-chain bank. And so what I want to tell you about quickly is that we are going to be releasing in about 3 months' time what we're calling CastX. It's very simple. It's essentially like a self-custodial stablecoin wallet. But it's more about what it doesn't do. You're not going to get meme coins. You're not going to get dApps. You're just going to be able to deposit stablecoins, multiple stablecoins on multiple chains, and you're going to see US dollars in your self-custodial app. And you'll be also able to send stablecoins on multiple chains out. So it will become the best swap service that you will ever want for your stablecoins. You want to hold all of your stablecoins there because there's going to be no place cheaper. It's only going to be between 0 to 0.1% for the swap. So it's going to be magical and beautiful in that way. It's going to be self-custodial, so you own the assets. You can see exactly the coins that you have on there. And then we're going to add things like instant pay, so you can QR code someone their phone and you can send them money straight away. If they don't have the app, or you can send it by a phone contact as well. And so you just have to look up a person's name. If you're a restaurant, you owe them money, you send them money. If they don't have the wallet, they just quickly go and download the app. They don't have the KYC, and then instantly they have the money there. And we think this is the beginning of a revolution that's going to change in banking. We're also going to add, after we perfect this user experience, so it's extremely deadly simple, we're going to add products on there that people are searching for. So low to high risk reward yield, things like Aave rate, USDE, and other things maybe from Huma Finance and others as well. And then, when I think about me, if I was that boy that I showed you earlier, and I was in Sri Lanka, there's a lot of things that I wouldn't have access to. Like if I want to trade stocks in the US, it would be very hard for me to trade it for a whole bunch of reasons, barriers that are put between me and trading stocks. And we believe that definitely Solana is the place for internet capital markets. And so essentially this CastX platform is going to become the place where you can trade a lot of real world things like stocks. You'll be able to have access to stablecoins from other currencies which are yield bearing. And we're rethinking the experience so it looks and feels a lot more like a bank, but completely on chain. Once we master that, because there's demand for the self-custodial app, we will add things like a card and your on and off ramp network as well. But this is the future of what the world is going to look like. After the year 2030, my bet is that majority of us will have a full on-chain bank that we use, and we hope it's going to be the Cast app. With that, that's all I got for today. Thank you.
Very heartwarming and touching story from Ragulan, the stablecoin guy. Give him another round of applause, everybody. Cass is doing great work in the ecosystem. And they're one of the sponsors of Crossroads. And without sponsors like Class, we wouldn't be able to do events like this. So, you can see there are 2 chairs here. Why are there 2 chairs? Well, it's because we're going to have a fireside chat. And the moderator is going to be Jacqueline Melanik. She is like super qualified to do this interview because she's an award-winning host. She's a co-founder of Token Relations. She used to be a senior crypto reporter over at TechCrunch. And who is she going to be interviewing? Well, when I asked this gentleman, okay, how would you describe yourself? He goes, I'm an investor, I'm a trader, and I'm a tweeter. And most of you guys would actually know his tweets because he has over 700,000 followers, which is absolutely insane. And not that that exactly matters, but his voice carries weight, is my point. Not only that, but he's also a co-founder of Bullpen. Bullpen turns trading into a multiplayer experience. So you can kind of think of it as a social layer for your trading, right? So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Jacqueline and Ansem!
Get over there. Wow. What a kind introduction. I wish I could get that every time I go on stage.
Yeah, that was great. That was really good.
Ansem, he mentioned that you have over 700,000 followers on Twitter. I'm sure a lot of people here probably know who you are. But to start off, this panel is about proof of brand. So I think, how did that happen? Why do you think people flock to you?
It actually was not intentional. I was not trying to get followers online. But I think the way that it happened, I was just sharing a lot of information that people related to. So I had like 3,000 followers in 2020, but I've been on crypto Twitter since like 2017. And I was always interacting with people, sharing charts, sharing ideas, going back and forth in the group chats with a ton of crypto heads. And then COVID happened. And I was sharing trades. I had another account that was my trade journal. I was posting all my trades there and then posting the bigger ones on my main account. And I did really well that cycle just with the public ideas that I was sharing, like Bitcoin, I think around 9K, 10K to like 50K. Solana was one of my big trades. I shared the entire like thread as I was trading it from like $1.50 up. And a lot of people were tailing the trades, and they're like, who is this dude? And I started getting more followers, and that's how it really happened.
Any bad trades?
A ton of bad trades. A ton of bad trades. I mean, also, like, while I was sharing ideas, I was still tweeting regularly, because my Twitter account was never a crypto-specific account. People asked me why my face is there, but it was my regular college Twitter, high school Twitter, like all my friends from before. I was just tweeting regular stuff. I was still tweeting the same content. So when I would go out, I would tweet, I'm going out. It was like I'm the authentic person and the crypto stuff at the same time.
How would you define your brand and characterize kind of the image you've created within this space?
I think I come across as a degen, which I think is pretty accurate in trading and like also what I'm doing activity-wise, which I think is like relatable to a lot of people in crypto. But I think there's a duality to it where you need to understand like the trenches, degen side of crypto, but you also need to have high-level thoughts and ideas on what makes sense and how certain coins are different from others, like where some have fundamental value and some do not. And I think being able to combine both of those things is kind of how you do really well in crypto. It's like the attention economy is a thing, but then the tech side of crypto is also an important piece of it. So you need to be able to understand both.
Mm-hmm. There's 2 sides to you, right? Before we got on stage, we were talking about his name is Zion Thomas.
Yeah.
But he goes by Ansem, and I said, where did that name come from? If you want to tell the story.
Yeah.
It's a very heartfelt story.
Yeah, so I played a ton of video games as a kid growing up. I was a super nerd. I played like a ton of World of Warcraft, like all the MMORPGs, Diablo, EverQuest, like all those games. And one of my favorite games actually was Kingdom Hearts, the Square Enix game. And in Kingdom Hearts, like one of the main characters in the game, his name is Ansem. And Ansem is, there's 2 Ansems. There's Ansem the Wise, and then there's Ansem Seeker of Darkness, which is like the evil version of Ansem. So my name's Ansem because I share a lot of like informational content for people to learn about crypto, like get up to speed. If you're going 0 to 1 in crypto, a lot of people use my account to get information there and like sharing trade ideas, like macro stuff, all of that. But then there's also like the Ansem, which is going out and partying with people and traveling and doing all that. So those tweets are also on the account. So it's like both.
The DGen Ansem.
Yeah.
Would you ever change your name?
I don't think so.
There's not a third Ansem?
No.
Fourth Ansem.
No, third or fourth Ansem, no. Yeah.
Okay. Taking a step back from Ansem, I want you to kind of tell us more about how you look at the broader CT, crypto, Twitter landscape and the brands that are out there today. What do you think makes someone's brand valuable?
Yeah, it's been cool to see crypto Twitter evolve from 2017 to now. I think one of the coolest things about crypto is you don't need a degree in anything or like background knowledge in any specific field to get good at crypto and to understand crypto. So it's very easy to learn or it's self-taught. It's very easy to teach yourself crypto. Mm-hmm. And crypto Twitter plays a huge role in that because a lot of the figures that are there and prominent on crypto Twitter are the people who've either done well in the space or founders and are very accessible even to people who are completely new to the space, and that's really cool. So when I joined in 2017, I learned how to trade and learned about crypto from all the like bigger accounts who were on CT, and I always thought that was like really important to me and beneficial to me. So I always feel like I kind of have a responsibility to do similar for the newer generations. As far as like what the current brands are on CT now and like why they're valuable, I would say authenticity is the biggest thing. People can see through when you're like faking an account or faking what you want your personality or brand to be. And I think it's not relatable to people when they can see that you're doing that. So being authentic with your brand, whether it's like you're representing a blockchain or representing yourself or representing your company, it should have its own personal, flair to it.
Mm-hmm. When you bring up authenticity, I think of a lot of people say they want to be like X, Y, Z, and you could think of a handful of names in the space that are extremely prominent. But then I also have noticed that even with those prominent people, I'm not going to name names, but they're not always like in the best public eye, right? So then there's the other side of it where it's like, okay, I want to be like insert name, and you guys are all probably thinking of one, and that's for you to think about, do your own homework. But then on the other side, like there's the reality that like, oh, this person's like gone off the deep end, or oh, this person's like acting out really crazily, or oh, they said something that was really irresponsible, they deleted the tweet, whatever it may be, which is a long-winded way of me asking you, what do you think hurts someone's brand?
A ton of things can hurt your brand. What do I say hurts your brand? What has hurt yours?
That's a tough question.
Yeah, I could talk about that.
Yeah.
I would say I've definitely partnered with, some teams that like people like see has hurt my brand. The thing is when your account blows up and when you get a lot of followers, a lot of people aren't or can't experience what that is like and when it happens, but you're gonna get a ton of outreach from companies, from like teams, from all these different people want to offer you things and partner with you and give you this and give you that for exchange for like marketing or all these other things. And most of the time, it's better to choose like a few really good ones instead of like taking a lot of them. So I'd say one way that people hurt their brand is by like taking every offer that they get to partner with people or every angel investment that they get and not being diligent with like who you're partnering with, because what can hurt your brand is if people see you're attached to someone else and they're doing something negatively, and then they draw that back to you because you talked about them or you said something positive about them. Like, and it gets even more difficult when they can be like your friends or people that you know, and they're launching projects or doing their own thing, and you want to help them out, but sometimes you like have a responsibility to be I guess, distance in a way, because I can't control what other people do.
You can't help all your friends.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I have a lot of friends, but
Yeah.
yeah.
That kind of reminded me of the term KOL, key opinion leaders, which I'm not a big fan of that term. I think it has warranted some unsavory behavior within the space, kind of to the point that you just talked about.
Yeah.
How do you think the role of those KOLs, or if that term will even exist, play a factor in this space going forward?
I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of negative aspects to it. I would say crypto is kind of going through a maturation phase right now, honestly. But the reason that KOLs have so much impact on crypto markets is because for a lot of teams in crypto, the coin is the products, not like what the company's actually building or like revenue or anything like that. And when the coin is the product, it trades very heavily off of attention. And KOLs, which have a lot of followers or a lot of pull, they are big, very impactful on how much attention certain things get. So I would say it's negative because you can have these people who are getting paid on the side and not telling people that they're getting paid and shilling stuff, and then obviously selling as they're shilling, which is you should not do. It's illegal. But I would say that there also is a role for people who are good voices and have impact and have influence to kind of shape the reputation of crypto and what it looks like. So when there's people who don't know anything about crypto, I don't like the word KOLs, but these influential people in the space can have a really outsized impact on those new people joining the space and like what advice they're going to get and what they should do. Because if there aren't people with good intentions in those roles, and there's people with bad intentions there, when there's new people who don't know anything about crypto and they try and join the space, they're going to get bad advice. And that's going to negatively impact the space even more. So you do need people like that. I don't know if KOL is the right word, but...
What would you call them?
It's a great question.
People?
We should come up with
Smart
that.
people?
Smart people, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, smart, influential people.
Yeah, smart people, SPs.
SPs.
Yeah, instead of LPs, we got SPs.
Yeah.
Looking at Solana, obviously we're at Solana Crossroads. How do you think the current state of the market is panning out? Is it as you expected, maybe 3-6 months ago?
I expected it to be a lot more bullish this year, honestly. I thought that Trump presidency and like the shift from a very negative admin on crypto regulation to a positive one with like also the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve and all of those things that they talked about during their campaign. I honestly thought it was going to be a lot more bullish for crypto than it has been. And I think the expectations were just too high going into January. And then also we got the tariff stuff happen, and a lot of macro economy stuff has impacted crypto in a way because we're tied to all of that now, like a lot. As crypto matures, we're going to be a lot more tied to stocks and macro. I would say right now it's unclear to me in the short term what everything looks like, but on the medium and long term, I don't think it's ever been as bullish as it currently is for crypto and building in crypto. I think the shift is very apparent regulation-wise, and then just like attention and the amount of smart people looking into this space now, I think is markedly different than it has been previous cycles. So, yeah, but there's a lot of stuff going on right now that impacts markets. So,
Right.
yeah.
So you still think we're in a bull market?
How do we define a bull market?
You what?
How do we define a bull market? I don't know.
How do you define a bull market? You've been in this space for a while.
I wouldn't call it a bull market right now, no. I would call it a bull market for Bitcoin. I wouldn't call it a bull market for altcoins.
But you think it'll come back?
Yeah, for sure.
Like soon?
I don't know about soon, maybe. I'm thinking like, I'm bullish on a 6-month out time frame, I would say. But it's also dependent on a lot of things can happen that could shift my opinion on that pretty quickly. So, but yeah.
That's all right, fair enough. You also co-founded Bullpen, which is, as they mentioned, a social trading app focused on, quote, making trading multiplayer. And it uses catching Solana tokens before they get popular, correct?
Yep.
with the current meme coin landscape, or perhaps like the death of it at the moment, how does Bullpen want to revive that mania, that meme coin mania, and play a role in that?
Yeah, at Bullpen, we want to make it easy for anybody to trade the most popular things in crypto, whether that's like social, or that's like meme coins on Solana, altcoins on Solana, perps trading. We actually just enabled perps trading on Hyperliquid as well. But really, our focus is making it easier for people to discover what's popular, whether that be through like groups or from calls from other people or like interacting with their friends, and also having the interface allow people to do that very quickly. So I think crypto is cool because it's a very social game. I think of crypto kind of like as its own MMO RPG. It's like its own game. And the discovery aspect of finding out what's popular and doing research is a big part of that. So if you're able to tap that social layer in the right way, it can be really beneficial for new traders specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think in some ways, like branding and virality falls into a token's popularity, and obviously the name meme coin falls into that category too. Mm-hmm. When you're kind of assessing what to buy, or even in like Bullpen's case, like what makes a token popular enough to be presented on the platform, right? Like what makes a good token, essentially?
I would say there's two types of tokens in crypto. There are tokens that trade purely on attention, and those are meme coins. And finding out which good meme coins are is really an attention game, figuring out like how viral something is going to go, how relatable it is to people external to crypto, and like the specific meme and how good of a meme it is, like how funny you think it is. But for meme coins specifically, what's really important early on is like the supply concentration. So if you have good distribution among a lot of people that are all like cult-like formation and invested in getting as much attention on as possible, that's good for the coin early. But if you have concentrated supply in like one or two groups of people, it's obviously net negative. You're never gonna like get past a very high ceiling. And the other kinds of tokens in crypto are ones that trade off of like their technical fundamentals. And that's stuff like Solana, apps that are like really making their own revenue, like Hyperliquid. And that's more of a thesis around like the fundamental aspects of the coin, how it compares to its competitors, place in the market, how they're building, how they're shipping. And then like the attention is just like a supercharger for those coins. Yeah, it's two different like markets really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in terms of these altcoins or like L1s, L2s, utility tokens, as I call them, where they actually have like a blockchain behind them, perhaps, not just like a meme or something. Yeah. A network could be like constantly shipping, as you just said, and doing all these updates and everything, but maybe the price still doesn't rise, right? So like what makes a good token to you? And then on the other side, it's what makes these utility tokens actually successful? Mm-hmm. Especially in this cycle, because I feel like, you know, it's not the same as last cycle.
Yeah, I'll say Solana is a really good example of this, as in late 2021 and 2022, Solana had a ton of problems with congestion, like spam on the network. And they actually had to implement a ton of specific network changes in 2022 to make it more usable for people and like improve the UX. So the best trades in crypto typically come when there is a gap in knowledge between the perceived fundamental value or fundamental like technical value of some of these coins and what it actually is, and then the market realizing that and then that like betting on the attention shifting in that direction. For Solana specifically, it was like even in 2023, a lot of people were writing it off as dead because they hadn't done their research on knowing that what had actually happened behind the scenes for the builders on the chain, and not doing their research with like all the
like Solana goes up, Ethereum goes down, down.
I feel like I've said so many negative things about Ethereum. I don't want to say too many more negative things about Ethereum. Ethereum was just in a sense It's just they're in a transition period right now where you're going to need proof of concept of these rollups doing better than, they need to have better performance than Solana currently does. And a lot of these rollups currently don't have that. So we'll see, like with Mega ETH and a few other these rollups come out, what happens there. But you need that to happen in prod first, I would say.
Do you think there's ever such thing as too many tokens, or like meme coins, there's content coins, there's altcoins, there's shit coins? You tweeted there's house coins. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know if that was serious, but is there ever a line that's going to be crossed where you're like, it's disgusting, there's too many tokens, or like that's just the product of the market?
No, I mean, I don't think you really can control it. These are permissionless systems, and people are going to deploy as many coins as they want to. I think trying to inhibit that would be...
I guess the appetite for it is more.
I would say that you can't stop it. It's going to continue to happen, but the market will price these things. The market will price these things effectively. So if there's too many tokens in the market, you're going to see that fragmentation affect the prices of all the different tokens. And I think you saw it with like a lot of the different rollups. Like there's a lot of the L2, like the tokens for the L2s are down a lot. Because it's like now there's a lot more tokens for people to choose from if they want to bet on ETH doing well. Yes, I would say the market is always the best decider of what is if there's too many tokens, the market will tell you like, okay, there's too many tokens.
Fair enough. How do you see the crypto trading landscape evolving in the near term?
In the near term, I do think that the terminals and the bots actually do have a big advantage for users, especially when you're trying to be the fastest and earliest with a lot of these coins, which is what people are trying to do. I think those are going to continue to be popular. Also terminals like in Silico, which is like more so for like large size trading on either centralized exchanges or on stuff like Hyperliquid. They do a really good job of giving users privacy in what they're trading and getting them better like flow. But yeah, I would say I think it's going to continue to be like made as easy as possible for people to trade instead of like having to go direct to these apps.
And for Bullpen, I know it says it aims to help users stay ahead of the market. How do you think your skill sets of finding these good market trends and assets and all these other things in your own personal brand, name of the panel, tie into this?
Yeah, I think I understand the social layer of crypto really well, like and how attention moves throughout the market. So that like impacts a lot of the decisions we make with like what a user wants to see, how they want to discover coins, like how people trade in groups. I think is really cool. One of the biggest, one of the things that helped people a lot this cycle that I did was this like Solana Manlets Telegram. Which is like, I think it's like 20-something thousand people in there now, but that was back when Solana was like just starting to become kind of consensus. It was late 2023, I want to say. And there was a Telegram I made that had all these different channels in it, but it was basically people all discussing coins, like what's trading, what they're looking at, like all that going on chain. And it was kind of like a hive mind of people all in the same place, kind of similar to like Reddit when during COVID when stocks were going crazy. All the people were having discussions about their trade ideas and all that. So it's kind of like that, but specifically for Solana and specifically for crypto. And it really helped people who didn't have the time to be on like Twitter all day. They kind of had these groups of people where they would get pinged by who they deemed important or was doing good research. So they knew kind of what to look for and when to look for it. I think having like dedicated group of people instead of just trading on your own is really important in crypto, especially because it's just daunting as an outsider trying to get up to speed on all the information. So that helps people a lot. But it informs, I'll say it informs generally how I think about things at Bullpen.
I also remember during probably the last 12 months or so, like a lot of people flocked to you for, I guess, market predictions maybe on Solana, Dog with Hat. other categories like that. Do you ever feel like a weird responsibility, or like you're kind of like the leader of the pack?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes for sure.
How do you manage that?
I would say I try to be as transparent as possible with how I'm thinking about things, and like if my opinion changes on positions that I have or like coins that I'm holding, I try and be transparent in that way. Like Solana, I was super bullish on from like 2023 on, and it was like around $15, $20. I was trading there for a long time, and I was basically hammering it super hard that like if crypto ever comes back, I think Solana is going to be one of the coins that does really well, and it did end up doing well. But like a lot of the price targets I had for Solana was either like $1,000 or like what did I say, like 0.1 on the Sol ETH pair, and I had those targets basically throughout the entire cycle, entire 2024. But I ended up selling before that. So like when I pivoted to being bearish on Sol, I think it was around like 260 or whatever. Was when I sold like a lot of it.
Like the top?
Yeah, pretty close to the top. I got pretty lucky. But there were a lot of people who were mad. Like, you said it was going to go to 1,000 and it's not at 1,000. Why are you selling? But the thing with trading is you have to be able to flip-flop your bias really quickly depending on new information that you get. And I think a lot of people who aren't professional traders, who don't do this full time, that's kind of foreign to them. So they say like, oh, but you said this before, and now it's only 4 hours later, and now you're saying this. But literally my position could be different than it was 4 hours before. So that's the hardest thing with sharing ideas in public, is like you're always gonna have people who are like thinking you're misleading them or like trying to scam them when like your position just can change so frequently. I'll say that's the hardest thing.
Mm-hmm. There's also, I've got to ask you this, the dog with hat sphere. Where is it?
Not on the sphere.
We're not getting the sphere?
No, we refunded or have been refunding people.
Oh.
So yeah.
People are getting refunded?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it's not happening?
No.
Damn. Rest in peace, dog with hat.
Oh man.
Okay, to wrap things up, Ansem, what would you like to be known for? We talked with, like, in the beginning, what your brand is and how you characterize yourself, but
yeah.
maybe looking back when you're older, after all this like crazy crypto waves have happened,
Mm-hmm.
how would you like to be remembered in this space?
That's a great question. I think what I want to be known for is, I think crypto is going to impact the world in a really meaningful way, and there's going to be a period where I think people who currently aren't on chain end up doing a lot more of their daily activities on chain. Whether they're aware of that or not, I think is kind of the job of the builders in crypto. But I want to be one of the people who kind of was part of that transitional period for all these new people joining crypto. That's what I want to be kind of, I guess, remembered or recognized for, is like one of the people who had a good voice in crypto and generally good impact on what the space looks like and what it is perceived as, and then just like helping onboard people.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, can you leave the audience with a piece of advice, something that you've carried with you throughout your time in this space?
Piece of advice, I would say, regardless of if market is up or down, to never stop doing research on like what's new in crypto. All the best trades that I've had in crypto are from ideas that were not consensus at the time, but ended up being right later on. So if you're able to find these non-consensus trades early, that's how you make a ton of money in crypto. It's also where, if you want to build in crypto, you're able to find which direction you should be focusing on. So I'll say never stop researching and work in groups.
Amazing. Ansem, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone else for listening in.
Oh, thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Big thank you to Ansem, and of course, awesome interview, learning more about, kind of market conditions as well as how to build out your own brand. Actually, a wide variety of topics that he covered over there. Our very next speaker is a core contributor as well as a lead economist over at Anza. If you don't know what Anza is, you've been living under a rock. Anza pushes forward a lot of really important research and development over in Solana. And you know, he's super overqualified to give this talk. He has like a master's of economics from MIT and also like studied math out of U Michigan. So please, it is my big honor to introduce to the stage Max Resnick.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. This is a talk about where we're headed in the future for Solana. How do we get to decentralized NASDAQ? I guess my official title at Anza, and by the way, Anza, we developed the core protocol. We developed the Agave client, which most of the network runs. So you may have heard of FireDancer. We're the client that's running on mainnet right now, which is Agave. And at Anza, we are the people making IBRL happen. And my job is basically, my title is lead economist, but actually what I do is try to interpret the mysticisms that Anatoly says every day and turn them into tech that we can actually build. So here's one of the mysticisms, which was, what we're working on is we're trying to make order books run on chain. We're trying to build a blockchain that's so fast and cheap that we can outcompete the NASDAQ. And that's pretty hard because NASDAQ is running pretty quickly and with very low costs. So part of that, when we want to say outcompete NASDAQ, we need to be higher bandwidth than NASDAQ. We need more TPS than NASDAQ. So we're targeting 1 million TPS. That's enough TPS to do all of Visa, all of MasterCard, all of Amex and Discover, so all the payment networks. And then all of NASDAQ, all of the CME, the New York Stock Exchange, these exchanges in London and Tokyo, we could put them all on chain with 1 million TPS. And another advantage is if we do 1 million TPS with 0.2 of a cent per transaction, that's 60 billion ARR of revenue. So we're not just talking about that. We actually have at Anza, and we're working very closely with FireDancer on this, we're targeting a doubling of CU limit by the end of the year. And we've already had SIMD 207, which was, as Anatoly put it, a CU increase for insects, which was just to test that none of these hard-coded parameters were in there. Now we have 256, which is the last in the queue right now of feature flags for Agave 2.2, which will increase 20% up to 60 million CU. And we have a hard commit that we're really trying to get to 100 million CU in Agave by the end of the year. So another thing that we need to get is we need to get the block time down, okay? Bitcoin started out with 10 minutes expected block time. Ethereum's at 12 seconds now. They've said, you know, in 5 years they're going to ship a 4-second block time with the Beam chain. Today we're at 400 milliseconds. In the future, we want to get to 20 milliseconds. So how does that look? Because the round trip time from New York City to Tokyo is actually more than 20 milliseconds. It's around 200 milliseconds right now. And so it's pretty hard to think about doing consensus at a faster than light speed if we have a global network. But it turns out, just like everything else in the Solana protocol, consensus can be pipelined. And so we can actually operate many different block consensus at the same time. So we can, if we say have 20 millisecond blocks and it takes 300 milliseconds to do consensus on each one of them, we can stagger those out by 20 milliseconds. We can have 15 blocks having consensus on them at the same time. And that way we can get the tick rate of the exchange on chain down to 20 milliseconds. And I think this will probably cause a lot of outrage on Twitter that I'm talking about this, because there's some so-called experts who say, you need a few rounds, you need communication. No, you don't need that. You can get the tick rate down. The confirmation time will still be gated by the speed of light, of course. But with pipelining, which is what we use in a ton of other areas of the protocol, we can just bring that to consensus, and then we can bring the block time down to 20 milliseconds. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is really what I've been working on most, which is how do we get order books that are competitive with NASDAQ on-chain? Here's an order book. You can see the cumulative bids in green, the cumulative asks in red, and then this little area, oh, my laser pointer is not working very well, but this little area in the middle is the spread. And we care a lot about the spread because that's what tells us how we're doing and competing with NASDAQ. We need to offer better prices than NASDAQ if we want people to choose to trade on-chain. So what determines the spread? On the left side of this equation is a term that tells you how many retail traders, uninformed traders who have an urgent, inelastic need to trade are coming in, and we make a little bit of money on those guys. There's a saying that market makers, they make pennies and they lose dollars. The right side is the losing dollars. This is what happens when an event happens, the president tweets, and all of a sudden you need to re-underwrite your price, and Jane Street sees that the price has moved faster than you, and they trade against you, and they make money off you. So there are two ways we can reduce the spread. Either we can increase the number of retail users on the left side, or we can do something to protect the market makers from toxic flow and more informed flow than them. And I would say the super team's job is on the left side. My job is maybe fix the right side, and together we will kind of make this good flywheel, because one of the other things that affects Lambda Invest, which is how many uninformed traders there are, is how low the spread is. So it's kind of circular. The more we get the spread down, the more retail users we have, the more the spread comes down. So when we look at the price process and how this game works out, there are kind of two types of volatility in prices. There's diffusive volatility, which you can think of as the slow kind of volatility. The uncertainty is still there, but it moves slowly enough that the bid-ask spread is still containing the mid-price. And the jump volatility is like really fast and sudden movements. And so these are from the same day on Binance. This is from 12:30, this was from midnight. You can see that on the left side, you're kind of within the bid-ask spread the entire time as the market maker. All you're doing is picking up pennies from retail traders. On the right side, there's this huge jump that happened, and a bunch of levels, so a bunch of ticks got picked off here. About a 30 basis point, which is 0.30% move. And you can see that this whole area shaded in red represents a potential loss for the market maker. This is why we say they pick up pennies and lose dollars, because this is basically 30 or 60 times more losses than they make on any individual retail trade. So they need like 60 times the retail volume to make up for this potential loss here. On centralized exchanges, when a jump like this happens, the market maker gets to successfully cancel, which means they don't have that loss about 13% of the time. And there's this massive like race that starts to happen. So whenever the jump happens, the maker and the takers all race to get to the exchange first. The takers want to take the stale liquidity, the maker wants to cancel. And it turns out on centralized exchanges there's like about 10 firms, and so it's you kind of win about 10% of the time as a canceller. But on Solana, it looks very different to that. And unfortunately, it's not the ideal market structure for tight spreads on chain. So on Solana, we have Jito, or we have some buffer period, where within that buffer period, the person who pays the most in an auction is the person who gets to snipe the stale quote or cancel it. And what that means is it's almost as if we give the takers a head start, because even when the maker cancels successfully, they have to pay a high bid to do that. And this is not ideal. It means that they're still losing the money. Even though they successfully canceled, they ended up paying $6 to the validator here to do that successful cancel, and that's basically the same as getting picked off. So what do we do about this? Well, we have this idea called application-specific sequencing, and I originally called this execution flags, and then somebody on Twitter was like, let's call it app-specific sequencing, which is conveniently has an acronym ASS. So they like that a lot. But the basic idea is let's let the drifts and the phoenixes and the serums and all the order books on chain, let's let them take control over their own ordering. And in doing so, they can prioritize cancels. So they can increase the probability that a market maker successfully cancels their order. And that should tighten the spread. So why can't we do that today? We could just enforce that in replay. Unfortunately, because the leader is a monopolist in their leader window, that leader can just ignore all of the cancel orders. And so even though we're prioritizing cancel orders, from the perspective of the protocol, the leader never includes the cancel, and so we never see the cancel, and so we cannot prioritize it. So alone, application-specific sequencing, although it seems promising, does not solve tighter spreads because of this censorship issue. But one of the things that we could do about that is we could make more than one way to get onto the chain. So the defense against censorship is to have multiple leaders within the same slot who can propose blocks. In this case, the maker submits to 3 leaders, one of them censors him, the other 2 don't censor him, and so he makes it in. And then we prioritize the cancel, and he gets to cancel his stale order and doesn't lose all that money. So how do we actually go about making a multiple proposer world happen? What is the actual tech behind it? The first question that I often get when I talk about this is, how do we merge multiple blocks together? So say we have 3 blocks, one from proposer 1, one from proposer 2, one from proposer 3. Well, the simplest rule we could do, we just take the union of all the transactions, deduplicate them, and then we order them by priority fee and we execute them. And it turns out that this actually works really, really well because you can combine it with the ability to read the priority fee. So we're going to add a syscall, which is going to be syscall read transaction metadata, and that will allow you to read the priority fee. And then you can execute conditional logic based on that. So if you're an exchange and you want to, say, prioritize cancels over takes, you could say, cancels are allowed to set whatever priority fee they want, but the takes, they can't set more than 100 LAN ports. Okay. That's kind of what's depicted on the right here. And so we don't need a really complicated version of application-specific sequencing. We can just order things by priority fee, let the apps read it, and then they can decide how they want to sequence their transactions. Okay, and now on to the consensus side, which is the harder part, I guess. Here's a little review. This is my favorite part of the Solana protocol. It's Turbine. It's how we broadcast blocks to the entire validator set so that they can be voted on. We take the block, we shred it into an erasure set, so we erasure code it, and that produces some redundancy. We send those to some validators who are chosen, who are called relays, and those relays spray it to everybody in the validator set. So this gives me a little bit of inspiration on how can we do a good version of this for multi-leader. So we're going to start off with 3 leaders here. Each of them creates a block and shreds it. We choose relays, and then we use shared randomness so that the first shred from each guy goes to the first relay. Okay. So then the relays tell a single consensus leader which shreds they have. So you would say, I have the second shred from leader 1, the second shred from leader 2, and the second shred from leader 3. The consensus leader then packs a block with these I have messages. Up until this point, no information about the block is revealed, only information that lets you know that the block is available in the network. Okay, after he packs the block, he sends it to the validators. We have a standard round of consensus. And once consensus has been achieved, we look at the packed block. We say, which blocks are sufficiently available in the network, so have sufficiently high number of shreds in the I have messages in the packed block, and we can release all of the information about the block. So what this does is it keeps the information about what's in the block private until after consensus has been reached, there's no opportunity to say build your block to sandwich transactions in another leader's block. That can't happen here, and we can prove that it can't happen, actually. So that's a property we call simultaneous release or binding simultaneous release. And it's super important for auctions, and it's also super important for preventing sandwiching. So we were working for a while on getting a scheme that works for it, and this is that scheme. This is my last slide. So just to conclude, the 3 things we need to compete with NASDAQ are way more bandwidth, 1 million TPS. We need to get latency down, tick rate down to 20 milliseconds, and we need multiple leaders for the market structure. If we have all those 3 things, I can see a world where we're competing or even doing better on spreads than Binance and NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange, which was the original vision of Solana. That's my time.
All right. That was a great talk by Max Resnick, lead economist over at ANZA. Come on, let's give him one more warm round of applause. All right, so this next panel, we're going to be exploring all things AI on Solana, right? Especially like what are AI agent swarms? What are AI agents? And, for the longest time, I really wondered like, why? Like, why AI and crypto? And, I realized, it's because crypto, and not really, it's not that I realized, as I read people who are smarter than myself explain to me, that crypto provides a payment incentive layer for these agents that just wouldn't work with traditional payment rails, right? And so here to really unpack this subject about, AI and its proliferation on Solana, please welcome our AI panel.
Come, let's get you here. Welcome, sir. Hello.
Hey.
GM, everyone. I'm Jack. I'm going to try and moderate this very, very intelligent, well-educated panel to the best of my abilities. I'm absolutely honored to share the stage with each and every one of you. You've all got very illustrious careers, illustrious academic backgrounds, and I'm just a guy. And that's exactly why I love the Solana ecosystem, because it brings together the brightest minds and the rest of us. And I think this is going to be a very eye-opening conversation. There seems to be a lot of fear, a lot of uncertainty around the idea of what AI is going to become. And there seems to be a lot of shadows on what AI is right now. So before we start, I want to do a very, very quick round of intros. What are you all working on? And in as few words as possible, what's the AI component? We'll start on this side.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I'm Arif. I'm the founder and CEO of Alethea. And I've been in the intersection of crypto and AI for the past 7 years. First as the Chief Marketing Officer of SingularityNet. This was during 2017 to 2019. And then I started Alethea AI almost 5 years ago now with a really interesting idea that substrate, the general substrate that you'll need for generative AI, the explosion of content that is going to emerge as AI proliferates, AIs that can coordinate and communicate on-chain and evolve into networked intelligence. So there's been an evolution for us as well.
Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Yash. I'm the co-founder of SendAI. We hosted the largest crypto AI hackathon called Solana AI Hackathon, and now we are building the tooling layer for AI agents. So we have a toolkit called Solana Agent Kit, which is the most used toolkit in crypto. And we also have our own MCP server, which was one of the first MCP servers in crypto. And now we are building the MCP infra and also continue building the tooling layer for AI agents.
Thanks, Arif. Hi, I'm Vatsal. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Apta, which is an AI spin-out from the University of Cambridge. And we're building Chitoshi, the orange logo somewhere.
okay, not there anymore. So Satoshi, which is basically a one-point access for all your crypto needs. So kind of like the ChatGPT, but for crypto, and far much more than that. And before that, I did my PhD at the University of Cambridge in AI.
Thank you very much. I want to just dive straight in here to the burning question and go straight to the core of it. Why on earth are we building autonomous systems? Are we essentially just abstracting difficult things away to technology clusters that we don't want to do? Is it basically just a glorified washing machine? Or is there something really that we're missing in terms of what AI is right now and what it can unlock, specifically in the context of AI and crypto? Let's start on this side as well, please.
Okay, I think the inherent need, that's a great question, the inherent need to improve systems has always been part of the human story, from us being cavemen or trying to make sense of this insane world that requires us to have a lot of context that we take in. We try and create systems and tools and processes, and we advance in our civilizations, right? So we've moved from like agrarian-based economies to like industrial. The next stage is really this autonomous age or this hybrid machine age, whatever you want to call it, where your currency is digital, your intelligence is digital, then what is human, right? So I think at the end of the day, it's an imperative, a drive, a moral drive that people have, or an imperative that people have, that they want to advance the tooling that we have in order to deal with this world. It's sort of a philosophical answer, but from a crypto standpoint, the key part that we're excited about is how do we make this useful for each person in this room? How can your AI agents mean something to you in a way that is meaningful throughout your entire life? And that's I think where value creation will occur a lot more than we've seen before.
Just before I'm going to hop in here, I know you've been quite vocal about this idea of why people actually deploy capital into this space. So maybe you have a slightly contrarian take on the philosophical part of that previous response.
Yeah, so I think so there's two ways to approach it. One is like, will AI agents need crypto, or will crypto needs AI agents? So I think like these are the two main things to answer. On first, in like if crypto needs AI agents, I believe that like bots are already an integral part of crypto. Right now, like I would say like more than 20-30% of the transactions, or even much more than, are happening via bots. It can be like even like trading bots like BongBot and Trojan Horse and all of that, or maybe like some sniping bot and all the different bots deployed by people. So I think like now it's time to make bots much more intelligent, and AI agents are a way. Obviously, they are not still here. I would say there's still some infra level improvement which needs to be done when this bot start becoming more intelligent and starts acting autonomously. But I think like it would be a progressive thing, not like, okay, like we'll get like AI agents suddenly. So it's all about that we start making them more and more intelligent over time. And now if like AI agents actually need crypto, I think the concept of wallet is very powerful. That if an AI agent has a wallet, it can then transact across like multiple protocols. And let's say if we plug something like Cast or some like kind of crypto cards, then it can also buy buy across the entire internet. So I think like overall the concept of wallet is pretty interesting, because now AI agents can send, receive, even launch tokens, like raise capital. So I think like huge lot of possibilities are there, because again, like in traditional rails, they have to go via the API limits of different banks, then obviously KYC limits, and also that is something which is not natively programmable, but something like crypto or blockchains are natively programmable. So I think like that is again a far-fetched thing. I would say still 1 to 2 years before we see actual AI agents needing crypto. But I think right now it would be more about like how do we make crypto bots much more intelligent, and I think like that would be a progressive journey over the next 1 to 2 years.
So we've had a very philosophical answer, we've had a very practical response. I'm curious, from an academic perspective, does that fit into the way you view this vision that we have of AI x crypto?
I think to me, terminology is very important, because everyone's using the word agent, and I'd like to define what we mean by agent, because I think we abuse the word a lot. Everyone calls a function an agent. An agent, to me, is something which does some form of agency. So I guess we can synonymize that autonomy. And its function in the crypto space, I think we can divide into two main brackets. One is kind of automating these mundane tasks everyone can do. And then there's the second layer beyond that, of actually deriving insights which are not accessible by the common person. So to me, the exciting part of the application of AI and the agents in the crypto space is kind of this democratization of AI to everybody. So something which was maybe before ring-fenced for like an elite few who have those technical skills, maybe programming skills or economic skills to actually derive insights and make better informed decisions is now becoming more and more easily accessible to the everyday user. You can go from like being a newbie to a very experienced trader in a very short amount of time compared to perhaps 10 years ago. So that I think is the real, I guess, exciting part of AI in the crypto space.
Interesting. You made me think there of the original ethos of crypto, right? Of this decentralized financial systems that essentially anyone in the world can access with simply an internet connection, and be your own bank and sort of disintermediate and alleviate some of the stresses of the systems that exist. And I'm curious, if we think about AI, if we think about agent clusters, if we sort of accelerate that thought process into the near future, is the proliferation of agentic AI in crypto helping us get towards that original ethos, live that original ethos of crypto, or are we going to have to sort of reconfigure things in light of that?
I think it's a very relevant question today, and to Vatsal's point about defining an agent, and to Yash's point about bots on chain, right? So think of the evolution, right? So bots, which are simple transaction-based applications, buy, sell, up, down, spreads, whatever you need to do to run a transaction. Those are bots. What Vatsal's talking about is agents that are autonomous. That means they don't necessarily need your input. They are functioning without your direct interference all the time. They have a container of logic that they function in, but they can sometimes even go outside of that container of logic. So there is an autonomy of free will component there. Free will used loosely a little bit, but the fact that these agents can do very interesting things is going to be relevant, right? But the third part is from bots to agents to now I think what's coming is swarms or coordinated intelligences. And coordinated intelligence is when agents can communicate with each other. What's happening is that you have an entire centralized layer today that the crypto stack is built on decentralized rails, largely, right? If you factor out the AWS front ends. But the intelligence layer is largely built on centralized guardrails today. So to your point or to your question about whether we are headed towards a more democratic, decentralized future, we are presently and currently heavily reliant on centralized infrastructure and centralized ecosystems for our AI models, for our AI compute resources. There are solutions that are emerging, but I think like it's tilted slightly towards, it's almost like a poison pill. It's moving in the direction of centralized control. But there are some very interesting experiments that I was talking to Yash about earlier that are emerging, not experiments, but more mature now, like MCP protocol, which provides sort of a unified layer for agents to coordinate and communicate. Interestingly enough, also built by a centralized company, right? So centralized companies are understanding the value of open source. That's going to be a real change for them to understand this business model. But whether it moves crypto and AI in the direction of decentralization, that depends on the builders in the space.
Do we generally agree with that sort of, I'd say, fairly optimistic take on whether or not AI is going to decentralize things any further? Do you have any contrarian takes on that? I want to open it up to both of you.
Yeah, I think AI wouldn't like decentralize any of the tech or anything. Like obviously one thing can be like AI agent starts becoming validators and it, or maybe like they start even acting as like clients and all of that. Again, like that is something a bit far-fetched. But I would say the main thing which AI agents can accelerate for blockchains is like the composability part, that AI agents can act as a very good composable actors here. Even like MCP, for example. MCP is like a very good example of how a composable open protocol looks like. So I think like, and it's like, it came from a centralized actor, but it's very much composable and open protocol, just like Solana or any different blockchains are. So I think like, AI agents could be a very good force for making crypto in general much more composable, where AI agent can transact across the entire chain and then also across different chains, and also like now as a human I can't like go and compose with like lot of protocol, but AI agents can compose across a lot of protocols. So I think like AI agents won't like accelerate decentralization, but it can definitely accelerate composability and other ethos of original vision of crypto.
But so you've got a very eloquent way of sort of reducing these arguments. So I'm going to sort of tie this into MCP in a second, and the universal language that was touched on, that in my understanding allows these clusters to communicate with each other in a way with the universal language that the rest of us can understand. But if you could sort of, simplify that, package it, and I'm curious if you agree with those two takes as well.
Sure. I'll get onto MCP in 1 second. Just to follow on from the point I think Yash and Arif mentioned, I think like any other application, AI is a double-edged sword. And especially in a space like crypto, we've already seen something which is meant to be a good thing has clearly been tarnished a lot by a lot of bad players in the industry. And AI runs the same risk. So I don't think we can just charge in like a bull into the china shop and hope for the best. We have to have guardrails and protection in place to make sure there's no abuse of the technology. Like one simple example is most AI functions or models out there, especially if they're based on like deep learning neural network type architectures, they can have what we call like mathematical weaknesses in them. And they're very prone to what we call adversarial attacks. And if people who know how to abuse them can maliciously use these models for their own benefit rather than the greater good of the community. So I think we have to have a good level of education in the community to understand what these AI functions are capable of, not hype, but realism into what they actually can do, and also understand the dangers so that the correct protection can be put in place. So to tie back to MCP, which I think ties in very nicely with how AI agents can be applied to this space. So just to bring everyone on the same page, I think in November 2024, Anthropic released this concept of MCP, which was basically, I think it stands for Model Context Protocol. And what they said was that lots of large language models are being created every day, and lots of people are interfacing these large language models with external, what we call agents, which are capable of doing specific purposes, or with external data sources. But there seemed to be no standard. Everything was very fragmented, everyone building their own method of how LLMs can interact with data or different agents. And also, there's a second kind of barrier. LLMs are great at the task, but they can't access proprietary data sources. And many companies are like, we're not really comfortable giving our data to any third-party company. We want to keep the data to ourselves. This is specifically applicable to the crypto space because people are very big on privacy, and you don't want to let your data out to any other person because there's no reason why you would necessarily trust them. So the concept of MCP was, how can we basically unify the interaction between models and external agents or data? So they say we should come up with a protocol so that if any third-party builder wants to build some kind of agent, they should abide by this protocol, which will allow their agent to interact with this, I guess you can call like mothership LLM. And another aspect of this is that the agent can run on the own enterprise's server. They maintain the data on their server, they run the agent on their server, and it's just a communication with this third-party LLM, which maintains their privacy of the data. So I think it's a very good application in the crypto space where people can develop crypto agents as separate companies, but this allows a common communication language between the different agents.
I want to tie all of that into what this really means as us, people that are participants in the Solana ecosystem and crypto at large. Specific to MCP, do we feel that there's a consensus around it being the best breakthrough or the most exciting breakthrough in terms of dealing with some of the risks that we're facing in this industry? Or is there something else happening technologically that we should be really, really excited about?
Yeah, I think it's the first mover in terms of providing a lingua franca for AI. It's just like all of us are speaking English, courtesy of the British who conquered a large part of the world, right? And some of you who don't speak English, you have the translators at the back end, those devices that are translating this into Turkish. So that communication allows the transference of ideas. But this is the first mover, I think, MCP, and Google has released its A2A. But again, I point back to the fact that these are large centralized companies releasing open protocols for us to build on. And I think there has to be, the question that I think is really exciting and where the value creation is going to be exponential is, what is an on-chain version of MCP? Do we need an on-chain version of MCP? Does everything need to be tokenized? Do context to windows need to be converted into NFTs? We need to think about the value capture of translating assets in this entire communication infrastructure and how we can enable users or individuals, people who are participating in these networks, to benefit from MCP, right? So it's going to be tricky if you're just plugging in your AI agents and are able to share context windows, but it's also going to become difficult to scale when your context windows are extremely sensitive data sets that you don't want to share. So you're going to need sort of a hybrid to operate, and I don't think the solution is fully out there, but I think it's a bold first mover play, and there's going to be many more that come to market.
Overall net positive, do we sort of agree with that?
Yeah, I think let's speak particularly Solana. For example, when we released our MCP server, it was a combination of 13, 14 tools. It had swap functionality, anyone can launch a token and so on. And what that allowed was like, so let's say if you are in Cloud Desktop, you can just like configure that MCP, and then you have your own wallet, like which you can input as a private key, and then like you can just like start entering the prompts, and the Cloud Desktop will start performing Solana transactions for you. So here you can see like MCP was a good UX unlock, that now from Cloud Desktop you can start taking Solana transaction and all via natural language prompt. And I think like here right now the MCP clients are very less in number, but when we start seeing like lot of MCP clients, for example, Perplexity can be one MCP client, even let's say Google becomes one MCP client, then what we can have is like, we would have like lot of Solana MCP servers, or in general crypto MCP servers, and it can also act as a very good onboarding tool or a UX tool where anyone can just start putting natural language prompts, and they can then start interacting with like maybe like buying meme coins or doing all sorts of random transactions. So I think like it's a good UX unlock, and it's also a very good distribution unlock where we can access very traditional distributions like all the tech giants would eventually become a MCP client. So I think overall like it's a very positive thing for crypto, and whether it should be on-chain or off-chain, I think like off-chain completely works fine. At the end, the most on-chain part about crypto is the wallet. And if there's a wallet tied with each MCP server, that is like as a user I have a wallet which is tied to the MCP server, I think like I'm equally on-chain as compared to making an on-chain protocol. Because at the end like you can't communicate via blockchain. It's always like very expensive to send any message via blockchain. So I think like even we don't need any layer 1 for AI agents or something like that. If there's a crypto wallet, we can do all things what we are supposed to do with crypto cross AI agents.
Is it a fair reduction to say that it's a sort of a parallel with interoperability then, to really reduce it? And are the benefits for us as users the same as benefits of interoperability? Or if not, what are we missing?
I think, yeah, there's going to be lots of benefits from the adoption of things like these MCP servers and having a standard protocol. But I guess what I'm not nervous about, I guess intrigued to see how it plays out, is because in a decentralized world, if we are to make a crypto-specific version of MCP, who's going to make this protocol? It's going to be like another huge race that everyone creating their own protocols, which kind of defeats the point of why we're having a protocol, if everyone's making their own standards. So I think I'm a bit intrigued to see how it's going to play out and see what will be the final standard. I do think, like in the same way we've got L1, L2, and new tokens are coming out every day with new, better, I guess, methods of how they handle the chains and whatnot. A similar type of thing we can expect to happen with the protocols themselves in terms of what the standard itself will be. It won't be like tomorrow, the final protocol will be decided. It will evolve over time into what I hope is a better solution for all agents. But just touching back to, I think, your first question, if there's something better or bigger we should be excited towards, I think MCP is exciting, but I think the true power will come with data itself, because that is what's powering all our systems. And I do feel there's a huge untapped amount of resource in the crypto world, because there's literally petabytes of data which are not being used, or training models. Models are accessing this data, but it's not being used in a way which a model is being configured to properly understand the data in a way which can maybe bring about different insights from the data itself. So I think we're sitting on like a mountain of data. We just need to work out a way of how to process this data correctly in a way which can be managed by autonomous systems.
If I'm not mistaken, Yash, that sort of ties in nicely to what you're doing with Send, right? Sort of different applications of it across different industries. From what I understand, there's logistical applications, financial applications, healthcare even is in there. So let's tie all of that in together then. This universal communication language that we're developing, so agents and clusters can communicate with each other in a way that we, mere mortal humans, can also understand. And then how does that apply to the application of this technology across different industries?
So right now, we are focusing more on the Solana ecosystem. That is like we integrated around 35 plus protocols. So all major Solana protocols are now integrated. And so we don't build anything on the framework layer or the model layer. For example, on frameworks, like it's compatible with most of the frameworks like LangChain, Versal AI and all of that. And the models, like it supports all sorts of model. So what it enables is like, let's say if any healthcare industry wants to do that, initially like we are relying on this concept of wallet that if a healthcare industry or anything has a wallet, it can then do whatever transactions it wants via interacting with different LLMs, and the agent kit would allow it to do that. So yeah, like it can transcend across like many industries, but the thing is like everyone should have a wallet. And then like I think like if we have to onboard anyone to crypto, they have to have a wallet. So I think like wallet is the primary, I would say, communication layer for us. And yeah, like for interacting with like other different, like let's say if we have to, for example, we also posted a demo where you can do Solana transaction via WhatsApp, and it was all possible via MCP, where we like plugged two MCPs. One was WhatsApp MCP and one was our own Solana MCP, and then we basically just chained both the MCPs and we could have interacted from WhatsApp to Solana. So I think like that was one thing which was possible via the MCP communication layer. So yeah, like we can use such types of communication. In fact, like we can even use Google A2A communications for agent-to-agent communications, but we ourselves aren't building any communication network. It's more on the tooling layer of that side.
I can feel your passion coming through there. You really care about what you're building, which is super exciting to see. And I want to open the floor up to the both of you as well here. What are you working on? What's happened? What's been a technological breakthrough with your projects, either academically or practically, over the last 6 to 12 months that really made you think, okay, all this time and energy and effort and money is actually paying off and we're making progress?
Sure. So we're building Satoshi, and the idea of Satoshi is that you should be able to use natural language to pretty much ask any question you want in crypto. That includes like superficial, simple questions like information about a certain token, what was the all-time high, what was the recent 24-hour change for a certain token, ask about influencers. Then we have our second layer, which is the more interesting layer to me, which is the analytics layer. Now in natural language, you can start asking questions like, okay, what was the win rate of Alex Becker? This guy's been making loads of calls on YouTube, on Twitter, but we've actually backtested, and now in natural language, can give you all the statistics. What's the average time it takes for this guy from when he makes a call to reach the peak for the token? What fraction of the calls were even successful? So you can do that for different influencers. You can ask more interesting questions from natural language, like, can you tell me which meme coins are perhaps more than 80% down from the all-time high, but have increased by more than 10% in the last week, and have a market cap of at least 500 million. Because maybe even my naive trading strategy brain, that sounds like that's going to be a decent token. It's very far down from its peak. It's been increasing recently, so there's scope to increase further. Then I can go even further. I can ask questions like, okay, which tokens have been increasing or being mentioned the most right now on Twitter? So I think the technical challenge that we're overcoming, which I'll explain in a second how, is the fact that someone using just one point of access can access a huge, I guess, wealth of information just using natural language. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that you don't need to be an expert to get this information. It's democratized so that anyone can access this information just using simple human language, which is all, I think, really possible because of this agentic structure, where we have a specific agent for each purpose. We have an influencer validator agent. We have a coin health score agent. We have a market history agent, which all communicate with our LLM, which just acts as the, I guess, the ears and the mouth of our system. The agents are the brain, and the LLM just takes the question, passes to the correct agent, the agent does the thinking, passes the output back to the LLM, and the LLM is like, okay, this was the question, this is what my brain told me, let me just write it in a nice way back to the user. So this is kind of the structure which has allowed us to be very scalable and comprehensive of lots of different data sources.
I think from our perspective, somewhat similar, with the exception that if I could simplify why this conversation is relevant for everyone in this room, is just think of the 3 C's. Okay? So there is cash in the ecosystem. You needed cash to be on chain, money, you needed liquidity on chain for this conversation to be relevant, right? So there is cash in the ecosystem, there's money flowing. A lot of money is existing and flowing on the Solana ecosystem and other ecosystems. Then there's compute, the raw power that you need to run these inferences that exists off-chain. Compute is there today with NVIDIA chips, with all the different solutions that you have out there. But the third C is coordination. And that's the most exciting part, but also the highest risk part. This coordination layer of how we all speak, how we communicate with each other, how we as humans interact, you already know how much potential there is for miscommunication, right? Now imagine abstracting this out to billions of transactions per second across different chains with a context or protocol that you are not really familiar with. So this coordination layer is where I think a lot of value capture and opportunity is going to be created. The ability for someone to send money through WhatsApp, the ability for an agent to communicate with another agent to interact on social feeds. So I think all of this coordination layer is going to become really important. The data set part, I will say one thing that has been a breakthrough for us as we launched AI News Swarm recently, which is an agent on chain that that gives you real-time information. The data source that I think is going to be a big breakthrough in crypto is going to come from Grok, or it's going to come from Twitter because of the real-time nature of the Twitter newsfeed, right? So what are influencers talking about? That data is firewalled right now with Web 2 firewalls. Good luck breaking sort of the legal boundaries that they've set up, right? So we are now going to be reliant on a really strong Web 2 system to be able to get real-time influencer or real-time news data. That's going to be a tricky thing. But open source systems like Web3 blockchains, they can help support the coordination layer really well. And the coordination layer is where the problems are going to occur and where the value capture is going to be, I think.
Fascinating. You want to add something there? I saw the clock ticking.
Yeah, I think like on the coordination layer, definitely I believe that, I just believe that like the coordination doesn't need to be on-chain. It can be at the wallet-to-wallet level because at the end, an agent is as strong as its wallet. So if the wallet has a lot of funds, then an agent is powerful. If the wallet is like doesn't have any funds, then it isn't powerful. So I think like yeah, and wallet-to-wallet communication is essentially blockchain. So I think on the coordination layer, I believe that like we don't need like a lot of things on that layer. Obviously, like if the agents are social, then we would need like a lot of coordination between them. And I think like it would be then dependent upon the social graph of the social network, maybe like something like Instagram or whatever like social graph we are using. So I think like coordination is something like which I personally believe isn't like very much to solve right now, but I completely agree with all other points.
Clear. I want to sort of remind us all that AI and autonomous AI specifically is a very polarizing discussion, right? Some people like to focus on the opportunities that it creates. Other people like to focus on the risks that are maybe facing us right now or in the near future. So I want to ask you all for some hot takes on AI, maybe a contrarian take from each of you. I know people have come out and said agents should not control wallets and be given the sort of autonomy to make financial decisions. Do you have any hot takes on that within the context of AI and crypto in the next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, I think the speed of networked agents is going to increase exponentially, and the amount of massive speculative capital is going to drive agents to do weird things on chain. So expect a lot more weirder accidents. I think agents hacking other agents, agents harming other agents, humans harming agents, agents benefiting humans. Like it's going to become an entire ecosystem where there are thriving good actors that have been human actors, but there are also going to be really interesting negative agents out there that might actually harm the ecosystem. So buyer beware and caution, but at the same time, it's the most exciting time to build.
Yeah, I think in the next 6 months or 3 to 6 months, like we won't see like lot of action in AI agents across crypto. I think like it would be a silent, or maybe you can say like AI agents winter in crypto.
To something because I think there's to be in place so that people can trust the agents coming into place.
Which is a tough one. I want to thank you all for sharing the stage with me. I'm humbled by how much you know about this, and thank you for explaining, sharing it all with us. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that panel, gentlemen. AI is always a very fun topic to cover over in crypto. And now we have a very special guest, flew very far to be here. He is, in fact, a co-founder of Meteora and leading up all of its efforts. Has anyone ever seen Shang-Chi, the Marvel film? You know, that kind of kung fu film? Yeah, Cash has seen that for sure. Well, this speaker, he looks exactly like Shang-Chi. He could beat up probably everyone in this room and probably, I don't know, bench. What do you bench? You don't the weight is incalculable. He benches so much. But he's going to be talking about the path forward for Meteora. I can say I've been a very early Meteora user, big fan of the community. I get people messaging me all the time about how they're attending Meteora DLMM workshops. They have some of the most comprehensive educational programs out there in the world. And so it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to the stage Zen.
Good man. Can I say hello? Hello. Hello, everyone! Can I have a quick show of hands? How many of you here are developers or builders? Cool. Quite a number of you. Thank you. The reason why I asked that question is because I'm also a builder. I'm a product person at heart. But today, I'm not representing Meteora as a builder. I'm here as the lead of Meteora. And I'm extremely excited to be able to share with you what we have done so far, and what you can expect upcoming. But before that, let's do a quick recap on how we got here in the first place. So for March of 2023, I spent a lot of time and effort in driving the efforts to launch Meteora in the first place. I was also instrumental in actually launching our flagship product, the first version of Dynamic AMM, and the first version of DLMM. Are you guys familiar with these two products? Okay, so great. Okay. So fast forward to January 2024. That's where we actually supported Jupiter to launch their token. Who here familiar with Jupiter? Woo! Okay, awesome crowd, thank you. So to date, I still think that the Jupiter token launch is one of the most successful launch in Solana. After the token launch, I went back to Jupiter to to help out with the next phase of growth. And Ben Chow stepped in to lead the charge on Meteora. And to be honest, under the leadership of Ben, right, the team fantastic, right? There's a lot of tremendous growth in terms of infrastructure, in terms of TVL, swap volume, and we have grown one of the best LP army in the whole crypto space. So, as you know, Ben has stepped aside recently. I've decided to step up not because I want to chase titles or whatnot, but because I deeply understand the product, right, and I know the team very well. And most importantly, I believe that we can really build something really big at Meteora. So since then, we have tightened the way we work, launched Dynamic AM V2, and most importantly, we have aligned the team and the community around a very clear direction and vision. So before we move on, let's take a look at some of the achievements and the numbers. So in the past 2 years, we have gotten 188 billion in all-time swap volume with a B. We have 800 million worth of liquidity in our pools, and we have helped our LPs earn over 450 million. So no mean feat for a humble team like ours. But these numbers didn't come about in a vacuum, right? Behind every pool, behind every trade, behind every fees is a community that showed up and support us in every way possible. So we are also extremely happy to say that we have built up a 60,000 strong LP army that is arguably one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the space. And these are real people. These are not like 60,000 Discord lurkers, right? These are people who showed up, meme hard, really help us a lot, and support launches and everything, right? So a lot of things we cannot do without them. So let's move on. What's next for Meteora? So I always told my guys, like, now is the time for us to return back to core. Return to what made Meteora great in the first place, which is product and innovation. So in this next phase, we are really going to focus on creating world-class dynamic liquidity pools for the 3 key stakeholders in the space: the launchpads, the launchers, and the liquidity providers. So I like to coin this as the 3LP strategy. these three stakeholders are intertwined, right? Interconnected. What do I mean by that? The LPs wouldn't stick if there are not sufficient great launchers in the ecosystem. Projects wouldn't launch any tokens if there's not enough quality LP base there. Right? And nothing can scale if there's no robust infrastructure from the launchpads. So if one of the stakeholders collapse, the whole system dies. So the job at Meteora is to really keep this flywheel going, right, and to make sure that each stakeholder wins. So how do we actually make this thing come to life? So we actually spent a few months talking to our key stakeholders. We talked to our launchpads, our partners, our LPs. And these three key things keep popping up. They want fairness, transparency, and efficiency. Right? Let me talk about fairness first. So sadly, token launches today are not really fair. If you are rich, if you own a bot farm, you win. If you are a regular LP or user like myself, good luck, right? So this is pretty broken. So we are building to make sure that things will change, right? Next thing is transparency. People are okay with taking risks, but they want to know what they're signing up for. So for example, is there an insider dump coming? Are the fees insanely high? Or is this launch even real? So these are the questions that we really answer through the product. And lastly is efficiency. Right, nowadays, launching a token, LPing in the token is like, I would say, trying to build an IKEA furniture or assemble IKEA furniture blindfolded. So there are so many steps and many ways of getting it wrong. So we really want to cut through the noise and really help the LPs and the launchpads to actually do things in a very efficient manner. So fairness, transparency, and efficiency are foundations that really guide a lot of our product decisions. So the first thing that I really want to talk about is one of the things that we are working on that's most important to help our launchers, to protect the launchers from snipers and bots. We call it the Anti-Sniper Suite, short for S, and we are very proud of our S, okay? Wow, this crowd is tough. This crowd is tough. Well, this is the first time nobody laughed at this, okay? Anyway, let's move on. Thank you. Thank you. One guy. Anyway, on the left, we have the fee scheduler, right? So this is a dynamic fee curve. So it starts very high at the start and decays gradually over time. Why do we have this? Because snipers love to front run everybody, right? So having this curve makes it extremely expensive for them to play this game. So it gives regular LPs a fairer shot at buying into the pool. And token teams can actually customize this according to how aggressive they want it to be. On the right, we have the Alpha Vault. So how it works is that users can deposit USDC and SOL into the vault before the tokens go live. Once the pool is open, the vault would buy into the bonding curve on behalf of the depositor. And the depositor, this time, they will not get all the tokens because usually the tokens will be vested across the time. So as a result, the token will have a very good price stability right off the bat, right? And for the bots, it's too bad for them, right? I mean, because they were not able to front run anybody, and they will not also have any price advantage over the real users. So this completely flipped the script, right? So AlphaBot actually helps to reward real community participations instead of bots or snipers. So let me just go to a quick case study. So this is actually the first example, or the first launches that we did was with this token called Cloud. So we managed to raise 31 million in deposits, right? And the impressive thing is the community were actually the first buyers, right? Not the snipers. So it's interesting how the system can work if we really, really design for fairness right at the start. Next thing is transparency, right? Like I mentioned just now, people don't mind taking risks, but they want to know what they are signing up for. Like how many tokens does the token team hold, when it's going to unlock, and how much is going to be unlocked. People try to go scan and search and whatnot, but it's extremely difficult. So we created tools. One of the tools that we created is this thing called the Meteora lock, where it makes it easy for project teams to lock their tokens and distribute it in a very transparent manner. Everything's on-chain, so it's easily verifiable by the community, the LPs. And it's not sufficient enough to just have a fair launch, but you need to sustain that trust post-launch. So that's why tools like this, the Meteora lock, can really give projects a very easy way to keep accountable and also give communities the clarity they need and deserve. So transparency alone is not enough. If the product is shit or the product is hard to use, the LPs will not stay. So we want to spend a lot of effort. We actually spend a lot of effort in trying to design a flow that allows LP experience to be great and enjoyable. So we'll build it across product, tools, as well as community efforts. We want to make it easy for LPs to check their investment and to see how their liquidity is doing. So to put it simply, we want to give clarity to LPs to understand how the liquidity is doing for them. Because we don't want them to be spending all the time trying to figure things out or clicking around, so that they have more time to really figure out awesome LP opportunities. It's amazing the amount of community tools that has been generated from the community. Like there's this tool called MadLex, created by our very own LP Army lead, Alex, and the Goose DAO. So the LPs can use this system, use this tool to generate custom dashboards, to check out their P&L breakdown, and to just show off their curves. And last but not least, our LP Army actually drive education. They created this thing called the LP Army Bootcamp, where they teach users how to get the hang of DLMM, how to create positions, and basically all the mechanics of the DLMM in a super practical way. So we've talked a lot about our vision, our product approach, and whatnot. And there's more, right? Because recently we have been head down, working very hard on something really exciting and new. So I'll take this opportunity to really unveil our next thing, the dynamic bonding curve. But those who are on Twitter, you probably see that we have already announced this yesterday. But here, I would love to share a little bit more with you guys. So this is a new product, right, that powers smarter and more customizable way of launching tokens. So token teams can easily design every aspect of their token launch using a simple create config UI. So they can customize price curves, they can set dynamic fees, and they include anti-sniper mechanisms. And all these things are built on top of the infra that we have already shipped. Right? So as you've seen previously, I mentioned a lot of these tools. All these things are already incorporated in the DBC. So these things are already better tested and they're native. So it's very easy and very available for any of the project teams to include in what they want to build. And one of the key things of DBC is that how easy and fast is it for people to iterate on it. So as token team can easily launch a token, and once the token is live, it's immediately tradable on Jupiter and other trading bots that we integrated with. And you can see what is working and what is not. And they can easily readjust and relaunch with a completely new curve config. And they rinse and repeat. So they can repeat this cycle as many times as they need. So project teams don't really need to get everything correct upfront. They can experiment with new price strategies, curve shapes, and fee settings until they get a setup that really fits their needs. That fits the community and token needs. So DBC is really a way, it's really creating a new layer of flexibility in token launches. So we talk about all the new products, the tools, the tweaks, but all of this we are created just for one reason and one purpose. Is to make launches on Solana awesome again. Right? Not just functional, not just better, but we want it to be something that the teams are excited to build on, and the communities really like to ape in. So actually, that's all I have today. I would love to invite everybody who is really interested and serious about this to really join us. Right? You can come, test out the product. For those who are launchpads, come integrate with us LPs join the LP army, and please help us to shape the next wave of liquidity, launch liquidity. Thank you. That's all. Pass on.
All right, you know what time it is. Another QR code to scan. If you're wondering what this is, probably too late, but we've been talking about this all throughout the conference. If you scan this QR code, you get more eligible for a Crossroads airdrop. No promises. When will these airdrop rewards be distributed? Later, after the conference. But that's not why you're here. You're here to listen to another fireside chat, and this is actually a fireside chat I am very much looking forward to. Everyone knows that Jupyter is like this meta aggregator or whatever, right? And it just aggregates like all the different sources. We absolutely love Jupyter. And clearly a lot of their focus is on products like Ultra V2, which is like kind of a more casual trading experience. You know, there's some fees. But there's this room in the market for a premium trading experience, right? It's a trading experience with an edge, right? So if you want a trading experience with an edge, then you probably want to listen to this next speaker, right? If someone you're really concerned with great performance as well as great fees, then you need to hear from the co-founder as well as CEO of Titan Exchange. Titan Exchange is run by some very close friends from Canada. In fact, they are going to be at Startup Village in Toronto right after Crossroads. And Startup Village Toronto is going to be right before Accelerate. So if you're going to Accelerate, I really recommend that you go over to Toronto and check out Startup Village in Toronto. And the person who's going to be interviewing Chris is going to be Michael from Galaxy, right? So this is going to be a really great exchange to talk about a premium trading experience with an edge on Solana. So please give a big, warm round of applause for Chris. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. One of the most important topics for anyone in the Solana ecosystem is where am I swapping? Am I getting good prices? And the long term is when will Solana, not if, but when will Solana compete with NASDAQ? When will it compete with centralized exchanges like Binance? When will it have a better experience for users and better price discovery? That is the topic of today, the swap landscape. My name is Michael Marcantonio. I'm the head of DeFi at Galaxy Digital. Galaxy Digital is a diversified financial crypto native institution. We focus primarily on trading, but not just trading. We also focus on asset management, ventures, Bitcoin mining, AI. We do it all. And want to introduce Chris. Chris is CEO of Titan. So let's get started. Chris. Tell the audience about yourself and tell them, you know, the DEX aggregator landscape has been dominated by Jupyter. You're taking them on. So give us a little background, what you do, how you got into this, and why should I swap on Titan over Jupyter?
Yeah, sure thing. So I guess what Titan is we have our own algorithm, we have our own DEX aggregator. It has performed extremely well. It does outperform competition around 80% of the time. But not only that, Titan is a meta aggregator. It's Solana's first meta aggregator. So not only do we aggregate our own routes, we also aggregate Jupyter, Dflow, Hashflow, and many others that are coming on, and we route users to the best price no matter what. So really, if you are looking to save 10 basis points on every trade, that compounds. If you do 100 trades, that means you've added like 10% to your portfolio value right there. So we're really looking to provide traders with that, that premium experience where you're really saving as much capital as you can when you're doing trades.
So I don't have to necessarily choose Titan over Jupyter, because if I swap on Titan, I am by definition potentially routing through Jupyter. Is that right?
Exactly. So if Jupyter provides the best route, or Dflow, let's say, we just process the trade through their own contracts. So all we do is that we add better estimations for what your slippage is, and that's why we've seen, on our platform, for Jupyter, for Titan, for Dflow, we've got the slippage down to around 4 basis points, which is like very minimal, especially in crypto markets.
So let's like sort of paint the ecosystem and a little topology here, and maybe I can analogize it to TradFi for a second. So in like TradFi, you got users, and they want to trade. So they go to their prime brokerage, right? They got the brokerage. And the brokerage interacts with market makers directly, dark pools, and exchanges, right? On Solana, you've got users as well. And the first point of contact is what? They are going to, typically, historically, they've gone to Jupiter, let's say, because Jupiter is aggregating all of the AMMs, the DEXs. And the DEXs really are not, they've historically been seen as exchanges, but that's not really accurate. They're actually automated market makers. So there's these market makers there. Explain where the meta aggregator comes in.
Yeah, so the meta aggregator, you can think more of it like the brokerage level. So they're going out and trying to find out which aggregator can actually give you the best price. Is it DFlow? Is it Jupiter? Is it Titan? So you can think of the aggregator level as like the exchange, right? As NYSE, as NASDAQ. And whoever can get the better price, they'll go fill through that exchange. And when you're thinking about DEXs, I don't actually like the name. Again, these are automated market makers. These are, we have these prop AMMs coming up with private liquidity. So, those guys are actually setting the quote, and the discovery is happening on the DEX aggregator side of things. So you can think of brokerage to exchange level to market maker level in terms of DeFi here.
So you want to be the central point of contact between the users and the rest of the market, right? So how much is this ecosystem developing? How much is it in flux? What is going on here? What are the big developments? What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, so I think since we launched last month in our private beta phase, a lot's been happening in the swap ecosystem. I think Camino launched with their Meta Swap product. Jupiter recently launched with their Juno product. So meta aggregation is happening across the board right now. In addition, you're seeing DEXs compete extensively. Everybody knows that like these prop AMMs are taking massive amounts of liquidity. Everybody's trying to try and replicate that type of model. Also, you're seeing specializations across the board because regular AMMs, there's going to be a limited use case. You either have to specialize or you really target the tail end of the assets.
Right. That makes sense. So, all right, so let's go in a little bit deeper. So I might want to use Titan because I get Jupiter liquidity. What other liquidity do you guys have access to?
Yeah, so we just incorporate a couple RFQ products into the meta aggregator section. We incorporate DFlow's algorithm, but from our own perspective, we incorporate all these prop AMMs. We incorporate all the DEXs that do exist, Radium, Orca, Lifinity. So we're really going through the entire on-chain assets to really power our Talos algorithm.
Right. That's interesting. So help me understand how you guys do that, right? So the aggregator business is very much based on routing algorithms, right?
Yep.
And I guess whoever has the best routing algorithm will be the best DEX aggregator, right? And if you're a meta aggregator, are you also routing transactions, trying to find the best route, or are you just leveraging the underlying aggregators?
Yeah. So I guess if you're solely a meta aggregator like Camino, you're just finding out which aggregator has the best routes. But since Titan also has its own aggregator product, we are actively trying to find the best routes for you. So what we've seen in the ecosystem before and what encouraged us to come in is that we do believe that the current way that a lot of people on Solana do construct their algorithms, do construct their routes, isn't the best way it's suited for crypto markets today. How people do it today is that a lot of these routes are routed in 5-10% chunks, right? So you're trading $1,000 notional, you're actually moving this liquidity in $50, $100 chunks on that side, instead of getting to the really detailed portions of machine level precision on how you're actually allocating everything. In addition, a lot of pools are excluded just as a function of how classical pathfinding algorithms work, which is what most people use. We believe that there are other mathematical methods that can include all these pools and more and bring it to machine level precision, and that's really where the outperformance does come into play.
So when I'm evaluating a routing algorithm, I'm looking at a couple of things. First, I'm looking at whether or not it's fast, right? Yep. And you can think of, I guess, a routing algorithm's challenge is they have to find the best route through n number of different pools, right? And on Solana, that is scaling massively every day, right? So you've got to be really good at that. You also have to be, but you also want to incorporate as many pools as possible, right? You don't want to leave liquidity on the sidelines. So, and then of course, the trade-off you'll make is that you have to route potentially through these big chunks, right? Because that is a trade-off for speed and efficiency, right? So walk me through how you've attacked each one of those variables in making a better routing algorithm.
Yeah, so the first one is just liquidity. So you need access to all the DEXs that provide the vast majority across Solana. Like I think on Titan right now, on its Talos algorithm, we are around 15 to 16 DEXs individually. That makes up the vast majority of liquidity that's provided on Solana. But you have to look individually at each one of these pools. There's pools being created every single day, pools that are deemed irrelevant almost immediately. So what we have to really do is figure out which ones have the TVL, which ones have the volume, which ones are users actually interested in, where that can actually be routed through, right? You don't want to route through a pool and it slips 50% immediately. So I guess that's the first one that we really want to try and solve there. So after you have that, then it just comes down to, really figuring out what you can do in terms of slippage estimation here. Because if you're just modifying your real-time slippage, right, in order to land the transaction, we think that a better path is just to minimize, your actual slippage there. So as I said before, Titan currently does slippage at around 4 basis points. We've done that by updating the quote extremely fast. So basically what you see is what you get. And and the algorithm also automatically adjusts to find pools that have more liquidity, more volume flowing through. So you would slip less if somebody does trade in advance. Interesting.
Got it. And so how do you get around, you said that you don't route through these chunks, right?
Yep.
Is that similar?
Yeah, so the reason why we don't route through chunks is it's a function of a different algorithm approach. So classical pathfinding approaches like Bellman-Ford, which is what most people use, they have to go through these chunks. You could think of this as more of like spray and pray type of mechanism, where you're sending people down a maze. If they hit a dead end, they come back and you just keep sending them through. So you cut it off at a certain point. But the approach that we take, it's like your pure optimization. You're finding a precise point that you could get, you could cut the chunks up into machine level precision there.
Got it, interesting. And so Bellman-Ford has been the traditional algorithm that has been used. What does that mean? Help me understand that. And why is that not as good of an algorithm?
Yeah. So the first thing is that Bellman-Ford is something that is used very prevalently across a lot of different industries. But the issue in financial markets, crypto markets in general, is that you have to route in fixed amounts for Bellman-Ford, right? So this does pose a problem because you don't want to route in fixed amounts. You want to be able to dynamically adjust how much you route based on how much slippage, how much the price actually changes on the pool as you're routing more through it. So that is the first thing. The other thing is that Bellman-Ford scales exponentially badly, right? You increase the number of pools or you bring down the level of your chunks, it's going to cost you compute extremely heavily. You have to horizontally scale all your servers to do it. The way that we do it with optimization is that it identifies the point, and that limits the amount of computational resources that are required.
So how fast is your algorithm? Do you have benches on that?
Yeah, so our algorithm right now, it could find, provably optimal in around 50 milliseconds on that side, but it takes longer to go full proven. What we're doing is like, it finds a path, 50 milliseconds, that path can be provably optimal, maybe a couple minutes later after you exhaust every single opportunity.
Got it. Wow, that's crazy. And do you have any benches or hypothesis of your competitors' speed?
Well, my hypothesis right now, it all depends on what infrastructure you're running it on. But it seems like it's around 30 milliseconds for, I guess, any other competitor out there. So there is a speed benefit on there, and we are taking it. We are constantly, optimizing our things. We've only been live for a month at this point, so it's just a continuing work in process.
It's hard to reason, though, about what users want if they are willing to make a trade-off on speed. I'm not saying that yours is making a trade-off, but would you make a trade-off of 20 milliseconds on speed to get better access to better prices? I don't know. What goes into your thinking on that? How do you reason about because every new pool you bring in, every new DEX you bring in, right, you now have a larger graph across which to traverse. And that larger graph is going to necessarily, I would think, create more latency. Is that not, have you figured out a way around that such that you can scale the graph but also preserve optimal routing and latency?
Yeah, I think that is just a problem on how the underlying algorithm works, right? Because from our estimations, adding extra pools doesn't really increase the latency on that side. So it scales very, very nicely. But with traditional pathfinding algorithms, that, Bellman-Ford, that is an issue. You can't add more pools beyond a certain point because the complexity increases. The algorithm can actually run to completion there.
Really? So, okay. let's shift gears a little. So algo is very interesting. I love the algo, and I think different innovations in algorithms, especially routing algorithms, fascinating. They come from, right, like traditional routing algorithms, right? You want to route, let's say you use Google Maps, right? It's a Bellman-Ford type algorithm, right? Dijkstra, it's maybe a Dijkstra algorithm actually. There's different trade-offs there that you can make. Traditional arbitrage has been detected through using Bellman-Ford, detecting negative cycles in a Bellman-Ford type algorithm. Where did you learn about this? Did you learn about this in school, in your professional career? And what did you discover along that way that said, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna get into this game, even though you're taking on a huge player, probably the most established player in all of Solana. You must have had some real secret sauce there.
Yeah, so I think my previous experience was really looking at EVM solvers, right? Because the honest truth is that algorithm complexity in the Ethereum space is a lot higher than on Solana. There's so many more aggregators, so many more solvers in that ecosystem. But the key thing here is that they have 12 seconds to really find something. 1.5 seconds if you're on CowSwap, right? They have a lot more time. What Jupiter has really done that's very, very impressive is that they have managed to make a very good algorithm be able to spit out results within that 400 millisecond block time. Now, what we thought is that we could marry the benefits of a more advanced algorithm and just bring down that amount of time that's required to compute from like what's used in Ethereum to what can be usable on Solana at this stage. And that's, that really convinced us to go in, because with our win rate, with how much outperformance people are actually getting, we thought we had a chance to really appeal to a certain type of trader that's really looking to save 10 basis points on every trade because they know it matters in the long run.
Right. So what do you see as the big developments in this space over the next year? What has happened this year so far, and where do you see it going?
Yeah, so I think this year, two fronts. First is like on the meta aggregation side. Us, Camino, Jupiter, everybody has a meta aggregation product right now. So I think people are trying to appeal to the front end user in various ways. It's like, are you looking for the premium trading experience? Are you looking to really just land as effectively as possible, as fast as possible? So people are targeting different niches on there. I think the other side of what developments are currently happening are these prop AMMs, right? SolFi, ZeroFi, Obrick. This is probably where the market is going to. If you have professional market makers, as you have on NASDAQ, as you have on NYSE, that are making markets, it's just inevitable that these guys are going to be providing better prices. Because these guys came out of nowhere in November and started doing 30% of Solana's DEX volume on there. So we're going to see more of a convergence towards this model, in my opinion, where more and more professional market makers come on board and start making markets for on-chain liquidity.
So I don't know if everyone knows about SolFi and ZeroFi and Obrick. So let's talk about that for a second and how that's changing the landscape. Who are they competing with? Who are they benefiting? And what is going on there, right? Because from on-chain, you just see the word SolFi and you think, okay, that's probably an AMM, right? Are they AMMs?
I guess they're a type of AMM because you can try and hit their contracts, you can try and execute through them, right? But what's critical here is that the prices that they're giving are dramatically better than everybody else in the ecosystem. The issue with the current previous state was that liquidity was passive, right? You had prices being determined by mathematical function, XY equals K, concentrated liquidity, you need V3 pools, right? That's being phased out because you need active market making. You're passive, you're going to get picked off pretty quickly. Your LPs are going to take a permanent loss. If you have active market making, they will adjust on the fly. And from what we can see on chain, they're providing better prices the vast majority of the time. So that's probably where we're going to be heading. It's the best price is going to matter because in the end, nobody knows who's doing your market making when you buy a stock of Apple. You're just looking at who's giving your best price.
Interesting. So do you think in the future you're going to see a lot more of these players, and are they going to push out the Radiums and the Orcas of the world, or do you still see a place? Because as these guys are creeping up, you're also seeing a revisiting of the traditional DEX model with Pump Fund, right? Launching their own DEX. So how do you see the landscape looking like?
So I think there's two different types of markets when you're making a market on this. The first one is your tail-end assets, right? So these are your pump fund tokens. A traditional market maker or any market maker that's processing high volume is not going to be taking a look at these assets. It's too risky for them. That's why the Uni V2 type of pool, like Radium or Pump Swap, it's very efficient for handling liquidity for these tail-end assets. But if we're talking highly concentrated liquidity, Sol USDC, USDC, USDT, that's where professional market makers come in because they can close the spread. They can hold the best prices possible because it's a highly liquid market. And market makers run their own market making strategies, and if they think that they can make profit, then it's good for everybody. Because in traditional equities, these guys are making less than a basis point when they're doing market making. We expect that to happen here as well. The spreads right now seem pretty big. That's why we're expecting more and more market makers. They're looking at what's happening in the ecosystem. It's just very juicy, so we expect more and more people to come in.
So what sort of spreads are we talking about here?
Like I've heard like pretty high basis point spreads on that side.
Like pretty high is like 5, or is pretty high like 50?
Like very high. Like these are spreads that if you're a traditional firm, you'll probably kill another person to try and get at that point.
And what is the difference between what a SolFi does and what a traditional RFQ system does, right?
Yeah. So traditional RFQ, like what's the issue with traditional RFQ is that you got to hold the quote for, let's say, a minute, 10 seconds, however long they want to do it. With the difference here is that these prop AMMs, they're adjusting dynamically on the fly. So you're getting a quote, you can ping them like a normal AMM, but they're not going to hold the quote for you. You either execute right there on that same block, or the price just changes for you. On an RFQ system, you're sourcing liquidity, but that liquidity, that market maker has to take the risk of you maybe executing 4 seconds later.
So for the audience, like how this sort of works is you got Binance, centralized exchange, and price discovery is traditionally found there. Why? They got the most liquidity, they have the most market making, they've got a ton of volume. And then there's other centralized exchanges that might feed off of that. Sometimes they'll be leading, but typically they'll be trailing Binance. And then you've got Solana and DEXs, right? And so is the reason why Solana or Ethereum, for example, their prices trail Binance, why is that? And can you see, what do we need to do for Solana and for on-chain protocols to actually be leading price discovery one day?
Yeah, I think it's just a little difference of your timing. Solana block times are still 400 milliseconds. You're trading, if you're trading traditional markets, I don't really know what Binance's time frequencies are, but if you're not trading nanoseconds, then I think you're kind of done on traditional markets, right? So if you're trading nanosecond difference versus 400 milliseconds, that's a world of difference right there. What you really want to do in order to bring DeFi more in line with CeFi, if assets are being held on both chains, you just have to lower your block times, and then they'll start converging on there. If market makers can provide better pricing at smaller latencies, it reduces the risk for them, and it provides better prices for the end user.
It's interesting, because on Ethereum, right, there's this entire cottage industry of trying to figure out how to reduce MEV, right, and how to provide the best user experience, but all on the backdrop of 12-second block times. I mean, a lot of the work that they do is trying to mitigate the impact of having prices that are stale for 12 seconds. Yeah. And so what you're saying, I think, is if we can reduce block times on Solana, that should be a huge goal of ours, right? Reducing block times by as much as possible, and as block times are reduced, prices will be more in line with the centralized exchange prices, right?
Exactly. You're just optimizing the liquidity layer for us. You lower block times, people can hold better prices, bring prices more in line. And then, the other thing is really relaxing the technical requirements. If, let's say, a route can use more pools involved, that'll efficiently, use all the liquidity on Solana for traders that want to execute.
Yeah, because on Solana, you're kind of limited to the amount of pools you can route through per transaction, right?
Yep.
This is one of the things on Ethereum that may or may not be a benefit. I'm not sure. I would assume it is, which is you can route through as many pools as you want in one single transaction. On Solana, you're really limited to 4, right? 4 hops. Is that generally right?
Yeah, basically. The main issue here is that the account lock limit is 64, right? Some DEXs lock a lot more, some DEXs lock less, but you're generally held to 4. Sometimes you may be able to squeeze in 5. So that's the thing there. That's a technical limitation. If that was raised tomorrow, right? Our algorithm, I believe Jupiter's algorithm, can also start going to more pools, 5, 6, 7 pools, and you start getting a lot more efficient prices on DeFi as well, even without block times going down.
but isn't the 4 hops actually a benefit for your speed, right? If you're starting to construct trades that are 10 hops deep, that's going to take a lot longer, right?
So you just got to balance. So it's like, what kind of opportunities can you find? Is that extra spread worth you taking that latency or that hit? Because we have also noticed sometimes just a 1-pool swap is probably your best swap in comparison to a very detailed 4-pool swap going through a random meme coin.
Right. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, meme coins are interesting. I'm glad you brought that up because meme coins, like, typically, have they benefited from DEX aggregation as much? Typically you'd probably see only a few pools at most for meme coins, right? And there's not as many ways to route through that, right?
Yeah, I actually think that meme coins are probably a big driver of Solana DeFi in terms of, actually pushing volume, because the main benefits of doing aggregation for meme coins is finding your optimal SOL USDC, USDT pair. Your price improvements, rather than trading directly from like a SOL to a meme coin pool, is trying to get that price improvement on these major pairs. If you can get that price improvement, which what we've seen, you can increase the amount of meme coins that you get a better price.
Right, no. So if you could route through more pools and do it as fast as you're currently doing on Solana, do you think that would increase price discovery and deliver better prices in and of itself? Or do we also need to pair that with shorter block times? Obviously, both would be better.
Yeah.
But what is the biggest bottleneck?
I think the biggest bottleneck is just the ability to include more DEXs in a pool, for me, more pools. It just unlocks a lot more liquidity, unlocks a lot more interesting use cases. And I think, you relax 64 to 128, for example, there might be some new product that people come up with that we haven't seen before. If I just lower block times, I'm pretty sure we can all see where the future is. Better price discovery, faster trades, but is there going to be an innovative new use case, an innovative new trade type? I'm not sure without raising that lock limit.
So if we cut block times in half, that's going to be a big lift for you guys, I would think, because you got to be twice as fast, right?
Yep.
Or is that something that you're considering, you're looking towards, you're optimizing around, or?
Yeah, so I think for us, that means that we have to keep the performance while keep just lowering the speed of the latency of the algorithm, right? Because if the algorithm takes too long to compute, it doesn't leave time for leftover logic or transaction sending procedures to actually start to land the transaction. So that's always in the back of our mind. That's why, Fired Answer is going to be a big upgrade, and I think every single routing algorithm will have to start accommodating for that.
Yeah, if we could get to 1 million transactions, a second, and that's what Fired Answer is aiming towards. I think, Max and Anza are also pushing towards that, right? Which seems like a necessary thing, but it also seems like a giant step forward, not just in crypto, but in everything, right? I think Max's slide earlier said NASDAQ had 70,000 transactions a second, something like that. We'd be blowing them out of the water. But that's also going to put a lot more pressure on you guys and on market makers. So you think you guys are up to the challenge? You think you can keep up with the innovation there?
Yeah, well, that's why we're all here.
Yeah.
Crypto moves at such a fast pace. That's why it's fun. And I guess that's why I'm not in TradFi anymore. If you're using Bloomberg, you're using the same thing you used 20 years ago, right?
Right,
So,
right.
You just got to keep innovating or you just die in this industry.
So what does the next 12 months look like for Titan? What are your big goals? What are you trying to do?
Yeah, our big goal is really just concentrate on pushing our product as much as possible. So we just launched last month. We're still in a private beta phase, right? So we really want to scale up our infrastructure so that we can handle more users, handle the general public. So anybody going on to Titan's website who really use our product. Also scale our API for our users who want to trade systematically. And then have more innovative order types that can flood through the system that people can really take advantage of.
So even in private beta right now, give us a sense. How many transactions are you seeing a day?
So in terms of volume, we're pushing around 10 million a day at this point.
Wow.
And we only let in a couple thousand users on that side. So the response has been really good, especially from the power traders, right? Because these guys are the ones that really care about pushing $100,000 and then trying to get the outperformance of let's say 15 basis points. That's big savings for them right there.
The cool thing about what you're saying is that you start with this smaller private group, you get feedback from them immediately and you can iterate. What feedback have you gotten? What do they say to you?
Yeah, so I think for us, they very enjoy the speed that we're processing everything. They're seeing the speed of the updates. They're seeing how they see that they are getting performance improvements over what other options do exist on the marketplace. But on the feedback side, they're telling us like, hey guys, I want to trade a meme coin, I want to be more efficient, and that's what we've really been looking at lately, right? They want to have full access to what makes DeFi great. You can trade any asset that you want, and that's what we've been really focusing on optimizing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, what's cool about meme coins for you guys and for all of us is that they're pretty much native to Solana, right? You're not going to Binance, you're going to Solana. And I think the DEX aggregators are also native to, not just Solana because they're on other chains, but they're really native to crypto and Web3. So what you're doing here is fascinating. Do you think that there is going to be any big changes coming up? Do you think anything that anyone in this audience should know about? Or do you think it's just business as usual, trying to eke out more performance improvements over time?
I think the main thing is that you're going to see a convergence of a lot of different models into one unified transaction layer, right? You have RFQ systems, you have standard passive LP pools, you have order book mechanisms, you have these private market makers in play. I think what you'll start seeing is that all of these things, although they might be separate right now, will be fully composable with each other very, very soon, and that's just going to give price improvement across the board for everybody.
It's very cool because while historically, DEXs have been less efficient than CLOBs. They have been more efficient at illiquid assets, right? And this has gone really underreported and underdiscussed in traditional finance because right now, in traditional finance, you have a ton of illiquid assets that are traded OTC because there's no real price discovery there. So, but if we can catch up to TradFi on the market making side and the speed side and the price discovery side, like what you're seeing with SolFi and all these other private market makers, plus maintain the AMM structure and route through you guys, I think it's going to have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, that's why I thought the meme coin craze, right? It was so beneficial for the entire ecosystem. The entire network was upgrading itself to handle the amount of volume, handle the amount of traffic, and this functions as a graduation process because usually you list, if you're a small company, you list as a pig slip and you try and work your way up, or you just go with a big IPO and that's really gated. Here it democratizes everything. If you have a good asset and you list on a pump fund token, you have the opportunity to eventually be listed on one of these heavy duty market makers that really want to push volume through.
Right. All right. So in the last couple seconds, if I'm someone in this audience and I want to use Titan, where do you go? What do you do? Who do you talk to?
Yeah, so you would probably go to either our Twitter page at Titan_exchange, or you go to our website at app.titandex.io. There, I guess you can sign up for the waitlist, and then you'll be onboarded when it comes time. Or you go to our Discord for an access code in order to really try out the product and to see how you like it and give us any feedback that you want. We just want the most honest, brutal feedback possible to help us improve our product here.
Well, I will say Galaxy will certainly be checking it out and testing it, and I will be giving you real-time feedback, but I'm really excited. It's awesome. I think we're at time. Chris, it was great talking with you, and hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That was a very strong talk from Titan. Come on, let's give it up for Titan one more time. Woo! That's right. All the way from Toronto, Canada, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so moving on to our next talk, we have a very amazing speaker. His name is Nick DeSisto. He's a core contributor over at Trust Wallet. He's going to be telling us all about some of the stats regarding Trust Wallet, what the milestones are, and where they're going on in the future. I mean, look, it's a very diverse marketplace, and we need as many wallets as possible. So please give a big, warm Istanbul welcome to Nick DeSisto!
Good afternoon, Istanbul. How are we doing, guys? It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank you all for coming, especially taking the time to sit through this talk. So without further ado, I'm here to talk about wallets, but I want to talk about something else first. So I'm not sure if you guys have heard of Google Trends and Analytics, but it kind of gives you an idea of where the actual data is from people searching. So I just brought up Bitcoin here for a second because I want to talk about geography. So it's funny enough that we're here in Turkey, and if you look at actually people searching Bitcoin, Turkey is number 3. So we're in a actually very prominent market right here, right now. So I really wanted to highlight that. And then secondly, if you actually look at the key terms people are searching with Bitcoin, you see it's about the price, then it's about the price, it's about the price one more time, whatever Kurt's Bitcoin is, I think it's price again. And then actually the 5th key term here is Bitcoin stock. And why that's important is because people still think Bitcoin is a stock, and it's over 10 years now, and people are still searching that term. Now, I know what you're going to say. There's ETFs, Nick. It just could be people being confused. Well, that's true, but I just want to highlight we're still very early to the game. And outside of this room, you think of your mom, your sister, maybe your cousin. Crypto is just a foreign concept to them. So it's really important that we make this user journey very easy for all of them. So since this is a Solana event, I wanted to go ahead and show you what everyone thinks about Solana. So obviously, we're interested in the price. And then we're kind of looking at other coins. So we're looking at Bitcoin, price again, Ethereum, so I guess it's not dead after all, and then XRP, which I thought was kind of funny, but I just wanted to highlight for fun. So this kind of gives way into my actual last part of this. We're talking about when you search the key term crypto, people are interested in the news, the price, Bitcoin, all not really that shocking. Our first actual use case, which is trading. And then 5th, and kind of an important one here, is the crypto wallet. So people actually getting into their journey. So this is kind of a perfect segue for me to talk about Trust Wallet. So let me go ahead and kind of talk about what we are doing over at Trust Wallet. So it is the most downloaded mobile app for self-custody there is in the world today, with over 200 million downloads on iOS and Android, and 15 million monthly active users. Now, this is a big milestone for us and our team, and we take this with high regard to our users because that's who's got us there. Now, it's interesting enough, Solana users, on average, hold over $5,000 in assets in their wallet, which is kind of crazy to think about because you've seen a lot of money here. Now, regardless of what you think about Trump, during the token launch, you saw some record high spot volume. You saw people trying to buy it from a centralized exchange, but they couldn't even get Solana. You saw people getting flash loans for different on-ramp providers just to cover the influx that was happening during this time. It was kind of tremendous, actually. It was a great strain on the network to show us where some of the fail points were. Now, most Solana users on Trust Wallet, they're not just here to trade the meme coins. They're actually sending funds, they're staking, and they're exploring. And that's kind of why it's very important that we make sure that this is very easy for them to go on just beyond trading Trump coins or other meme coins, not financial advice. But let's go ahead and take another dive into this. So we can't scale if it's still hard to use. And why that's important? Well, how are you going to get your mother, your brother, your friends, your family, and everyone else in there? So you can't have these confusing errors with failed transactions, maybe because your slippage is set too low, or you're using the wrong network type, or you didn't copy the contract address. All of these things are pain points, and that's not going to onboard the next 1 billion users. We're already at that 200 million download mark. I want to get to the billions. So while we've had a lot of talks today about Solana and its speed, it's amazing, guys, but the problem is the UX is still a barrier. Now, we've seen some other talks talking about UX specifically today and yesterday, but I just want to talk about why it's important that real adaptation needs products that feel smooth, right? So our goal is we want to make sure that this is not complex for our users, but we also don't want to take that control away. We still want them to have the power because that's why they're moving money off-chain, not your keys, not your crypto. So how are we doing that? So recently, we've kind of made some changes to the app. I'm not sure if you've opened it recently, but the home screen and some other things are changing, and I got some exciting new announcements I want to break to you guys today. So the trending token page has existed. That's not really that exciting, but people are still interested to see what is something that gets me to want to buy a token. From there, how do we actually buy crypto? So we have a plethora of on-ramp providers. I'm sure you all know that, but it's still very important to get those users onboarded and get them activated. Now, they have a token because they saw it, they bought it, they're holding, but that's not doing anything because we're just holding money in a different app, and there's plenty of those, right? So how are we actually bringing our users on? We have our own Discover page, And the important part about that is now users can actually connect their wallet, and these are kind of pre-approved ones that we all know is safe. So you can go in there, connect to it, and then you can actually start interacting with these dApps. This is the first time a user maybe is getting on chain to actually do an activity, and this is kind of really exciting to actually activate some of these users. So I also wanted to highlight that it doesn't matter if you're on iOS, Android, or desktop. We have a Chrome extension as well. It can even be a Chromebook, so that freedom and barrier to entry is at the lowest it could possibly be. So no more guesswork. I want a smoother experience. How are we helping to make that happen over at Trust Wallet? Well, we've recently done our Helios integration, our turbo swaps, so increasing slippage, the gas, and everything else to make sure your transactions land on time. We talked a lot about MEV this week, or these last 2 days, so we're also addressing that. So clear error messages, making sure the users understand what the problem is why it's not going through. Is it high congestion? What is it? Kind of making it clear expectations to the users so they know why. And then blockchain explorers, so everyone here understands why it's important to be able to see where the tokens are going, some information before they click a buy, and then trending tokens just for visibility so people can see, hey, things are actually happening, this is important, and this is why. So going beyond that hype, I want to talk a minute about how our users aren't just meme coin traders. We're talking about creators, people who are doing cross-border payments, remittances. These are all very important things. We especially see a lot of this for Solana on stables. So that kind of leads me into my bigger announcement today, that starting very soon, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Monday, you might be able to see stablecoin earn featured in our app. So now you'll be able to earn on stables. Previously, it was just crypto. Now you're getting the stables, kind of like the centralized exchanges. And that's really important to our users because they want to hold their money off the exchange, but they don't want to lose that ability to earn passive income. But maybe they're not ready to go to a dApp or a DEX and manage all of those different liquidity pools. So we want to make that very easy for them. So our users aren't loud. They're intentional. Right? We talked about our users having over $5,000 in their wallets for Solana users. This is very intentional. We're not just seeing people claiming the airdrop and then walking away. There is some of that, but we're actually talking about users that are going above and beyond. So furthermore, only about 10% of our users actually use Solana today. So there's huge room for growth, both for us and the community. So that's why we're taking feedback every single day and striving to make Trust Wallet better. So we want to make Solana feel better to everyone, not just your degens, not just the newbies, everyone. You got to strike a little bit of a balance there, because otherwise you're going to upset someone. So I know some people are like, oh, I just want to get my tokens here, and I want to trade up, and I want to do 10x leverage, and I want to rush into that meme coin. But not everybody wants that. We talked about the use case of cross-border payments, remittances, keeping your crypto safe. And that's kind of what the important thing is with the Trust Wallet. That's why you trust, right? So where do we go from here? It's really important that we make sure that dApp discovery is very easy. Now, we saw some other talks today, yesterday about this, and even today. How are we making sure that these dApp connections take place? So we want to make sure that in our Discover page, whether you actually go and search the URL yourself, you're on mobile, or you're on browser extension, we want this to be as seamless as possible, regardless of what chain you're on, even if it's Solana or Ethereum, right? So we want to make sure that our first-time users are actually being activated. The biggest thing we see is someone downloads the app and then maybe they bought crypto. Let's say they buy $100. What do I do now? And that's where we have a huge drop-off, right? It's talking about activating those users because they don't know that some of these things exist. They don't know you can go enter an LP pool on a DEX, or you can trade with leverage, or all of these other great things. So we want to make sure that we're actually introducing users to be on-chain, not just another app on their phone, right? So how are we doing this? Well, we're working directly with the Solana builders to raise UX standards for all, right? I know there's plenty of wallets out there, so I think that's great for our users because more wallets equals more competition, and everyone is benefit there. There we go. So without further ado, there's one more final announcement I'd like to make. So we talked about some of those things with high value trading at times and slippage and all that kind of stuff. But we made it very simple, but we don't want to take that away from some of our more advanced users. So I can't give you an exact timeline yet, but it's coming out pretty soon. You'll be able to actually go into our app, and then on the swap page, you can set custom slippage, and there'll be a whole bunch of other features that you'll actually be able to change for yourself to make sure that you're getting the best possible execution time. But we also want to make sure that that newbie user is still getting the best execution time without having to go in and change all of these settings for themselves. So we're actually going ahead and we're setting the slippage by default for most of our users. And now again, anyone can opt in to change whatever that needs to be, but we're doing that based on network congestion, times, and everything else that we can use at our disposal to help this thing go through. So without further ado, I want to thank you again for all coming here today. It was a pleasure having you guys, and that's the end for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to Trust Wallet for that talk. And now we're almost at this is our actually last panel at Crossroads. So let's give these panelists a big warm welcome. They're going to be talking all about privacy and scaling in Web3. I actually have major concerns in this area because it's kind of like people always joke around like Bitcoin, it's so anonymous. It's like, actually, no, it's all on chain, right? we can all see it. And so there's real legitimate discussion about like how do we scale out Web3 for like, let's say the next 1 billion users and make sure that they also can have some right to privacy, right, for their financial transactions. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce to you your privacy and scaling panel. Let's give them a big round of a hand. Woo!
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for being here. I did not realize this was the very last panel, so we're very proud to be here with a lot of folks here in the audience. I guess that means we are the only thing standing between the roast of Solana, a yacht party, and an after party. So we're going to try to make this very conversational. We're going to try to make this really intentional, and we've got 3 pretty diverse panelists here. We're going to talk about stuff that really matters to the Solana ecosystem. So my name is Brandon Slack. I lead protocol partnerships at Masari on our protocol services business. And we'll just go around the horn quickly, let you guys introduce yourself, what your project does, and then we'll go from there.
Cool. My name is Sven, co-founder at Light Protocol. And Light is a protocol for scaling state and data storage on Solana. So basically, rent-free accounts and tokens.
Hi, my name is Alex with AutoSec. We do smart contract audits and general software security. We handle that for Solana itself, as well as protocols that run on top of Solana.
Hi, I'm B-Man. I work for Pupkey. I build innovative open source software on Solana, and super excited to be here.
Wonderful. Well, I'll say from our perspective, when this panel was originally put on, it was a little bit of a different focus. It was specifically ZK and privacy focused. We've pivoted somewhat. But I actually think now where we're at, this is a perfect culmination point for Crossroads because we've got 3 panelists here that are basically going to talk about what matters to Solana. So how do we achieve hyperscalability, do that in a decentralized open source manner, and then make sure that security and user experience are paramount. So with that, Sven, I'll just start with you. ZK compression and the way that you guys are thinking about allowing Solana to scale at lightning speed so that we all can trade any asset on world at the speed of light. What does that mean to you all, and how do you think about state compression using ZK as an element to that? And we'll kind of dive into more infrastructure conversations after that, but I'll let you kick it off there.
Sure, yeah. So if you zoom out, there's basically 4 things that Solana cares about. When it talks about IBRL, right, increased bandwidth, reduced latency. So that is faster writes, right, landing transactions faster, writing to the blockchain. That's faster reads, right, on the RPC level, improving that. And then also, what also matters if you want to scale a blockchain is cheaper writes and cheaper reads. And that's where we've designed ZK compression together with the folks at Helios Labs last year, now launching an improved V2 as much more efficient, et cetera. But we think all about how can we make writes cheaper and reads cheaper. If you zoom out, like we want to get to 1 billion users on chain with hundreds of accounts per user, et cetera, the only way to achieve that is through some sort of compression. And then, the way where ZK comes in is we shrink the proof size. We make it very efficient to compose with compressed accounts, compressed tokens, if you're building an app on Solana. And so that's what we think about.
That's super helpful. And I'll just kick it over to you, B-Man, quickly. We talked a little bit earlier today about as we accelerate and we onboard 1 billion people into the ecosystem, we're still all here for a reason. We want to do that in a decentralized, open source manner. We'd love to hear your perspective on what that means, why you chose to build on Solana, and how we make sure we get that right over the next 12, 24 months as we continue to build and scale.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I've been in crypto quite a while. 2016, I started building on Ethereum, and I felt it was not ready for consumer-grade apps. And Solana has been the first chain where I really felt this. And then it's a classic case of came for the tech, stayed for the community. There's a lot of people building, and there's a lot of stuff happening. So I think we're on a very right track here. It's clearly hard to say what happens in the next 18 to 24 months, but I think with things like compression and enabling these kind of things, you need to tackle these things early on in able to enable this. This is not something you can do like after the fact. Once something's created on chain, it stays there basically forever. And I think we need to be aware of the choices we make today in order to do these things well in the future. And one of the things we just talked about, Light Protocol, this is an open source primitive, and this should be adopted by a lot of apps, I think. This will not happen if it's built by a centralized for-profit company only. And I think we're in the right way there, and this also kind of ties in the security aspect, because I think one of the important things in crypto and Web3 is that we are taught to not only trust but verify. And if something is run by an anonymous entity, it's really hard to get there.
That's a perfect segue. Alex, would love to hear your perspective on the security side. You guys work with a lot of protocols in the Solana ecosystem. It's obviously really important, as you and I talked about, to be open sourced, where you've got more people using the dApp, you've got more eyeballs on, maybe more security risks. Now people are working together in tandem to solve these problems. How do you guys think about securing both the protocol individually and then helping support the broader Solana ecosystem?
Yeah, definitely a big fan of community security and just open source mentality, right? So to the point earlier, the more that we can open source software that we write on top of Solana, then the more eyeballs that can get on the code base, and that we can then find the issues early, often, and ahead of time, and have the open discussions that are required, right? Like, just even maybe a slight tangent, but like a lot of the requests that I get for audits, my first question is, do you have an architectural document, and have you written your unit tests? And unfortunately, both are missing a lot of the times, and so kind of getting ahead of the ball, like I guess maybe one of the security messages is, write your unit test and write your architectural documents, and then get the community to help you review these things. And when you have these open discussions, then it just makes your job easier, and it makes security easier overall. And then to the whole community, then this just pushes us faster, farther.
No, I love that. Thank you. I was going to talk about that with you, about what are some of the important lessons you guys have learned covering so many Solana projects. That's a perfect answer. Let me flip it on you then and ask, are there any emerging threats on the security landscape that you guys are looking at that teams maybe are not aware of or are just unexpected as we continue to scale, kind of move fast and break things, and everyone's kind of running in the same direction, but we're all doing it a little bit independently? Is there any major trends that you guys have seen on the security side that is notable for folks?
I always just I still go back to the basics. Like we if you guys wrote your unit tests, we wouldn't exist. No, I'm kidding. There's a lot of the issues can actually be avoided by writing the unit tests, having the discussions internally before you get to us, right? And we talk about this internally too, right? It's something that sounds fairly basic, but it's something that is missed quite a bit. And we're happy to help out in these conversations. You know, just hit us up on Telegram. Happy to talk through any of the design issues, the design challenges that people may have.
Wonderful. Sven, a question for you. So ZK compression, you guys are working a lot with teams that are doing airdrops, and obviously there are, I think, 1 million accounts per day that are being spun up on Solana at this point. How do you guys think about doing that in a way that is efficient? I think the whole point here is that compute costs on Solana are fairly cheap. Storage at scale is actually quite expensive. How do you guys think about tackling that problem in the future? And maybe most importantly is, how are you working with other ecosystem participants to support the ecosystem most broadly?
Yeah, for sure. So unironically, most demand for the compressed token standard, which is a program that we've built on top of the underlying compressed PDAs or compressed account VM. Most demand is for people creating a token, SPL token, and then distributing it to thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of users. And obviously, you know, last couple of months it's been a lot of meme coins, but then there's also now bigger teams coming in, teams that are also coming from the Ethereum world, looking to launch their token. Those might be NFT communities, etc. And they're kind of using compressed tokens as like the way to do these token distributions. And then obviously, you know, if you zoom out, most of the activity on Solana is creating a token and then trading it, right? And actually most token accounts don't ever actually get touched a second time. So it's like, if you look at all the transactions on Solana, it's mostly it. It's creating tokens, trading. And so we really lean into that. And obviously, as we've seen, some teams have done many millions of recipients for their airdrops. And so we need to make sure that we're not clocking up the chain, right? Because you know, we launched V1 7 months ago. And so the focus for the last couple of months has really been on making the protocol much more efficient. So we've slashed compute unit usage by like 60, sometimes more, 60%, sometimes more. So now it actually becomes much more feasible to integrate compressed tokens into these DeFi lifecycle flows, right? Sure. You have a compressed token in your wallet because someone sent it to you, or you have received an airdrop. Now the next step is to get all these different partners, trading APIs, aggregators, liquidity, front ends to integrate now that we have the Phantom integration and other wallet integrations. So getting all these pieces together, that's a big focus of ours. So that you know, eventually if you zoom out, we want to be at a place where you as a user don't notice it, but your tokens are compressed, and then whenever you interact with DeFi, they sort of atomically get decompressed. You do your swap, you do your action, and then it goes back to compress. So that, you know, eventually we can have 1 billion users on chain, and they hold all their tens of billions of assets, and the Solana is still running. That's the goal.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Beeman, maybe I'll kick it over to you quickly. Speaking about wallets and sending a lot of random things to wallets and whatnot, you're building a decentralized identity solution. How do you think about wallets, what their purpose is, how are they maybe differential on Solana versus Ethereum, and how do we get this right 6, 12 months from now as we continue to scale, onboard people, and do it in a way that makes sense?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think my opinion on wallets, I think the UX of the wallets in Solana is heaps better than other chains, mainly Ethereum. On the other hand, as much as we like to sit on Ethereum, the main wallet there is open source, so I can actually pull it in and check it out. I can make adjustments. I can propose changes. They might not integrate it. In Solana, there's not such a thing. And I'm working on projects, and it's very frustrating to bump into issues and limitations, and there's literally nothing that I can do other than beg for help, and this often gets ignored. So I think there's a huge opportunity for the wallet vendors actually to listen to the community and do stuff that actually helps us. Most of these people are originally devs, so they should understand kind of the struggle and the things that we're running into. And it's kind of saddening to see that this is still not the case. 2 years ago, Breakpoint Amsterdam, there was a big promise from all the 3 wallet vendors that were sitting in a similar panel that they would all be doing open source. I haven't seen anything yet. So this is kind of my pet peeve. I know I'm repeating myself, but this is super important, obviously, if we can just verify the things that are not supposed to trust them. So that's kind of one angle. The other angle, identity. Like, it's kind of philosophical, but we are not our wallet. Our identity is a complex thing. Most people probably know me by my Twitter handle or my avatar and not my wallet address. And in addition, my wallet changes all the time. Like, I do try to do proper wallet hygiene and actually recycle wallets and use new ones. And a lot of anti-patterns emerge where people are doing like soul-bound tokens, which is kind of an anti-pattern and a misnomer at best. It's not soul-bound, it's wallet-bound, but it's really nasty to have something in your wallet that you can't really get out. So I hope to see a paradigm shift as well. And I think the other interesting aspect is we see more and more where people actually use social identities to generate a key pair. I think that's a great pattern, actually. Things like Privy is a new kid on the block. They're doing something in terms of UX that makes it way easier to onboard people that are not crypto native. So they're not bothering you with the seed phrase and making a backup of all of this stuff. On the other hand, you're now putting a certain trust in an independent startup that's for-profit, closed source, and I think that's a big risk there. So here as well, we should do better as an ecosystem and actually expect from these vendors to at least give us a way as a dev to pull our user information out and run this ourselves. So I think we're making progress. And having these kind of onboarding flows definitely gets more people on board. But with that, we as developers, we have responsibilities, and I think we should take that, and there's definitely a lot to improve.
That's very helpful context, thank you. That's why we have you up here shouting from the rooftops for some of these insights. So, Alex, I'm going to ask you this question, and I'll kick it between all 3 of you, but talking about DeFi, we've moved into wallets. From the OtterSec standpoint, you guys cover so many protocols. What are some emerging trends or use cases or new primitives that you guys are seeing develop in the market, primarily on Solana, that may not be present or even possible on other ecosystems? If anything comes to mind, and then we'll kind of round robin.
That's a bit of a harder question for me to answer. Kind of going back to the application stuff that was just talked about. We do have a decompiler coming up that actually is already out there. If anybody is interested in decompiling applications, we can help with that. Just gotta check out our Twitter, and then you can see what's running underneath the hood, even if it's closed sourced. So
wonderful. Sven, maybe I'll ask you, from DeFi, gaming, NFTs, et cetera, who are you guys working and partnering with right now? What are some primitives that are developing as you know, state growth maybe gets solved for slowly but surely, and the change just gets ever faster every day?
Well, it's still mostly DeFi. So most of the activity is just creating tokens, trading tokens. Sure. You know, there are different shapes of these things. I am very interested in all the SocialFi stuff. So some gamified elements. You have folks like Time.Fun. They're tokenizing time and make it tradable. They put it on a bonding curve, and I think it's just a very interesting experiment. And I think Solana is at a point where if you have very talented founders, you can actually go use existing primitives, you know, the 5 or 6 smart contracts that matter. You can use these. Usually those you know, top smart contracts, they're usually open source on Solana actually. So it's pretty easy to compose, right? And that's something that's unique on Solana as well. It's like the composability aspect is pretty neat, where you can have these different markets and You can hop between different programs in one atomic transaction. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see more consumer type apps launching and then actually finding traction around, honestly, it's going to be around trading probably, but in different shapes and sizes, and I think that's cool.
Sure. I think social interactions in general, trading and gambling and prediction markets, et cetera. Alex?
I can jump back in there again. So a thought just popped into my mind is that we're generally starting to see more ZK, and that's something that's coming up on the radar a bit more. And so that might be something of interest. So just want to throw that out there.
That's a good sign for some folks.
For sure. I mean, we're using ZK under the hood, right? We try to make it really easy for people to use it. It's really abstracted away. It's like another RPC call. It's very fast in a milliseconds proving time. You can only really do these types of proofs on Solana because you don't need to roll up whole blocks or transactions, which is just insanely expensive currently in the EVM, for instance. But yeah, there's interest from people building with privacy and other primitives that are maybe a layer on top of ZK compression. We'll have to see if there's enough talent to push through and find adoption with these products. But yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, and then also speaking to like the security aspect of that, to one of your earlier questions as well, anytime there's new code bases that come out, then wholly that's where there's less known security issues that have been previously identified, then that's challenging, right? So if you see less hacks occurring, that may simply be because the black hats have not had time or are still ramping up on the code bases, right? And so inevitably it's all coming down the pipeline at some point. So.
No, thank you. Beeman, I'll ask a similar question, but on the wallet plus social integration side, we're now bringing in 1 billion people doing consumer-facing application type behavior. What do you think that looks like in the future? What are some of the most important aspects of Solana's ecosystem, whether it's gamifying things or social elements, et cetera?
Yeah, I think a proper way to link social identities with wallet identities would go very far if we build primitives that do that. So currently it's something that a lot of apps, they either don't integrate it because it's hard, or they do kind of a haphazard job. But the fact of the matter is that there's a ton of apps, if they integrate it, I'll have to do the same verification of my identities over and over again, which is kind of useless. And if we talk about the classic use case of my mom, who also wants to use a crypto app maybe at a time, this is obviously going to scare her away. And so maybe you can ask somebody to do this once, but if they have to repeat the same dance over and over again, that's clearly very tiring, and that's not a great UX. So I'd love to see like a base level building block, kind of like a protocol as low level as maybe email or DNS, that's just there where you can tap into, define your profile once or twice, and then we all know that this is something that's guaranteed. Now, to the centralization aspect of this, let's say if PubKey runs this service, this wouldn't be great because now everybody has to trust me. And I don't want anybody to trust me, or you don't have to trust me. So I think if we can build a system where various people can validate something that's already true, and you have some high authority like DAOs, like let's say MonkeyDAO, or maybe Marinate, or Solflare, or Messari running such a service, that we win big as an ecosystem. And we don't have to rely on one partner to do something. We can do this as a whole. Like Solana is the only place that I know of that has actually users, and that the system allows it to be used as a database. So you can use Solana as a database, you can store data in there. Even though that 99% of the things that we do on chain are either tokens or escrows, we can use it for other stuff, and I think we should explore it more and more and use this as a way to store data that you then actually own and others can use. And like currently, if there's a third-party authentication system, this data is typically stored off-chain, which means you cannot use this inside a Solana program. Whereas if you store this data on-chain and you actually prove that somebody owns a certain identity, you can add logic around this in your programs. So you can basically give discounts to people that verify their GitHub identity for a website like Gitwork, where it's important to have some sort of reputation system because you want to work with devs. So I think we're missing a bunch of primitives there. I know it's possible. I've been working on an implementation to actually do this, and I need to have input from folks like the guys next to me to make it actually work and make sure it's the correct thing to fix. But I think there is a need for such a thing, and it saves developers integrating the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think in Web3, we are binary sometimes in the outcomes that we want, and it's either 0 or 1, all or nothing. And the idea of progressive decentralization over time is great. It takes time to do these things right. It takes a lot of ideation, iteration, so that's wonderful. Let me ask you guys, we're coming up a little bit on time here, but I will kick this over to all three of you. Let's say 2 to 3 years in the future, what is the ideal state of user adoption on the Solana ecosystem in general? What is best case for us?
I can start.
Sure.
You said 3-year timeline?
Yeah, call it 2 to 3 years. What does a good future state look like with the direction we're moving now? Is it just another billion meme coins being airdropped into my wallet? Is there something deeper?
Look, I think the tokenization of stocks is something that most people wouldn't consider meme coins, although arguably, on the surface it's the same thing. But I think that's really powerful, right? And so I think that's one thing, is like democratizing access to different stocks. Maybe in 3 years that's a little bit fast. Sometimes it's easier to reason about what's happening in 5 to 10 years.
Right.
But that's one thing. And then, I think besides that, the upside is pretty large. I think people underestimate this. I think that crypto, especially chains like Solana, will power a lot of the future infrastructure for payments, right? So payments is one of the killer use cases, right? It's escrow of tokens and moving tokens. And so I would say uncapped upside, but and not putting the timeline on there, but 1 billion users, $1 trillion in stablecoin volume maybe, in stablecoins on chain, and maybe 1 trillion accounts. I think that's where we're heading.
Sure. And my sense would be for Light specifically, as we bring in all these ETF issuances and these new assets come on chain and we're tokenizing everything that has a QSIP or a QR code, suddenly solving for this explosion of stake growth becomes really important. So that's helpful.
Yeah, that's one thing, one element, right? I think the chain needs to be faster and needs to be cheaper, and that's what matters. Yeah.
Wonderful. Alex, kick it over to you.
I'm a huge fan of infrastructure, but infrastructure from the internet standpoint. So blockchainification of switches, routers, hubs, anything. If you understand what helium is, then going down that route, right? So what does a packet touch? Then blockchain that, or I guess in our terms, DePIN. So.
Are the security concerns materially different in that world a couple years in the future versus where they are today and where they are just coming from Web 2 cybersecurity in general?
No. People still need to write their unit tests.
Fair enough. Tried and true. Beeman?
Yeah, I think agree with Sven, payments is a no-brainer. We all talk about having real-world adoption. We have PayPal using PyUSD on Solana. I think that's huge. People underestimate how huge that is. PayPal is like a global company, right? We finally have somebody like this on board. I hope to see more like this. I hope that my bank at some point will offer me a way to hold at least some of my crypto and interact with it. I'm not going to shove all of my crypto into a bank, but it definitely makes it convenient. We have family in Latin America. We use apps like Decaf for remittance. It saves me a ton of money, but also a ton of hassle. It's just instantly. If I have to go through Western Union, it's just a hurdle. And because I got a European passport, I have to use euros. So there's a whole bunch of gatekeeping and basically begging for permission to use the system and then pay them a ton. Whereas what we do on chain, it's virtually free, and I can even like get a free airdrop meme coin, send it to my brother-in-law, and he has some money. Like this is, I think, the future of finance, and this is where we should be heading towards. And I really hope to see more integrations on that. 3 years from now, it might be a bit soon, but I definitely hope we're getting there. We'll be probably peak bear market, so we'll see what's the rate of innovation at that point. But yeah,
I heard someone say there are no more cycles. We'll see a year from now too, if that's true or not. We'll see.
The famous super cycle.
Of course, right?
Yeah.
I'll do lightning round with you guys. We have 2 minutes left. What's most important to your project right now? Just parting words. We're kind of here on the second day of Crossroads, so I'll just give you guys lightning rounds on something important to your team.
Launching the V2 upgrade, which is, I think, pending audit from the folks at AutoSec. That's one big one on the core protocol side, and then the rest of it is go-to-market.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Alex?
Think about security early and often. Do not call us 2 weeks before you need an audit. Call us months in advance. We'll help you think through what you need. And write your unit tests.
I like what you have with unit test. I have it with open source. So yeah, my message is open source your stuff. I'd like to see more. I'm actually helping people to do it practically, like helping them make their stuff open source, make sure it has a proper license, etc. I help business in consulting and what the strategy is, because it's not a binary thing. It's a gradient. You can open source a piece. You don't have to do it all. And for PubKey itself, I'm working on this protocol. I really like to get it launching. I'm looking for people that give me feedback and actually use it in their apps. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. I obviously think it's a good idea, but we need to prove this, and the best way is to just get feedback, then hop over to Alex to get a proper audit, and work with Sven to make it private and make it work fast and scalable.
I love it. Well, thank you all so much for joining me. This was really fun. I hope this was a helpful panel. I know it was a little more broad scope than some others. Ultimately, what I think it really conveys is Solana is this open field of innovation with incredibly ambitious projects that are building new primitives that have never been built before. And so I just want to say thank you for joining me. Thanks everyone for being here at Crossroads, and hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
All right, that was the last panel, but it's not the last talk. This is the last talk of Crossroads 2025. And you know what they always say, save the best for last. So after, of course, this talk, we're going to be having a goodbye address from George, as well as a comedy roast from Bangers. Bangers is one of the biggest personalities on Solana, and it's very rare to see her live. So if you want to see her live, please stick around towards at least the end of this talk. And this talk is going to be absolutely amazing. It's by the founder and CEO of Kodigo AI, right? And he's going to be talking about all about what Kodigo is, as well as, I believe, teasing something about a hackathon, if I'm not mistaken. So it is with my absolute pleasure, and please give a big, warm round of applause to JP Marcos!
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming. So I'm JP Marcos. I'm based in Palo Alto, California, and I'm the founder and CEO of Kodigo. Kodigo is the first AI-powered software development platform built specifically for Solana from the ground up. I have a background in artificial intelligence. Prior to founding Kodigo, I founded a company called Signify in 2015, another AI platform focused on the DevOps space, which was later acquired by a company called New Relic. So today, to get us started, we're going to talk about the state of software development in Solana. Here's a simple view based on a single metric. How long does it take to build a Solana project? So obviously, it depends on the complexity of the project, the capability of the team in Solana development, as well as the scope of the backend and the front end. But on average, if you're building something simple in Anchor or Solana native, it's going to take about 1 to 3 weeks. And then at the other end of the spectrum, let's say you're building a lending protocol, multiple Solana programs, integration with oracles, that's going to take several months. I pulled these statistics at Breakpoint, Lisbon 2022. But the thing is, the metrics still stand today. Over the past 3 years, nothing fundamentally has changed in the process and the time that it takes to build a Solana program. So, why is that? Let's take an example. Let's say you're building a DeFi dApp. Each bubble represents a component that you need to write manually. First thing that you can see is that there's a lot of components, right? It's like the client test ZK, the test case templates, and some of these components can represent several thousand lines of code. That's a lot of code to write. Now, the reality, though, is that the success of your product is mostly going to be determined by a small number of those components. The front end, the business logic, yet engineering teams spend the vast majority of their time writing the other code, which has to be there, has to be done accurately, but the reality is that the other code doesn't have a bearing on the success of your project. The customer doesn't see it. Whether you spend 8 hours or 8 months, like, they won't know. At Kodigo, we want Solana developers to be successful at building and innovating faster, and with accuracy and security. And that means helping them focus on the things that really will impact their projects. And to that end, a week ago, we've released the public beta for the first ever AI-powered development platform built specifically for any blockchain, and in this case, Solana. Our vision is to provide an end-to-end development platform where developers can leverage LLMs, AI agents, expert systems that are custom-made for the Solana use case, not based on some generic technology or generic AI models. So let's take a sneak peek at what we shipped already. Let's start with agentic AI. This is a functionality that you already know. It's the ability to leverage LLMs, expert systems, AI agents through a chat interface. And a developer can generate all the code for a project. Now, it doesn't mean that they don't keep control of their project, because the code is yours. You have full knowledge of it. You can modify it if you want. This allows you to go a lot faster, to be more productive, and again, to focus on the things that matter. Another useful but simple set of features are templates. The public beta already has 30 templates. And by the end of the year, we're planning to ship 75 templates. Anything from complex DeFi applications, bonding curves, NFT marketplaces. This, by the way, will be the single most comprehensive library of templates in the entire Solana ecosystem. It allows someone to simply grab a template and make it their own, and leverage the capabilities of the platform. Auto-completion, also known as Copilot. This feature is well known. It was introduced by GitHub. But here, it's powered by an LLM that is actually trained by Kodigo. And we've trained it to the level where it's the single best-performing LLM for the Solana use case. You will be glad to know that our testing framework will be made open source so that you can verify your claims. But this is, again, benefiting from custom-built technology for your particular use case. It's never fun to write unit tests. It takes time. It doesn't add much value to the user. Here, it's generated automatically, and you can read the code. But you go a lot faster on something that is time-consuming and, again, doesn't have any value to the end user. Same thing with the documentation. It's hard for teams to keep up with the documentation. Like some of the teams never get around to it. It's generated automatically here. And if you modify your contract, you always have access to up-to-date documentation, generated automatically. Finally, the workspace, which comes in with all the Solana dependencies built in, as well as all the functionality that I just built. So the idea is to make your life easier, yet to give you, we're talking about code, to give you full control of your project and full knowledge of everything that's behind your technology. We shipped already a beta that provides a lot of value. And over the next 3 months, we have a super exciting roadmap. You should expect the product to evolve very quickly. The idea is to take you from idea all the way to deployment in a single platform while integrating with everything that's useful in our ecosystem. So a couple of ways that this can be useful to you. So first of all, I met a number of people who are participating to the Colosseum Solana Breakout Hackathon. Well, think of it as it already started 2 weeks ago. You're on the time constraint, and you have to provide code. Imagine building your custom Solana program in just a few hours instead of a few days. That gives you time to do things that really are going to impact your ability to win the hackathon, like getting customers, getting market validation, building a killer demo, or a killer presentation. If you're on the time constraint, the Kodigo beta can be a major optimization. If you're a new project, you're just getting started, similarly, you want to get to market and test your product market fit fast and get through that learning curve that's more related to your business. You can get to mainnet with Kodigo a lot faster, and we want to accompany you. So this platform we just started, we believe, can become the standard way of operating in the Solana ecosystem. We want Solana developers to be successful at building faster, innovate deeper, and don't essentially get bogged down on the things that are difficult in building on Solana. If you're ready, if some of you are ready to build faster, to ship with confidence, then get in touch. Our DMs are open through X or on Telegram. And for the next few weeks, you won't just benefit from the platform, you also benefit from the fantastic team of Solana experts that are behind the product that is Kodigo. So I invite you all to come and create the next wave of innovation on Solana together. Thank you very much.
What's up, everyone? Thank you so much, Marcus. Kodigo, go check them out. Well, look, we made it to the end of day 2. So thank you so much for supporting Crossroads. Geez, it's been a journey. It's been 8 months in the making. So definitely want to thank all of our amazing sponsors, all of you guys in the crowd. That's also been a big help. We've got some really cool events tonight, so definitely go and check those out. We've got, I think the Crossroads yacht party thing is starting very soon. That's going to be good. We also have the VIPs as well. We have another meetup, and I think there is a couple of other different events for different side events that are happening as well. But thank you so much, everyone. We got the QR code on stage, scan for the airdrop. We've been doing that throughout Crossroads as well. But again, really want to thank all of you guys. Couldn't do it without you. And look, the reason we did this is we want to actually help grow the Solana ecosystem. Like I said in my opening speech yesterday, we didn't have to do this. We did it because we wanted to. And we stumped up the money and just went and just go and did it. So this is the 3rd time round now. We're trying to bring as much as the Solana ecosystem as possible together. And look, I think I've got a lot of feedback over the last few days, and everyone seems to have had a good time. Has people had a good time? Put your hand up if you had it. Okay, great. Nice. Nice. Thank you so much. We also, I think yesterday, I don't know how many today, but we had 12K, people on the live stream as well. So all of these talks will be available later on as well. We're going to be putting out all of that content. So if you miss something, either on the dev stage or the networking stage, don't worry, it's all recorded. That's what all of our amazing team at the back there. Speaking of the amazing team at the back there, we've got, where's Thomas at? Where's Thomas's team? Urvashi as well, down there at the technical stage. Excellent job. Excellent job. Also, look, okay, I might be the boss man, but actually I kind of just say, yeah, that sounds good. The actual person who's making it work, wherever Chris is, where's Chris? Oh, he's somewhere. He's probably solving a problem. But Chris Fiore, definitely give it up for Chris. He's done an amazing job. And really, a lot of the team that's been involved, I don't know how many people, I think they said maybe 50 different other people in the Crossroads shirts, helping out, organizing all of this space, the technical team as well, done an excellent job. And Rixos, I think this is a pretty cool venue, right? Like amazing, right on the waterfront. So thank you so much. Definitely get involved in some of the after events this evening. It's been a pleasure having you. And see you again next time. And actually, after this, before I get off stage, we have the Solana Roast, hosted by Bangers. I think Bangers, where are you? Somewhere. That's going to be a lot of fun. So I know that they've been working on this for a while, but we're going to have some laughs to kick us off as well. So I want to introduce the roast. Stay here for a little bit longer. Get some rest tonight. Actually, don't get some rest. Go to the events, then get some rest. But right now, we're going to set you guys up for the roast. So thank you so much for coming, GM.
Okay.
You're on that side.
You go on that side.
I'm under my fox.
You want to be with your fox? Okay. You're good?
Are you comfy? Comfy.
Okay,
Super
good. As
comfy.
long as you're comfortable. Okay. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Solana Crossroads Rose. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm talking about. We're having a good crossroads? All right. Okay, and what a beautiful city in Istanbul, Turkey, which is also the capital for hair transplants. Seriously, what a convenient place to host a crypto conference. Am I right? So we're your roast hosts. I'm Bangers, and this is Quicks.
And for whatever reason, the Solana Crossroads team, or wait, is it StepFinance, Solana Floor, All-Stars, whoever the fox brought us here and thought it was a good idea to have this roast is probably regretting that decision right about now, Bangers.
And I think they probably will, because this is my first time ever doing a roast, but it's not my first time insulting people for fun. So whether if you're laughing at my jokes or laughing at me, please just laugh, okay? So will this be a funny roast or a dumpster fire? Let's find out.
But first, we're going to start with a couple quick rules. Rule number one is a judgment-free zone, right? We listen, we don't judge. Comedy is experimental, and you may hear a joke that's not personally funny to you, but that doesn't really matter, as long as you're hearing jokes and not listening to whatever's going on in Austin Federa's life today, right?
Right. Rule number two, no Ethereum, okay? I'm looking at you and you. Seriously, if you have Ethereum, you might be contagious, so please leave. Okay, but for real, guys, we have a really special surprise for our roast audience. Please check underneath your seats. There's something under there. Seriously, one lucky person is going to go home with absolutely nothing. Roasted. Oh,
Anyways, well, that's basically it in the start of the roast. It's already started. And also, for some random reason, Ansom's here. Welcome.
Hey. Okay, so one smart person once said, a meme is worth 1,000 jokes, and that was me. So, so I made a presentation. This shouldn't be here. Guys, what? What is this? This is some technical difficulties. I don't know.
Can we get this fixed? Are we?
I have never seen this before in my life.
This is what we practice. Yeah, what?
I have no idea. Oh, this is looking more familiar.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, here we go. So what better way to start the Solana roast than by roasting all the chains that wish they could be Solana? Like Sui. Sui's barely a blockchain. It's more like group therapy for people who bought the Aptos top.
Brutal. That wasn't bad enough for you? How about this one? Sui is like a Make-A-Wish kid that thinks they're gonna flip Solana. Adorable, inspiring, and I think it's gonna be over soon.
Oof.
Oh. How about Say, though? Say bills itself as the fastest trading chain. What's their trading? VC dumping bangers?
It's embarrassing, but seriously, Say is literally proof that if you say high frequency enough times, some idiot will wire you $10 million in funding.
High frequency, high frequency. Say so focused on being fast, they forgot to build an actual ecosystem. It's like going to an airport with no planes, just 37 Cinnabons and Ansem vaping in the corner.
Aptos, where innovation meets absolutely no market demand whatsoever. Built by ex-Facebook engineers. Yeah, we can tell. Nobody's using that shit.
Oh, talk about shit. Avalanche, right? That's a great name for a slow-moving disaster. They don't call it the red chain for nothing. Seriously, everything is down bad over there, bangers. All right, I got a good one for you. Ready? Cardano. That's it. That's the roast, right?
That's really good.
Let's go. Let's give him some jokes about the farmer's chain market, though.
Yeah, so Cardano is a lot like Blockbuster, except Blockbuster was really popular before it became irrelevant.
But guys, if you ever feel sad or just down on yourself in life, just think that out there, there's still Cardano bag holders tweeting about peer-reviewed research to a whole bunch of people just wanting to trade PAT tokens.
It's pathetic.
Really?
And speaking of pathetic, Base, their whole marketing strategy is like, we're not evil, we swear, which is a really weird thing to say unless you're actively laundering money for the CIA.
Right? Oh, this is a good one. Base is such a Fed chain that when SBF dropped the soap in prison, he called Base instead of the actual Feds bangers.
It makes no sense, but it's funny.
Makes none whatsoever, you wrote it.
No, but for real, the best app on Base is a bridge to Solana. And
that's my favorite.
That's what we're here to talk about today, Solana.
And what an incredible year it's been for Solana. They've come such a long way since we were forced to use Ethereum. And Solana's 5 years old now. Can you believe it?
It's basically like a toddler, just more racist.
But let's take a moment to appreciate some key milestones from the past year on Solana, starting, of course, with the historic 75 devs milestone. And this is really important because Base only has 4, and they coined all of them already.
Freaking Base. All right, mass adoption or ass adoption on Solana happened at 250 Sol. And if you don't get this joke, don't worry, Ansem does.
He'll have to explain that to me later. Here's an interesting fact, is Solana has 180 versions, but I'm not sure how accurate it is. I think a lot of you lied on the survey that we sent in.
And Solana went down 0 times this year, which unfortunately we can't say the same about the price. But really, for a centralized VC chain, this is a huge milestone.
Well, here's some positive news for everyone, is that over 1 million times we were rugged this year. And honestly, that's more than enough for everyone. How generous, you know, of a chain.
So nice.
So nice.
So nice. Insider trading was big this year on Solana, and we've clocked 69 insiders. We will be naming names later, so stay tuned.
Why is that guy leaving right there?
No, but now it's time to talk about the amazing Solana projects that make Solana Solana.
Let's start off with Jupiter, one of the most successful DAOs in crypto. And who knew that you need to pay people money to make them get excited to vote on who's going to be the next janitor?
Who is it?
I don't know. I
They're
voted
paying
no.
him too much.
Right?
Jupiter is building the Solana super app, and they've acquired a ton of crypto startups like Solana, FM, Moonshot, Drip, and more. Rumor has it they won't stop until they acquire Uranus. It's an ass joke.
And that segues perfect to the next ass, Pump Fun, whose logo is literally an Adderall pill because you need to be on copious amounts to make any sense of the UX.
Using Pump Fun is a lot like taking a bath with a toaster, but you survive, and now you have a crippling Adderall and weed addiction. But seriously, you have to be a methed up hippie to make any sense of their terrible UX.
If anything, Pump Fun is proof that doctors are just prescribing too much Adderall and ruining our youth. And if you don't believe me, they have live streams back you could check right now. A whole bunch of prepubescent tweens rugging for lunch, money bangers.
It's terrible. Pump Fun is so extractive, it makes Hayden Davis look like a visionary founder trying to bring tokenization to Argentina.
That's true.
We could really sit here and roast Pump Fun all day, but moving on to Magic Eden. The Magic Eden team works so hard. They work so hard. The Magic Eden team just works so hard. It's almost like they didn't help rug a bunch of NFT projects last cycle.
Oh, I know I bought them. The Magic Eden team works
so hard.
The Magic Eden team works so hard, I'm just not sure it's legal to pay retards more than 6 hours a day.
It's not, no. This is the Magic Eden mascot, Emmy. It's a lot like if a Pokemon and a butt plug had a baby.
What an evolution. And let's talk about Helios. Helios's goal is to increase bandwidth and reduce latency. So far, they've only managed to increase baldness and reduce deodorant because, bang, these bald guys stink, right?
They smell, it's terrible. But Phantom is a really popular app on Solana, so it's super hard to roast. Good thing the terrible App Store reviews do it for us. How do you sell? I've put money in this and I still have absolutely no idea how to sell. What I've invested in so far has been one big scam.
Scam.
Another scam. This guy lost generational wealth swapping Trenchy coin in Phantom. And there's many such cases. So guys, if you have Phantom, be careful. You might be getting scammed.
And how about the other wallet on Solana, Solflare, who recently rebranded to a new Game of Thrones style rebrand that really reflects the absolute carnage in the trenches right now. And you know, we get asked all the time, Solflare, when multi-chain? But they don't understand that our mission is for building for the Solana pores.
Woo! Love those people. Okay, speaking of rebranding, Marinade, I think you guys should consider rebranding and pick an actual specific kind of sauce. Okay, the ambiguity is kind of untrustworthy and I still don't know what you guys do.
Me neither.
Okay, so Solana is a lot like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, filled with heroes and villains. And we're gonna talk about the heroes, the people that make Solana, Solana. Starting with Meow, the Jupiter founder. This guy is so politically incorrect, you think he directed Solana's latest ad.
Ooh, canceled. Meow really thought the N in Solana NCMO stood for something else, and then he tweeted it.
All right. Cash, also part of Jupiter, is definitely a hero of Solana, but it's really hard to roast him, so we had to get extremely out of pocket for this one. And this joke is not befitting of a lady, so Quix is gonna tell it.
Cat herder. More like goat fucker, am I right? Waka waka!
Oh, okay. Speaking of goats, Toli, the founder of Solana.
Toli wanted to create the NASDAQ on chain. Instead, he created a place where the President of the United States rugged a meme coin.
Tragic.
Patriotic.
Raj, the second most popular founder of Solana. Raj is a lot like the JD Vance of Solana. He says please and thank you, looks good doing it, and we can't confirm if he's ever fucked a couch.
But Raj is the mastermind behind the Solana mobile, and honestly, who knew that giving away a phone for free would be such a success?
It's incredible.
And let's talk about the new superhero on the block. For some strange reason, Elon made the list, the founder of Pump Fun. And the reason it says here was, oh yeah, that's right, Jesse came in and coined a whole bunch of tokens, just making him look cool in comparison. So congratulations, Elon.
So Austin Federa, who recently left the Solana Foundation to build something really groundbreaking. Too bad he's not doing an airdrop, so nobody will care.
Oh, it's the truth. Austin Federa is very smart, though, and what humanity is going to look like once AI takes over and clones all of us into human nerds.
Ew. No, okay. Iggy, she's such an icon of Solana, one of the few celebrities that has launched a token correctly and built a community, and her party at Breakpoint was so out of pocket, it makes this roast look like a kid's show.
Yeah, if you were there, you know. But Iggy is really talented, you know, a legend trying to heal all the Solana degens with mommy issues. And, you know, as men, we've been told for centuries that no one's coming to save you. And Iggy proved that 100% right.
Seriously, who knew the Solana blockchain was the perfect place to build a community of simps?
And speaking about simps, we haven't gotten a chance to roast ourselves, so let's start with this fox, of course. If you want to talk about never meeting your heroes, being disappointed, I am living proof. You can ask any of my disappointed followers who came up expecting a picture with a handsome 16-year-old fox only to find a middle-aged washed-up Spaces host.
Ooh.
You're up next.
All right, time to roast myself. So I'm best known for microwaving my Solana phone, lying about my age online, and filming a Solana Girl reality TV show that still isn't out yet.
Nope.
And I've been on Solana for 3 years, so that's pretty embarrassing.
Could have been 5. And now for our guest of honor, Ansem.
Woo!
Give him a round of applause. He made it all the way here.
The only thing weaker than the Ethereum price action is Ansem's right hook. Seriously, do you get beat up by other men for a living? Like, have you ever won a fight? Okay, yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
No, but seriously, Ansem, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. And I know we told you that it was a roast. We actually lied. This is an intervention. Where are the sphere funds?
The sphere funds!
Where are the sphere funds?
Where are they?
Where's money go for? Where are they right now?
Okay, it's okay. You don't have to answer. We know we put you on the spot. Moving on. Transitioning.
But the villains of Solana. Solana is great at uniting people that absolutely suck, steal our money, or are generally just super cringe and not in a banger's way.
Bankless is a deep state operative that makes the LA vape cabal look like the Teletubbies. Haley Welch, aka Hawktua, is crypto's version of a rugged Disney princess. She spits on that thing, except there is no happy ending.
How about Jesse from Base? This guy literally out-cringes bangers, and I'm honestly not sure whether I hate him or I'm bullish and I want to buy the coin right now.
One time he literally sent me $20 to get on Base, but I never claimed it because I didn't want a KYC. Seriously, this guy is so desperate for Base adoption, he coined his mom and his baby.
This is a new villain on the block, Dave Portnoy, making waves. He's a lot like JD Vance because instead of fucking his couch, he fucks his ex-followers. But he has adopted his trading strategy to the same as his pizza strategy. He takes one bite and then dumps the rest of the pie.
Kanye West! He was rumored to launch a coin on Solana, which Ansem might know something about, since he is the celeb coin gatekeeper. But seriously, Kanye West is so controversial. He is so controversial, he makes Meow actually look like a cat.
Like a real cat. And honestly, I can't even think of a Kanye joke that's appropriate for this stage. He made Graduation, man. He's a lyrical genius. I think the one bar that stands out to me the most, what was it?
Sing it.
No one dev should have all that power. Bought the rumor, Degen's getting wrecked by the hour, right?
Bars.
Bars. And how about this? Ooh, Melania Trump ruined the Golden Bull Run. You know, we were at peak euphoria. The presidential token was live, and then she basically came in and harvested the souls of everyone who cared about anything at all. Thank you, Melania.
Oof. I used to advocate for more women in Web3, but now I think there should be less. Oh, Javier Milei, literally the president of Argentina who rugged a coin. So random. Hayden Davis fucked his sister, so he fucked his entire country. It still doesn't make any sense to me.
But honestly, beggars, like, what would you expect from someone that takes hair advice from Thread Guy, right?
Don't you take hair advice from
Oh, we're roasting Milei. Okay, we did mine already.
Okay. Oh, so you may have seen this nose online. Choose Rich Nick is honestly an expert at building an internet persona. Unfortunately, it's so cringe, he may have to rebrand to Choose Die Alone.
And how about the OG of villains, SBF? You know, they're honestly just overdone at this point. And, you know, I could stand here and say he looks like a rusty Q-tip, but who's going to care? So let's just go to the next one.
Andrew Tate. So if you're not familiar with Andrew Tate, he's a misogynist that got into crypto. Not a joke, just a fact. Here's the joke, though. Andrew Tate takes steroids the same way Frank DeGod stumps on his copy traders. They both pretend they don't.
And speaking of Frank D. Gods, let's talk about the LA Vape Cabal, right? They're currently taking some time from insider trading to do some work on themselves, and I heard that they got the same therapist from the Solana ad. But we do hope that they are back soon, and their copy traders are tired because they've been following Ansem Boomer's tweets. And dude, honestly, while we're here, let's talk about Housecoin. Housecoin was the fastest way to lose your house. I didn't even know the utility on that.
They say if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. But this is a roast, and I don't care.
Are you sure? Do it.
So, men used to go to war. Now they sit on stream 24/7, dumping on their copy traders, and will literally admit to insider trading because their version of reality has been so warped by other men dick riding them for years.
Oh, bangers, they're dead, they're dead. Just stop. Oh my goodness, they can't take anymore. They're not here. But next up, we have the real Solana supervillain, the celeb rug coiner himself, Sahil.
Sahil was so pissed he couldn't get any pussy, he fucked an entire blockchain.
Like, bro, generational wealth doesn't matter if you're not going to have a generation.
Oh, so true. And that's the roast, everyone. If you like these jokes, feel free to steal them.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you guys for being here live or watching around the world. A quick announcement from the team. If you have a green bracelet, make sure to go to the VIP party or check in with one of the team members if you have any questions. And thank you guys, everyone, for coming to Solana Crossroads, Istanbul 2025.
Yeah.
We hope you had an amazing experience. We'll see you on the other side of the world next time. Solana!
Whack me! Oh, and thank you, Ansem.
Thank you, Ansem.
You were critical for the success of this roast.